Welcome back, everybody. It's Monday, it's UKL time, and now, once again, I'm on your screens. My name is Trajan. I'm joined once again by Temporal, and this time by Rail. Even more wonderful old faces coming back, flowing back to the UKL every single day. We love to see it. So, guys, after that first week one, a tumultuous week one, what do we have in the tank? What are we thinking about week one? About the strength of the UKL. Temporal, you were on the desk with me from the very first day. What do you think? Are we feeling stronger than we were before, or are we building back up?
Back and better than ever. I think the level of amateur play has just gone up year on year. It's tougher to be here. The games look better. They look faster and more decisive. And while we've still got that characteristic way that our big players play, Belfast Storm looks the same. I'd argue Battery and Dunlosey are still very much playing their game at a competitive level, similar to they were years ago. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, we're feeling good. Certainly some of those top teams looking pretty formidable. But Rail, how about you? Any pointers? Anything that you think we're still struggling with here, down in the depths of the Four Nations? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm no longer muted. That would be a good start. Fixed.
He's back.
Run it again. Run it again. Such a good point. We just want to hear it again. Yeah.
Well, Temporal was exactly right. There's a lot of things we've done better, and a lot of veteran players what came back stronger. But then there's also some comps which are just being too difficult for people to execute at the moment. Looks good on paper, and it's just not hitting the right notes what they want it to do. Or some small things of trading in lanes where it's kind of a lane you don't want to trade into early, especially. We've had a few ones like that. I'm not going to point any names, otherwise I'm going to make people angry. I don't want to do that.
No, it's a chance to learn. Nothing wrong with
I don't want to keep reinforcing this reputation that Middlecott has given Rail of being a complainer. I set him up for that. I asked him about the weaknesses, so I kind of backed him into a corner here. But that's not. He's a positive mindset coming out of Rail for sure. We'll toss him some happy questions in the future. But for now, let's take a look back at some of the new kids on the block here. Two teams specifically that we just had no clue what was going on coming into week one. DMG UK and Verzik Esports. And let's look at DMG first. This complete mystery roster of very young, talented players. And we've got some team fights in front of us here, Rail. This is a good team fight for them, right? Something positive to talk about. Walk us through how they play this one out.
Yeah, it's definitely a good team fight. You get the equalizer straight on the backline, and Rumble's overheated at the same point. So they've already got their straight access to the backline, and everyone else just kind of dispersed from that point. And then Yang just had all the freedom in the world to walk through the entire team.
Yeah, and then we have a somewhat of a different speed here, Temporal. I saw you analysing this on stream earlier today.
Yeah, this is a TPG eviscerating DMG. As you see, the Slicing Maelstrom comes down. There's plenty of target access from the Rel. The ultimate comes across. There's pieces missing. It's very discoordinated. I feel like we can see what DMG were going for here. We can sort of see it's these big team fight pieces. I think they just picked lots of things that are good in that team fight and didn't take those extra steps to, line everything up and make sure that each of their pieces could be maximally effective. I want to see them sort of go back to basics. There were a few times in that game where the flanks were late, people were clearing out a wave, and the fight finished before they were able to rotate away. It's you got to talk to each other, guys. You got to get the wheels going. And at that point, we should see rapid improvement. That's a really big basic thing. And after that, the flashier plays, DMG have shown us some Kiana ults. It's just ooh, that's a bit tasty.
We'll get to that.
Once it all comes together, it's a good time.
Yeah, for sure, right? You can see the hands are clearly there. We've just got to get them together. Maybe it is just a case of getting more games under the belt later on in the season. We might see that really step up. And they do have that late game clutch factor still. They took the win over VNC despite having a bit of a struggle earlier on. But let's look at that Kiana a little bit more. Let's look at their drafts from the first week, Rail. And I just want to ask you how you feel about this Kiana priority that they are really heavily indexing into. They're blinding it sometimes. They're picking it into anything and everything. What do you feel that the place is here for this pick? And would you like to see something else, or do you think this is still good for them?
So it's one of those which is just very niche. When you come against it, it's very rare to play against. So playing around objectives like Dragons, Barons comes easier with a Kiana on your team, because there's always that constant threat in the back of your mind that a Kiana could come through, stun 2-3 people, and that could be enough to change an entire fight. But the more people are getting used to it, the more people are seeing it, people are ready for it now. It's kind of falling back a little bit, because he wasn't being able to put the same pressure he did in his first game, whereas the second game, he tried, but it just wasn't happening for him. The coordination just wasn't there as much. The Rumble got taken away, so the alternative AP pick, good on paper, but the execution just wasn't there for DMG with this.
Yeah, Saber, sort of a known quantity, and if we see a Kiana today, it's alarm bell time.
Yes, we'll have to start questioning the depth of the puddle of champions that have been played in that mid lane. Potentially start hoping for some rainfall to really beef that one up, and we'll see if there is more out there. I mean, that could be it, right? You condition them into thinking you're a Kiana one trick, and then bam, it's Orianna, you know, bam.
You need it.
It's Syndra. Yeah, as soon as you need to pull it out. So, we'll see what DMG has for us later in the day. But let's take a look over at our other new team, at Verzik Esports. So now someone on this roster really stood out here. There wasn't a lot that really stood out from week 1 for them. It's, I think, a one-on-one week that they had. But someone up in the top lane rail gave us something to enjoy. Lars on the Fiora really popped off. Talk to us about that pick and how he got that massive use out of it in the second game.
Oh man, you think he popped off? I thought he just AFK'd, man, but he just had all the freedom in the world, is the best way to explain it. This man getting Fiora into Cassante matchup couldn't be more free if you wanted it to be, because Cassante literally cannot play that matchup. It's so difficult for him to play correctly. You can bully early, like level 1 to 3, but if you don't do that, which he didn't, you just start to get punished, and Lars took every bit from him, and every step he took, it just pushed it further and further, and there's no way for him to come back into the game. We've seen the CS difference. That's the crazy thing. I remember being stunned at 21 minutes, seeing nearly 300 CS on this man. And I was like, you've just doubled Cassante CS. You horrible, horrible man.
Inno had such a shocker in that day on the Cassante. Yeah, 13.3 assists per minute, and the Flame Horizon at 21.5 minutes is exceptional for Lars on the Fiora there. We could see it in the Twitch chat, right? As soon as it was locked in, people are going, hang on, Lars Fiora? How's this been allowed? So there are certainly people who were aware of this coming in, and I think now we will probably not be seeing that one very common at the very least. We will not be seeing Cassante wheeled out into it. And we will get into Venomcrest and the Cassante issue a little bit later when we talk about today's first matchup. But for now, to stick on Verzik, Temporal, besides this potential top lane threat that they have, as I said, it felt like there wasn't too much that we could clearly take away from week 1, but on your review of the games, do you have any other conclusions on their style? Anything you think they do particularly well or need to work on?
It was not completely different to DMG in that I think their wins may not have been off their own back. So DMG haven't won a game yet. Verzik have won the one, and it was off that Venomcrest overengage that Rail took us through to start the show off. I think if they're going to do this themselves, they once again have to progress their own game state forwards. I think that's going to raise their ability to win against more than half of the table. You know, tough stuff, because their other game was Tempest, who are having a really good time and we expect to be top 3 or better.
Yeah,
you know, and it's clear that if Verzik want to challenge this, they have to progress their own game rather than thinking, oh, what a Tempest going to do? Oh, now we're not in the right rotation, the assignments aren't right, and now we can't fix it. It's like you need to be able to play your own game forwards.
Yeah, I'm certainly down for the teams to focus inwards and get that development going. That's why we're here, after all, in the Four Nations, building the scene back up. And hey, you mentioned Tempest Gaming. Both of these new teams, DMG and Verzik, went toe-to-toe with that roster and did not have a lot of fun. It was very tough for them. Tempest have come streaking out of the gate, and we'll be talking about them in a big matchup later today as well. So why don't we get today's schedule up? Let's take a look at the games we have in front of us here. 4 more matches in the UKL Four Nations, and 3 of our teams are currently 0-2. Arcadeia, Venomcrest, Serpents, I believe it is, some type of snake that has been designated here, and then Lionscreed UK. So my question to you, Rail, is which of these O2 teams do you think are going to pick up their first win today? Arcadeia and Venomcrest are going against each other, and Lionscreed is against, they're against DMG. So we've already touched on them as well. Who do you think is going to get that win here? Or maybe more than one of them?
You're really just giving me the stinkers today. You're making me look
know.
like a nasty man.
Someone's got to win. Someone's got to win. This is
pick
the
a winner,
easiest
right?
version of this question.
Don't speak of the losers. We will simply have them implied. who's going to take the win today?
I mean, I think there's a chance for Arcadia. There was some glimpses of greatness from them in their last game. There was chances, especially from their mid laner, but it was a little bit of a too little too late before his impact started being felt. And because it was too late, by the time the game got to that point, all his laners, other than himself, were just outscaled, had probably like 5k from the enemy. Like, they just couldn't catch tons of gold. So I feel like if anyone could do it, it's probably them. Venomcrest were a bit more discombobulated. They weren't really on the same page. And that kind of worries me a little bit. I know Arcadia do have a different support coming in as well. That's something I want to keep my eyes close to.
You know what? I think it goes even further. I believe, so I was told before the split started, when we had the force majeure Little Pants come in and sub for Venomcrest. That was for week 1 only. So we might be seeing fast-legged return to the bot lane for Venomcrest. I haven't looked at that. I haven't asked the players yet. So we'll see when the game swings around. But odds on 2 support changes in that first matchup for today.
Yeah, for sure. Those supports, those heavy engagers seem so much of will always be impactful, and maybe got some more new strength coming into that lane. But Temporal, to follow up on that a little bit, to focus more on that last match, Lionscreed versus DMG, do you think Lionscreed are going to now start to see a bit more success now that they're out of the gauntlet they had in week 1 with Ruddy, Tempest, I think it was? Do you think they've got a chance against DMG here today?
Depends. My heart sort of says DMG are more likely to win. I think Lionscreed, much like Arcadia, had some success through their mid lane, and then the other lane sort of crumbled, weren't able to sort of push through, especially important in the AD carry-centric meta we currently find ourselves in. Is there ever really not an AD carry-centric meta? Bot lane. Guys, horrid. Both their bot lanes have struggled. I think if DMG had to succeed, and especially if they're going to pick this Kiana again, we got to see them play around mid. I think the clear conclusion from watching their previous games is if they squash mid a little bit harder and set up a side, they will actually have a stable mid game and a reasonable shot. I'm not sure Lionscreed's solutions are going to be so cut and clear, so my heart would be with DMG today.
Sure.
If they've also not done anything, then it's going to be an absolute fiasco. I'm going to have a great time.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? If they slept for 5 days, then we'll see if that shows. See if they're awake here today. But for now, we are going to go to a quick break before we're back with our first matchup, Arcadia versus Venomcrest. Serpents, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you back here in a few.
Gotta, 'cause I'm, Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
And we are back, everybody, ready to get into it for game number 1. Arcadeia versus the Venomcrest Serpents. Both 0-2 out of week 1. One of them, at least, is going to get their season turned around in this second week. But let's look at Arcadeia first, okay? This is a team that I know that people like Sheikah had a lot of high hopes for. There were a lot of strong pieces there, and they had some very competent games put together in the qualifiers that we know there is a peak to be found for this roster. But from the qualifiers, the difference going into the UKL rail that I saw was I expected bottom top to be strong. We know Synapse, we know Blank, I expected them to come out the gate heavy, but they didn't. They kind of struggled in week 1, and it was Brixton in mid lane that actually popped off, and I believe you took a closer look at that second game, especially on a Xerath pick.
Yeah, he had a pretty big game on Xerath. Usually you don't see Xerath mid anymore. Like, even though he got buffed, he's still more played towards a support role. But he kind of showed glimpses of where he can work. It was just unfortunate. He wasn't in the right places at times, but he still managed to get the picks for his team. He still managed to get gold back for his team. And even nearly got Blank back into the game, because Blank was frozen on for bot lane for about 5-6 minutes. He wasn't able to touch the wave, so he was completely dead out of the game, and the best thing what came from Arcadeia was the mid lane Xerath.
Yeah, and that was cleaning up so many kills at the end of fights, really just making those tough knife edge plays or losing plays into at least even plays, right, to get them further through into the game. I sadly couldn't get the win, but still I am happy to see Brixton popping off and would like to see more out of him, hopefully, in this week. But Temporal looking at a different role, looking down to that bot lane where we didn't really see Blank have a super clean week 1. We didn't get to see those late game carry performances that we know he can offer, and Galaxy really struggled in that support role. We have been told they are now bringing a sub-support in, though, in Monge for Arcadeia. So do you think we're going to see a specific change down here for Blank, or is it still going to be very much sitting back, trying to just protect the lane with a sub-support? You don't want to kind of overreach your hand a little bit.
Depends. I'm not familiar with Monge, so I'm not sure exactly how they're going to attack that, but with Blank, I'd like to see less Ezreal, a little bit more Zyme, maybe some Aphelios. You know, if you're going to bank on this mid to late game transition where your AD carry just becomes, you know, an outplay machine, we need to see AD carries that are outplay machines and have that scaling. Ezreal can do that, but he's like spread out over a long period of time. There's no big spike with Ezreal. You compare that to the red and white guns of Aphelios or Xayah pulling her feathers back, and there's clear spikes, there's clear damage. I think that's where Blank has shone previously.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is a guy that, for me at least, can stand up with the Vayne gods and the Screams, who can be those late game win conditions. Put him on a Scalar, on a Zeri, on a Xayah, like he's saying. Just watch him go burr, you know. But we'll see if they do give him that option in the draft, or if they want to go a different way with the sub support. But let's take a look instead at the Venomcrest Serpents, and we're gonna go back to top lane here, where for me, Inno really struggled in week 1, and I had a lot of good things to say about him coming out of the qualifiers, but the man was locked in Cassante jail. We need to get him out of here. We need to free him and give him some agency. So Rail, in terms of top lane picks, is there anything that you would like to see him go to more? Any strong picks on the patch that we've not looked at yet, or something that you think he could just have more of an impact on?
So we'll start off by reiterating no Cassante.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll keep that out of the window. Keep it away. Don't put Inno on that. You got picks like the Aatrox and Renekton, which are insanely strong right now. They're 2 of the strongest. There is a couple of the more cheesy split pushy type, which are quite good right now. Like your Fioras, your Yone and Camille. So there is a lot of flexibility in what you could go for. Because even the likes of Camille can still team fight really well, but can also offer that split push an option. So you do have a lot of versatility of what you could pick. I'd like to see him lean towards like something the Aatrox or the Renekton, just because they're so easy to play off, they're so easy to bank off as well. Setting up dives as well is really easy with both them champions too. So if you do want to put any emphasis on the top, that goes hand in hand. Yeah,
for sure. It's something that can give him a little bit more to do. And as the rest of the map for the Serpents here, we've seen that mid-jungle duo in Dandy and Bartholdi that did have some strong points in the early to mid-game, especially in that DMG match that went awfully long. It just kind of fell apart later on. And then KZ and Fastlegged, this is a very experienced bot lane, right? In the same way that we can talk about Synapse and Blank and Belfast Storm players in this way, KZ and Fastlegged have been around for a long time, and Fastlegged especially has had a lot of high-level experience in this region. He's played at a very high level in the Nordics and UK. So Temporal coming out of Fastlegged, hopefully we are going to see him back in. I believe we're seeing him back in here today. What would you like to see out of Fastlegged? What's the best way for him to have a big impact for Venomcrest to maybe turn their season around now?
Be on some big engage like the Rel. Have some form of like total control over the team fight. That's normally where our experienced supports look best, when they can make the calls, when they can make the big decisions, similar to how we want to see Eno on like a Camille or an Aatrox or something that has a sort of a huge presence on its own. We want to see that in the support role. I think Vulpans did an okay job on Alistair last week, but now it's time for Fastlegged to really like drive something home. Rel's great. Some of the more traditional supports. If you want to get creative, maybe even a Blitzcrank, something that lets you warp the game to your image.
I do like that we have started to see that Blitzcrank bleed in a little more, the kind of Kai'Sa Blitzcrank combinations. That's become less of
hard.
less
it's
of
so
a.
good.
There's,
it's so good.
There's one Blitzcrank player here. There's a few of them now. He's bleeding into the rest of the meta, which is a bit terrifying. But Rail, so we are going to get into draft. Just as a quick update to everyone as well, Arcadeia have lost their first ban due to having to use an emergency sub here today. I believe they are having a top lane sub come in. I believe that's what I heard. So
and then Ethan, sign-up sprinter, will be playing support.
Oh,
it's gonna be a great time, guys.
Okay.
It's UKL. It's game 1, week 2. We wouldn't have it any other way. Ethan has played support in the UKL before, so it's not a huge deal. It's not a huge mix.
No biggie for him. Straight from the Renekton tops into the Soraka supports. You know,
it's a long time ago.
Yeah, he's done it. He's been known to do it. So we'll see how that can match up. At least Blank and Synapse can maybe bring their veteran minds together. They can mind meld and create some crazy plays on the bot side, as we are getting into the roster here for Arcadeia. So we have Monge locked in there, and we'll basically see who's going where, right? We'll see who goes to which lane. But one place that we do know where the people are gonna be where they're gonna be is Tea Time and Brixton. And I know that you, Temporal, I think you had a lot of good things to say about Tea Time. You had like high hopes for this guy coming out into the UK scene. Would you like to expand on that just a little bit before we get into draft and talk to us about what you think Tea Time brings to this roster, and what do you think he is gonna show us to get us all on the hype train?
Another sort of flexible jungler. Was impressed with his Ivan previously, and sort of has that holistic ability to play a bit of everything, so not a weakness in draft, and rather flexible in his gameplay. I'm not sure I've been super impressed with it so far, but then moving into officials rather than a sort of free-for-all Swiss bracket can add that extra pressure, so I want to see like more of a cohesive plan, and then to relax if it doesn't go well, because you can sort of slide to either end of that scale really quickly, and if like the plan goes wrong, you panic, it's all over, and then it's no good. And if you don't have a plan, you'll end up wandering around aimlessly. So we're gonna have that point in the middle, I think, for Arcadia as a whole, and then that will transpire.
To be honest, he did actually have a really good last game on the Maokai. And he was actually one of the standout players, which I pinpointed myself, because while they were camping bot, Belfast Storm that is, he was making cross plays. He ganked mid, he ganked top, and then he got Herald in that whole play. And it was a really good reaction play by him. I really like that from him.
Yeah, it's good, the kind of activity you want to see. You want to see the counter player, right? Always be doing something opposite of the map. Don't give something away for nothing. And especially I like that, you know, as Belfast Storm, this is a team that we'd expect them to probably look at the bot lane fairly often, right? We know that their main win condition often comes through Vanguard on the carries, and you want to make sure that lane is topped up, and Wilhelm knows what side his bread is buttered, right? So you got to be able to adapt from that and try and get your own advantages on the map. I think we will be having draft fairly soon. Of course, all the emergency subs coming in and out has certainly delayed proceedings just a little bit. I'll let you guys know when we do get closer, or if it will just appear. We might all get jump scared by it, but before we get into that, for the rest of today's games, I guess we'll focus back on this match when it comes around. But later on today, we do have Belfast Storm versus Tempest Gaming, right? Super high ticket matchup coming out of week 1. Both of them 2-0, both of them looking like favorites. And my question to you, Rail, is a lot of our games in week 1 were very one-sided, and it seemed like maybe there was just the top and bottom sifting themselves out. Do you think that this matchup, this Belfast Storm Tempest Gaming matchup, is gonna be a close run thing like the DMG Venomcrest Cobras, or do you think one of them is just gonna get that little advantage and then just run it through for the win?
You're really trying to put me in the dirt. Honestly, that whole matchup is a lot about bot lane for sure. Both teams are going to be fighting for who can get the priority picks for bot lane, which, as of right now, Kaiser has been one of the most heavy picked. Rel has been one of the most heavy picked, so they're two picks we have to watch. It's hard to tell without seeing draft. I'd have to see draft to sort of depict on which direction I'll be looking in a bit more. But every single game has been high-tempered. There's only been like 2 which has slowed down enough for the team to slowly work their way back in, or try to work their way back in. So far, a lot of these teams have really pushed leads when they've got them. Yeah,
we have had those differences for our stronger teams like Belfast and Tempest and Ruddy, that once they get that lead, they just kind of roll through it. Temporal, in terms of that kind of game speed, I remember you mentioned, I think it was in the green room in day 1, you weren't expecting games to run longer. Games aren't allowed to run past 35 minutes anymore, right? Like, what do you believe has caused this to come through when we used to be in the, it's all Zeri and it's all Jinx and it's all scaling 80 carries? Like, why are the games just so short now, unless you're DMG and Venomcrest?
if UK teams have been good at anything since the dawn of time, it's holding on for dear life when you've definitely already lost the game, and then like making the game live again. Like, it's just impossible to knock out a UK team that quickly at this level of play. We just hold on for dear life, and we'll see it again plenty of times throughout the split.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe we'll see it in this first game. The draft is upon us. Gents, Arcadia versus Venomcrest Esports, as we're starting to run through the bans. As a reminder, Arcadia did lose one ban due to the emergency sub, and we do have Monj up in top lane, Synapse in the support position, so we will see if the blank Synapse mind meld can come through, and what Monj has to show us, if they can give us anything different going up into Inno, and if Inno will maybe be a bit more confident taking something that isn't Cassante into maybe a less seasoned top lane, or someone who he doesn't feel like he has to take a back seat against. But for the Arcadia on the blue side, right? We'll get back into the draft. I assume we're just having a small visual bug there. We'll get back into it ASAP. Rail, in terms of first picks on this patch, we've seen things like Rel come through. We've seen we've seen the Kai'Sas come through. What are you feeling about the strongest B1 picks currently on this patch? Is there anything outside of bot lane that maybe deserves to get snapped up early?
Kinda not really, to be honest.
It's the whole bot, baby.
There was a brief point where it was Jarvan, but there's so many picks you can pick into Jarvan, so it doesn't matter as much. And some people have hidden picks, like, for example, what Ruddy did. They pulled out the cards and said, we wanted this, thank you very much. Like, some people will bait the Jarvan pick, so you don't want to fall into that trap for sure. I feel like Rel is definitely one of the strongest, with that being a flexible pick as well. You can also go into the jungle, so you can fully debate a team to be like, right, I'm going to counter pick Rel support. And they're like, right, well, what Rel is not support.
Yeah, psych.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I think there will be sort of a refocus. The way to sort of get sub-supports to work really well is just play enchanters. There is not a lot of personal expression, shall we say, when it comes to enchanters. You throw your shield on cycle or on damage coming in. You buff your teammates when they step up to deal damage. It's very visceral, very straightforward, and a great way to cheat synergy into a matchup. So maybe we'll see bot lane refocused around that rather than Synapse was known for Wukong center bot lanes, Fiddlesticks support. We played one game on Vector.
Synapse. Never change.
Synapse. I don't think we're going that creative today. I think that's how I'm going to describe that.
No, you don't think the man's going from the Blanc top to
just
Fiddlesticks support?
Just place Arca. It'll be so much easier.
Yeah, literally. I think so many times later on in this season, when I was looking at the Brazilian product, everyone was going full engagers, and the one guy who remembered that Lulu existed just started dumpstering these lanes and having massive teamfight impact because they remembered that this champion still has an ult that keeps your AD carry alive and also does a knockup. Like, it's very wild. But the first picks have already been locked in. We've cycled through the bans, and LeBlanc is here. Synapse is still on the team.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's so fixed. I think if they do want to play this sort of more modern top laner that's so good on the patch, will be addressed in 1319, said Froxon. Then yeah, why not keep your options open? Keep Venomcrest guessing. That's the best you can do right now.
I mean, it can also be a Synapse LeBlanc support. This is the type of madman that will probably pull it out. But
he could just do it, man. Give us Jarvan. If they hadn't banned Jarvan LeBlanc support is something I've actually seen before 5, 6, 7 seasons ago. You know, I'm sure Synapse is probably the one doing it. So, as we are cycling through these first remainder of the picks, we have got what looks like it's going to be a mid LeBlanc or a top LeBlanc, right? Monj could be abusing up in the top lane, Brixton can still take it, with Sejuani, Nautilus frontline for Arcadia. On the other side, there's a lot of heavy meta here. Rail's favourite champion, Renekton, slammed in for Inno, so no Cassante anymore, right? We're happy about this.
I called it, I wanted it, I got it. Yeah. There he is, Killer Croc. Catch him up in top lane. Wait till we see the top lane champion and I'll tell you if he's getting first blood.
So, we saw, I think the pick into Synapse as LeBlanc was a Renekton from somebody, and I think it did pretty well.
Ruddy.
And obviously, yeah, and Akers kind of did him a bit dirty on the Renekton, so maybe he saw that and went, that's the answer. I'll just take the Croc, you know, simple.
Yeah, Akers kind of sent the man to the shops. Like, he picked LeBlanc to bully him, and Akers was having none of it. He's like, here's my club card, go fetch me some biscuits as well while you're at it. I'm just going to take you out for free. And it just became an absolute menace in the game.
I love the second rotation. Viego here, Viego Lissandra, a incredible 2v2 unit. Will make no matter which pick goes into mid. Difficult to execute as the Sejuani should be stuck in the ice for a while.
I'm not going to find too much purchase there. The second round of rotations did have the Poppy, the Malphite, Xayah, and Talia denied from these players. Blank is going to get denied off from his favorite Xayah, but it's going on to the Zero. So still a hyper carry for him. We might see Blank be able to step up here. He's got an Engager to potentially do a bit of peeling and setting up things for him. As we do have the top LeBlanc going into Monge's hands, we're going full abuse here. Brixton on a standard mage. We'll see what he can do into the Lissandra matchup, see if he doesn't want to get abused too hard, as I've just looked at Venomcrest side of the draft, and now I'm a bit more confused. Fast-legged. It's not Rel, but he does have a lot of CC to offer Temporal.
Yes. Lissandra pretty good into Nautilus in lane, as it turns out. I think this got ran by Mickey in LEC once. It's a really nice pick. It's gonna struggle till the mythic changes, in my mind, because you can get an even shroud and just be a damage amp, but really you want to be doing other things. The current item paths do not align with.
So let's see what Fastleg can show for us here today. Doesn't have as much of the health HP, but does have great CC to set up for the Kai'Sa Plasma. That is certainly still true. And then the Sylas going into mid lane as that last pick, Rail, into the Orianna. How do you feel about this matchup here? And how do you feel about the Sylas as this kind of final pick to lock in this draft 5?
Oh, the Sylas is huge. He's got so many good ults in this game. It's actually so scary to deal with. And then it also falls into the 2v2 with Viego as well. Pairs up really well with him, and does actually have that really strong level 1 in lane, so can get that early pressure for early scuttle grab pressure, which is going to help Viego, especially with Sedge having a very strong early levels. The main worry I'm sat on is I understand the LeBlanc top, but from their last game, it did what it wanted in theory in terms of punishing the Renekton and pushing him in, but other than pushing him in, it didn't do a lot. And that was my main issue what I sat on. It wasn't a traditional comp. It's a bit more difficult to pull off. I thought maybe Arcadeia go back to the board a bit more traditional, a bit more simple, but they've obviously got a lot of trust in him. So we'll have to wait and see on how they navigate it this time around against a not so strong team, because Ruddy are probably one of the favourites.
Yeah, for sure. So things we are going to be looking at in this game, we're going to see how Monge does in the top lane, if the LeBlanc can get a better handle on the Renekton matchup here. We need to see how Blank and Synapse do with this kind of shaken up bot lane, see if we can see a bit more out of them. And then if
I think Monge is on the Nautilus. So the substitute is playing. It's fine. We're flexing Trajan's brain as well as lane. So
it's breaking point already. I'm losing brain cells by the moment here, guys. But hopefully Synapse will literally repair my synapses with his gameplay, is what I'm hoping to see out of this LeBlanc. We'll see if he can get a better result in this matchup then, I guess. A more direct correlation from the last time he picked it up. And on the side of Venomcrest, we do have a very what can be a super snowbally, super like flex heavy Sylas Viego combo that can go crazy in the team fights. They've got a lot of skill expression there, and we'll see if Dandy and Bartoldi can step up and be a strong mid jungle duo. And then if Inno, I am going to be watching to see how he does. He's not in Cassante, but he's still probably getting abused, so we'll see how he deals with it, at least with a different pick in his hands, and if he can have more of that teamfight impact perhaps later as a Renekton. So, are there any other lanes, Temporal, just before we pass it over to the casters very soon? Anything else that you're looking for, that you want to just kind of take note of and bring the viewers' attention to before we get into Game 1?
Late game, this is going to be about that LeBlanc heading for the Nexus on our own and being a massive nuisance, and Lissandra's ability to engage onto 4 people. In the mid lane and take the 5v4 nice and easy here. That's Venomcrest. Easy way to win the game. Just slam the engage after going even and make the summoner spells burn, get the teleports out, and do it again until it's over. They've got a lovely all-in composition.
Until the Nexus explodes. And Rail, I'll return to you, as I asked you earlier which of these O2 teams you thought would pick up the win. You told me Arcadeia, you thought they had a good shot here coming out of week 1. Now it's quite a different looking Arcadeia due to subs and the like, but after seeing the draft and their opponents, do you still feel good about that? Do you feel like you'd favour them going into this matchup against the Serpents?
I mean, Arcadia still have the ease of execution in terms of engage. You have a Sejuani, you have a Nautilus, that's as clear cut as it will ever be. you have very, very simple options in that regard. And then if someone becomes a problem, like the Silas, for example, you have the guaranteed hit of the dredge line or the Nautilus ult, the depths below. And then you can chain CC with the Sejuani so hard. So whoever becomes a problem, you can shut down quite easily. There is some question marks, which I'm looking at, but I'm just going to have to wait and see.
You think it's going to be enough to get the whole team, the AD carry? They've definitely got enough for one.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's enough for all.
Yeah, definitely enough for one.
Yep, and head we go into game. Let's see who can get that first one on the board. Arcadeia or Venomcrest. Serpents. We'll pass it over to our casters for today. Ijun and Sheikah. Take it away, folks.
And welcome, everybody. It's going to be an exciting game over here. We have Arcadeia versus Venomcrest. An interesting draft and some interesting lineup over here. I'm your caster, Ijun and Sheikah. How you doing?
Yeah, doing pretty good. That draft was confusing as anything, but we're in now. That's the important thing.
No, yeah, it really was a confusing draft. And not only that, we do have, of course, Monge in the top lane here for Arcadeia and Synapse as the support.
Other way around.
Or, my bad. Okay, they swapped it around. So Synapse as the top laner and Monge as the support. So it's going to be quite interesting how Arcadeia plays around with this new, this lineup that they probably didn't prepare for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate to have to sub out Galaxy out of nowhere. But evidently they have the faith in Monge that they can do well in this situation. Now, the interesting thing is, the LeBlanc top, that's already a bit of an interesting pick, right? But on the other side of the rift, you've got a Lissandra support. And if anything, this game is just screaming random things going on left, right, and center.
Yeah, and that random is exactly what I yearn for. That is exactly what I love about casting League of Legends, so I am looking forward to it. And of course, on the Venomcrest side, we do have Fastleg, the main support, back on their roster, so hoping for a nice performance from their side as well. We do see here on the jungle, both jungles kind of starting on opposite sides, so we have Balding Bard pathing towards top, and we have Sejuani pathing towards bot lane.
Yeah, and this is kind of standard in a game like this. You've got Zeri Nautilus, you can really start to abuse that lane early game, especially because you're into a mobile AD carry that is Kai'Sa, so you can really start to just put the pressure on early. And you've got a ranged top laner, so as Sejuani, you're not really looking to go to this lane because you can't stack as easily. Just going to see a small trade in the bot side, whereas for Bartholdi on the side of Venomcrest, you're looking to get this Renekton a lead. If you can snowball a Renekton, we've all seen it before, he will just run away with the game. So it's just a case of seeing where it goes, seeing how it goes, and seeing if Arcadeia can manage to find themselves that lead, or conversely, if Venomcrest can get Ino rolling on this.
No, that top lane matchup is going to be an interesting one. So far, it seems like Synapse already accumulated quite a bit of a gold lead, but if we look over here on mid side, I do wonder, so we have the Silas pick over here on mid. Who do you feel like is Silas's best target for stealing ults during those key teamfight scenarios?
There's four really, really good ones, in fact, in the Glacial Prism from the Sejuani, the Command Shockwave from the Orianna, the Lightning Crash from the... I'm gonna hold that
for Synapse.
There's no way they catch here. Andy and Brixton fighting on the other side of the jungle.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to come of it. The Lightning Crash from Zeri and the Depth Charge from Nautilus. And if the LeBlanc has recently used Distortion, or maybe even Sigil of Malice, you can steal that away as well. So there's 5 very nice ults to be taking for Dandy in this game. But you have to be going to be able to use them properly, and that's going to be the big problem, is can you get this Silas going into a team that largely is going to completely outrange you?
Oh, potentially over here a gank looking towards Igo Val. We do have tea time, of course, hidden on that side of the bush. Brixton may be trying to bait out, but seems like Igo Val for now is not biting. But otherwise, one thing that I've kind of found interesting, I always thought Diego of a much more scaling farming jungler, and of course Sejuani has a way more just gank heavy jungler, but so far it seems like tea time is quite a bit of CS ahead of Balding Bard.
Yeah, it's gonna be... Sejuani has a much healthier and a much quicker clear than Viego because her W does so much damage to these camps, and you can permanently proc permafrost onto the large monsters, so everything that isn't like a small raptor or a small frog. Whereas Viego, you do have to do a lot more rotations of the Q, and in the early game, you don't really have it up a huge amount. We are going to see Bartholdi invade onto the side of Tea Time here, try and steal, and successfully steal that Gromp away, which is going to offset the timers a little bit. Tea Time probably thinking, yeah, another full clear into the Dragon. That timer has now been offset, and you cannot track that Gromp as easily because you don't know when it was taken.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the game does seem like it's very calm, but it seems like a storm is brewing for sure. Looking at Synapse over here on top lane, almost like more than double the CS at the moment against Ino. So like really good performance so far from this, from the LeBlanc. Of course, Synapse playing that quite a bit, but like, how do you feel about the LeBlanc going more into like the mid late game? Do you feel like she'll be able to like side wave properly and then like have her presence in the game?
She's going to definitely be a problem if this Renekton cannot get a lead and match her, as this is completely under the noses of Arcadeia. They don't know what's going on, and they really don't have the wave states to match it. So this is going to be freely given over to Venomcrest Serpents. It's not Belfast Storm, as the top would lead you to believe. It is the Venomcrest Serpents. They're just going to get away with that one scot-free. So that is the first dragon of the game. That is a Cloud Dragon, as we are looking to go into... I'm not sure, actually, what the next dragon is, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see the pin.
Yeah, it seems like we don't have that overlay on at the moment, but the moment we can see it, we'll definitely be able to report it back. I mean, yeah, no, kind of a peaceful game. I'm not really, what do you call it, sensing too much action at the moment, but hopefully things will change over here. Tea Time and Balding Bart just doing a little bit of cheeky trades, trying to get this Herald, but with this presence that bot lane is showing up, the priority, Tea Time has to back off over here. And yeah, that's just going to be a bit more control to the side of Venomcrest.
Yep. He's level 6 for Brixton here. Good ball placement could lead to a good fight. You're 4 versus 2, and your bot lane can't really rotate without walking into the face of 3 of them. So, gonna just be given. Arcadeia showing very good vigilance here in the plays they want to take and the plays they don't, which is a bit of a difference from what we saw from them last week, where they felt a bit trigger happy.
Yeah, no, they both teams honestly just feel way more patient and way more just fine with kind of letting the game flow out the way it is. And in that case, I mean, GK, what would you say? Who would you say has a bit more of an advantage on us as we go into the mid-late game of the
It's very hard to say. Generally speaking, this is a very skill versus skill set of drafts. I think the game could very easily go one way or the other right now if something big were to happen. But as we get into the mid to late game, if we stay in this kind of game state, this kind of trading things back and forth, it could genuinely go either way. It'll come down to a big shockwave from Brixton, or a good fight positioning into a huge lightning crash from Blank. On the converse, it could come to a very good flank from Ino to find the carries, or a very good poke into pick situation from KZ, who we saw do that very, very well in their last game, as Arcadeia just kind of getting this Herald scot-free on no vision. That Scryers will give Bartholdi a little bit of knowledge, but is looking towards Synapse.
Yeah, Synapse may be a bit in trouble, but I mean, it's the LeBlanc. She can just TP out. Oh, but wait, Balding Bart committing quite a bit with the ultimate, but of course, Synapse with another dash from the ultimate is able to get out, no problem at all. And that is going to be Arcadeia getting the Herald as well, so well played, Arcadeia.
Yeah, very nicely done for Arcadeia there. Synapse sensing the gank coming, can see Bartholdi on the Scryers, just kind of able to get away from that situation scot-free. Bartholdi not going to go completely campless.
Brixton had to use a flash to get away. Ooh. Nice ultimate, fast-legged going to about half HP. So yeah, Brixton had to use flash just to get away from like an emerging gank over there on the bot side of the jungle. But yeah, everybody got out scot-free. The game is still 0-0, but Arcadeia with about 1.5k gold lead.
And I think that's largely coming from the CS leads in top and mid. I mean, it's not huge CS leads, it's like 20 apiece for both of these players. Plus the tower plates that have gone down, which I can't actually see. I think there's one top lane, one bot lane. So a good little bit of gold going into their back pockets. It's a very early gold lead as well. It is about 1,500, as you say, as it doesn't really tell the whole story of this game. It has been very back and forth. It has been very, we're going to take one objective, and then you're going to take the other, and it's largely going to be off vision. And I think that's the big thing here, is the vision control from both of these teams around objectives when they're coming up. It's a bit lackluster. Both of the objectives that have been done completely in the dark. You have no idea that that they're being done until they have been done, as it looks like Tea Time just looking to get blanked even more gold with this Herald.
This will be a nice bonus, of course, for Blank. The Lissandra is making sure he backs off a bit, but of course the gold will be split between the AD carry and jungler. The Dragon will be up in like a relatively short amount of time. Like, I'm not entirely sure exactly how many seconds, but it's definitely less than a minute. Yeah.
I think it's about it's probably less than a minute, and then the last 10 to 30 seconds is gold. But it looks like
using his ultimate. Okay, Synapse gets away, but like now he is between Balding Bart, but Synapse is a bit stronger than Balding Bart at the moment. See, like first blood is going at the Synapse. Balding Bart not able to do anything, so that's just the kill for Synapse, and Ino just hitting the clone in spite, like, oh, I could have gotten you.
I don't know how that happened, but well played to Synapse. Just completely throwing them for a loop, using the distortions perfectly to allow for time and damage. And because Bartholdi has just died on that top side, this is a free dragon for Tea Time. It will not be Infernal Soul, it will not be Cloud Soul, it will hopefully be a Hextech Soul, because that would be the most exciting for this game. If you ask me, it's going to be... Find out when the Rift adapts. It's an Ocean Soul.
Oh, Ocean.
So, also not terrible for either of these teams, right? I mean, the tanky members are going to love it. Slightly less tanky members are going to like it. It's not a terrible soul, it's a pretty good all-rounder. But that does mean we're going to expect to see fights around these dragons coming forwards, because both of these teams, this could be the thing that turns a extended fight on its head.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, I do want to go back to Synapse for a moment, but maybe I can't, because they are trying to look for a gank on Brixton, but Brixton playing very cautiously, able to dodge the gank. But Synapse at the moment just in a really nice position, already like about 220 CS up, and with a kill, already completing the static shift. Ooh, Tea Time using the ult, but of course fast-legged with the flash over there and gets away in time.
But it is blowing the flash, and that is largely going to be one of the tools for this Lissandra to find those backline members. Now that that is down, you have to just watch for that glacial path. And honestly, that's a lot easier to dodge away from than a flash W that you don't really have a chance to react to. So Blank, Brixton, very happy with the situation they're finding themselves in. And Brixton, as you mentioned, playing this game very safe. And I love to see that out of an Orianna, because Orianna is one of these champions who... I'm going to shush.
No, I thought for a moment that Brixton, you cast the curse to Brixton and he was going to get caught out, but maybe it's the other way around here. There is a fight. Monji is caught out by Igo Val. Monji does go down very quickly, and now they're kind of collapsing on to Tea Time and Blank, but they're both having to use a lot of their resources to get out, so in the end, it is a kill for Venomcrest. I see the scoreline isn't updating very well so far, but yes, Balding Bart is now invading the jungle side here. He is just going to back off, though.
So, that fight was an interesting one. It was scrappy. It was kind of what we've come to expect from some of these games. And, yeah, Venomcrest walk away with a little bit of a lead, taking out Brixton. Oh, not Brixton. It wasn't Brixton. It was Monj.
Oh, it was Monji. Yeah.
But... I did curse it to a degree. I'll go back to what I was saying about Brixton very quickly. I love to see Orianna's play safer, because this is a champion that when you get the chance to scale up and get to that 2-3 item point, you're just going to start melting health bars every time you Q, and that's up every 2 seconds or so. She is one of these poke control mages that just does a lot of damage naturally as she gets the item. So, seeing Brixton play this relatively cautiously, relatively safely, and still maintain a lead is absolutely insane. And Blank also not losing any summoners in that situation as well means this Zeri is also so damn safe. And the kill went across the fast leg. So of all the people that could have got it, it went to arguably the best.
Yeah, wow, that's some nice trading from Synapse, just really dancing out Ino's range, just taking full advantage of LeBlanc's range and mobility. Another thing that I kind of want to maybe touch upon is, like, it just feels like both teams are playing really cautiously. Could it also be like, since both teams are down 0-2, they both feel like a bit more cautious, like we really don't want to try losing this game, so like way more just respectful to their opponent.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, it's the kind of thing that we tend to see from teams that are maybe not finding their style perfectly or having to play with substitutes, as we have seen both of these teams have to do. They're kind of trying to get back into the rhythm of things, get back into the situation they find themselves in, as it looks like Eno looking to TP into top lane.
But it seems more for that Herald advantage over here. Yes, Tea Time is going to be pushed out. So at the moment, Venomcrest does hold control over the Herald pit, but it doesn't seem like Arcadeia wants to go down without a fight. They do definitely want to fight for this Herald. There is a bit of action here going on between Synapse and Eno. Eno is now stunned. He's going quite low. He has to use the ultimate, but he is ignited, so he can't heal as much. Synapse is super squishy though, so goes down to Balding Bart. Now Balding Bart has become Synapse. Val stealing the Nautilus ult and taking it away. So far, this team fight is a... Oh, Brixton with a really nice ultimate, but in the end, that ultimate came a bit too late. It was too much of a decisive victory for the side of Venomcrest before Arcadeia could answer back on their own. So Venomcrest winning the fight, and they will also win the Herald.
That's really unfortunate situation to be in. Brixton, such a nice shockwave, but struggled to get to the fight because he was being very well zoned by the bot and mid lane for Venomcrest. And yeah, I mean, Synapse thought he could take the fight. Bartoldi showed up, blew him up, and as we know, Viego, one of these reset champions, right? You get one reset, the fight's probably over. And we see it there. Your carries haven't quite managed to get to their item breakpoints yet, so you're able to win the fight. You do have very good early game damage from Renekton, from Viego, from Sylas, that you can abuse in these early skirmishes, and they do walk away with the Herald, but plates have fallen. So you're mainly looking to use this to get first brick, and if you're going to get it anywhere, you're going to get it top lane.
Yep, that sounds about likely. Brixton, they're trying to look for more angles to him, but once again, like you mentioned, they are cautious as ever. And the gold lead has now gone to Venomcrest lead, about 1,000 gold. Oh, Monji is caught out, and yes, I think Monji is just completely alone here. He is just going to go down. Of course, Brixton tries to use the ultimate to save his support, but it's not going to work out. That is the dragon up as well, so Venomcrest potentially just securing another dragon after they deal with this mid lane push that Blank is doing.
Yeah, Monj, I mean, we said it was said on the desk. The top laner filling into this support position, it shows there is some teething problems between the two roles. Going a little bit too aggressive, getting caught out, not really having the tools to be able to outplay some of these situations. Herald does go down in mid. Nobody there to really defend it at the moment. So it looks like won't be first brick. Synapse is able to secure that top.
Yeah, Tea Time is trying to do something at the moment, using the ultimate, but in the end, Fast-Legged and KZ able to get out of the situation. The dragon is still up though, and Arcadia's members, except top lane of course, is alive now, so they are kind of maybe trying to look onto something here.
That was Synapse's second tower. He's completely open top lane.
Yeah, that's true.
He died for it, but he completely opened top lane.
Oh wow, that is a good point. I didn't even notice that. Nice. Good eyes, good eyes. But yeah, no, now the dragon is being started up by Venomcrest, and at least it seems like Arcadeia is going to have a really hard time contesting it. This should probably just go to Venomcrest. Unless they just go for a really, really dramatic play. Nah. So that's going to be Venomcrest's second dragon. There are 2 dragons away from getting sold.
So now let's take stock a little bit of the situation. 1 item on Blank, 1 item on Brixton, 2 items on Synapse. Good flash from KZ.
Yeah, a really aggressive play from Brixton. Like, it could have really worked out, but KZ with nice reaction time. So Brixton going very low to the towers, took a bit of aggro, but Arcadeia does answer back a bit. They do get their mid lane tower here, and they probably are going to get the bot lane tower here. It's going to be interesting to see. It's like Synapse's LeBlanc so far has kind of been unanswered in the side lanes, and he got 2 towers in top, he's got 1 tower in bot. This could potentially be one of their win cons. Like, we have seen from some of Arcadia's victories in the open qualifier as well as the main event.
Yeah, for those of you that were following Open Qualifiers, this is a team we saw fight each other a couple of times. They were actually the Venomcrest Serpents, the only team to take a game off of Arcadeia as we got into the best of stage. So this game really is a grudge match in a sense. Can Venomcrest prove that they can beat Arcadeia, or Arcadeia going to prove they're not flukes? Time will tell.
Yeah.
But the game is slowing down again. It is 2-6, which isn't great for Arcadeia. but it's only a 1.2k gold lead. Those kills don't mean anything if they're not being translated into the gold, and there isn't a huge gold lead there to worry about. Sure, the Kai'Sa's 2 items at this point, but you've got a 2-item LeBlanc, and your Zeri's making her way to that 2nd item very, very quickly, so this is definitely a very interesting game where the stats don't necessarily show who is in the lead.
For sure. I mean, it's still like, it still feels like on a knife's edge. Like, this game really has been like a lot of like storms just being brewing up a left, right, and center. I mean, just kind of looking at like how the team comps are at the moment, it really feels like we're gonna see quite a bit of explosive fights. Hopefully, like I lost my thought a bit, but basically it is like. Another thing I do want to mention now that the team has slowed down a little bit is that both of these two teams being 0-2, like it's gonna mean a lot for them to win this first game and finally get a bit of that confidence boost that the team needs. And for Arcadia, a little bit sad that at the moment they can't play with their full matchup. And meanwhile in Venomcrest, maybe a reverse momentum of feeling better now that they have their main support.
Yeah, but I think there's always going to be teething problems in situations like that where you have to readjust, and it is kind of showing. Suddenly, the gold lead has evened itself out entirely. Never mind.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, no, Synapse just lost 1v1 to, Ino just goes down.
The problem you're going to find with the... I'm going to shush a second.
Oh yeah, no, Manji just getting absolutely shredded over here now. Manji, Balding Bar becoming Manji. Like, this is just Diego Gaming over here together with KZ, featuring the artist KZ. Oh my god, Igoval using the ultimate, Brixton's own ultimate against him. And that's just such a decisive victory for Venomcrest that this is going to kind of confirm them the Baron over here. And at this point, Venomcrest now taking control of the game.
Yep. This is the point where Venomcrest can truly start to come online. That Kai'Sa and Renekton are both at 2 items. Renekton can start matching this LeBlanc in those side lanes, and the Viego so strong at 4, 1, and 4. A 22-minute Baron for the side of the Venomcrest Serpents, and their pushing power is nothing to be matched.
Yeah, no, this is super scary for the side of Arcadia. I feel like they only have like 1 or 2 more mistakes they can make before the game is completely out of their hands, and they need to play super well together. And it like, just so much pressure being put on Manji. Like, unfortunately, he has been a little bit caught out here and there, but, like, you can't blame him too much. He's just coming as a sub. You know, he's probably, like, playing solo queue, like, oh, man, I can't wait to play top today or something like that. But, nah, he's support instead, and, like, it's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure, but...
Oh, no.
Ooh, good dredge line. Ooh. On the bright side.
Oh, on the bright side, maybe they get a pick over here on fast leg, but not enough of a follow-up and too much support from the front line, so Fastleg gets away from that situation. That's just using the flash to get away. The dragon will be up in a bit, so that will be potentially soul point for Venomcrest if they can get this as well.
That's a dredge line. I'm not entirely sure why it was a dredge line, but it was a dredge line. I'm not a dredge line, a Dominus, my bad. The good thing for Arcadia here is Venomcrest Serpents are on a bit of a timer. Their comp is very good in the mid game, but it tapers off in the late game.
Oh, whoa, this is such a dive towards Synapse. Synapse running away as much as he can, but his 5 members is just too much, and Synapse gets collapsed under. Ino is caught out a little bit. Igoval trying to go in to save Ino. Like, the members in Venomcrest are alive, but they're all very low, so there is potentially a chance. Brixton getting a shutdown kill over here. Blank. But now, oh my god, what a team fight over here from the side of Arcadia. Blank is absolutely shredding the team of Venomcrest with the support of his teammates. And Ino trying his best, healing up a bit, but is not enough healing. And that's a triple kill for Blank and Arcadia with this team fight. They get a nice comeback, and they're going to get their 2nd Drake.
And that is what we were waiting for from Arcadia. They just need Venomcrest to step a little bit too far forward. Let Blank start absolutely free-firing on these team fights. And he finally found the chance to do it. 0-0-0 up until this point. Hadn't even blown summoners. Now 3-0 off that one fight at 2 items. You're going to outscale this Kai'Sa, and you've just been accelerated to do so.
Oh man, yeah, Blank is feeling super good, and he's like, thank you guys so much in the team. Like, I thought that this game could potentially be like a little bit of a sad collapse from Arcadia's side, but nope, they're definitely showing up. They're They're fighting back. They're not giving up at all. And now with this team fight victory, this game once again has become quite close. And with this pause, my God, I mean, we potentially have a banger in our hands.
We absolutely do. I mean, this game has been so back and forth the entire time. That doesn't constitute a banger. I don't know what does. But now that we've got a bit of a pause, let's just take a second to take stock of the situation. 2 items on Synapse, Brixton, Blank. And on the other side, you've got 2 items on Eno. I believe there's 2 items on Bartholdi and Dandy and KZ. So you're outmatched on items, but you have just got a lot of gold that you haven't been able to go and spend. Once you've been able to spend that gold, you're going to be in a much better situation than you were. So this game, despite there being a bit of a gold lead, it's not going to be a huge difference for the most part, because you're not going to be taking a fight before you go back and spend that gold. So we've got standing gold, which is gold still on the map. We've got dormant gold, which is the gold just sat in inventory. It's unspent money as things stand. But then we've got the combat gold. The combat gold in that fight was significantly higher for Venomcrest, and they still managed to lose it. So I'm very interested to see
bullshit of the
just how Arcadeia are going to be able to match up in these coming fights.
No,
once they've been able to spend that dormant gold and have.
I meant pause your replay.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Like, a lot of these characters will start like genuinely coming online and completely ready for combat. And that fight, I gotta commend Arcadeia, because they started initially that fight with like one member down. I don't exactly remember which member went down, but they kind of saw the opportunity, seeing that Venomcrest had a lot of the members kind of low, and they already used a lot of resource, and they just said, nope, boom, go in. Brixton started with a flash, Q, just getting the Lissandra, getting that support facilitator and CC out of the team fight before they even began. Like, he stuck his head out, and he potentially could have died, and like the team fight might have been a disaster, but of course the rest of his team supporting him so well, and because everybody was so distracted by Brixton, then Blank came out of nowhere, and Blank is like, boom, it's Zeri gaming time, uses the ultimate and just completely shredded the enemy team. And looking at Zeri right now, 2.5 items, this Zeri is looking absolutely scary. I would never want to face this Zeri in solo queue.
Yeah, absolutely, this Zeri is terrifying, and it was a very good call for Arcadeia to take that fight, because they just seen them use everything to try and kill Synapse. So I'm going to be interested to see how the next couple of fights go, but it looks like looking onto Synapse here.
Yeah, but of course Synapse being LeBlanc, able to escape a lot. It's been kind of interesting to see that Venomcrest has been very much prioritizing trying to catch Synapse out. I wonder what makes them want to do that, considering that it's just such a hard character to catch out, like the LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc, just one of the most mobile assassins in the game. It's going to be difficult to come back.
But yeah, okay, but otherwise, in the end, a little bit of a fog of war. Manji potentially caught out once again. He is backing off about 40% HP. Oh no, he does just go down, immediately shredded out. And this is Blank just caught out as well. And Balding Bard trying to go for the kill. He does get the shutdown, but that turret is potentially going to end his life. It is a shutdown. It says Zeri, shutdown Zeri. That's really interesting graphics, of course, only possible because Riot Games designed a champion such as the Viego. Tea Time and Brixton is caught between a rock and a hard place, and they are definitely caught way more in a hard place. And I go Val, oh no, like, we were praising Arcadeia, and now things are going really bad. Like, so many of their members are dead, and the death timers are pretty long. They're gonna lose so much of their base at this rate. Synapse over here in the mid lane trying to stop some of the push going on, but they have enough minions to kind of continue on a bit.
Getting caught out one or too many times. He's gonna do this. I mean, Blank now at that 3 item mark, absolutely terrifying, but matching KZ, only matching KZ, just barely. Venomcrest are just playing their lead very, very well and catching Arcadeia with their pants down. I mean, Arcadeia can't be in positions like this without vision, without towers, without some kind of protection. And if we can just toggle the vision to show Arcadia's vision quickly, please, observers, we'll see just how little information they actually have across the board. If we actually take a look, they've got
like no wards.
A couple of wards in their bot side and 1 or 2 pinks in their top side, but this is no vision to live on. you can be flanked from so many different angles. And KZ.
Oh no! Blank potentially caught out here. Oh my god, Blank is just dead. And there is, of course, a TP from Synapse, but it's unfortunately going to be answered back with a stopwatch. Synapse trying to kill fast, like trying to get a bit of a revenge kill. But oh, he is now just completely chased down in Arcadeia. The team of Arcadeia just completely collapsing. I don't know what happened to their calmness, their patience is all just kind of gone out the window. They're just making so many rash decisions and so many uninformed, so many like just kind of guesses on the dark, and it's just not paying off at all for them. And now Venomcrest potentially getting their second Baron as well.
They do have a very fast Baron 2 times in the area, but cannot get into the pit. Blank stepping up that little bit too far forward with that no vision, gets flashed on by Fastleg. We touched on it earlier this game of Fastleg's flash being so important. It shows there you can get on top of those carries so easily, and they get 2 for 1 with the TP from Synapse as well. Arcadeia are floundering a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the respect. I mean, like, they were playing the early mid game so well and respecting their opponents so well, but now they're just kind of just running in and then just getting caught out with their pants down. Like, it really is kind of weird, this 180 after. It almost feels like after the pause, it's a completely new lineup we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think it was a mouse issue rather than a skill issue, but we shall see as Fastleg.
Yeah, this is another fight that's starting off maybe a little bit better this time. KZ is caught out in the middle, but of course using that stopwatch, you're going to be able to get out safely. There is Synapse on the side as well. KZ getting the kill on Synapse, so that's the flank gone. So currently it's a 1-for-0. Blank is completely full HP, completely full life. Balding Bart is kind of going in very aggressively, but with the support of his teammate and the stopwatch. This is the legal stopwatch after all. Ooh, nice kill from T-Time. The fight has scattered. It's kind of chaotic. Igovel is on a killing spree. Blank over here is in the middle. He potentially has a chance to get a lot of kills because there's so many members from the side of Venomcrest that are low. They are all low but alive. It's 3v3. Wait, Igovel getting the ultimate from Blank. So this is Zeri's ultimate that the... Oh, wow.
There's a lot of AP on it.
Kind of crazy, but in the end, they get the control over the dragon.
This is Soul Point for Venomcrest Serpents, giving us a masterclass in how to fight around objectives this game. Blank, Brixton doing everything they can to try and stem this bleeding, but causing more in certain situations. But as I say, Venomcrest are on a timer. This Kai'Sa is not going to outscale a Zeri. This Silas is not going to outscale an Orianna. This Renekton is not going to outscale a LeBlanc. You have one choice left. You end this game in the next 10 minutes, or you're really going to find yourself up the creek without a paddle.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting timer. So far, they're playing it very, very well because unfortunately, Arcadeia are dropping the ball a bit. But if Arcadeia can communicate, if they can get back together, like, quick huddle, guys, and then like the coach is like, you got this, guys, I believe in you, and they get their stuff together. They respect their opponents. They respect the vision. Currently, Synapse doesn't seem like he's respecting too much at the moment because he feels like he's LeBlanc and he can run away forever. And maybe he can, but like, it hasn't worked out too well, like in some of the scenarios, so this feels a little bit rash from it. Oh, whoa, Inu, really trying to catch herself. KZ. Oh, KZ comes in as well. No, I mean, there's no way to run anymore. Synapse is probably just going to go down here. Where can he run? Nowhere. Just smite over there just to smite LeBlanc out of existence. And that's just LeBlanc dead again. Unfortunately, Synapse 2-7-2.
Not having the greatest impact in this game, but way they won the game in OQ with this LeBlanc top is taking a fight around an objective, stalling it out and letting this LeBlanc split push for days. They do that again. T-Time probably caught a little bit here. He's able to just dash over the wall to get out. But
I mean, but again, the issue is that before the team fight begins, because like they just catch Synapse off immediately, like what team fight can be done anymore? It's a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, the Killer Instinct already back up. Dominus already back up. The only thing you're really missing is that flash from Ino, which is going to make it a little bit easier, but not by droves. Fast leg flash back up and available now, so going to be a very difficult fight to take. But if you can find that fight, you're in a very, very good position.
Yeah, I mean, we are in an interesting position because like Arcadia's base is slowly being chipped down a bit by a bit, but it's still being chipped down quite slowly. Like, we're about 30 minutes in now. Like, we do see it has like paused a bit over here, but we did talk about that 40-minute timing. Over here on the side of Arcadia, we do have 4 items now done on Zeri, 3 items done on Orianna. So the carries from the side of Arcadia are feeling very good, and of course LeBlanc with that hull breaker will be very strong in the side lane as well. Their power kind of coming online.
Absolutely, and of course Hullbreaker with its changes recently is not a terrible team fight item now either, so the Synapse can link up with the rest of the team to look for a way forwards. The big thing is dodging these Void Seekers. If these Void Seekers land, you're giving KZ vision of you, you're giving him an in to a fight. If you can keep dodging them, you have a bit more of a chance to play. But again, look at this vision, Arcadia completely in the dark.
Venomcrest really choking out Arcadia with their vision control so far on the map. Like, it really, it's just painted red so far. And we do have a bit of Synapse versus Ino over here in the top lane. Like, it is... Oh, whoa, my God. Synapse, are you just dead?
Yep.
Oh, no, he barely gets... Oh, the Q range is crazy coming out for Ino. And that's just... Unfortunately, Synapse's side lane is just not working out because he keeps losing these 1v1 scenarios.
Taking fights he cannot win, and it's proving to be difficult. Dandy now taking away that glacial prison. Question is, will it find anybody meaningful? Only time will tell. But the push from Venomcrest is very good. The siege, not so much. They are too short range to be able to siege towers down effectively. They need Baron to break this game open. Break this base
well, speak
open,
of the Baron, and he shall appear, or he or she or it, because the Baron over here in less than 15 seconds is going to spawn up. Oh, Brixton is caught out. Brixton is completely in the middle of 4 members of Venomcrest and goes down. At this rate, they might not even need the Baron. T-Time caught out by his own ultimate, so T-Time just goes down as well. Val, an amazing Sejuani ultimate there to catch out, and that's 2 members down from Arcadia. Venomcrest, if they play this properly, they could potentially win the game.
This likely is the game. There's not enough protection for Blank in this team fight. Dandy showing amazing vigilance on that glacial prison there before throwing it at T-Time to secure a second kill. So they will settle for just the inhib and leave, as that Baron has now spawned.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, of course, like, just getting the Baron here is just amazing for the side of Venomcrest. Like, it's just going to push their lead so far. And, I mean, with the Dragon coming up soon as well, if they can get the Baron and the Dragon, it's like they're golden. I don't really see a way they can lose anymore.
So they're not going for the Baron. They are just looking to
Ooh, they want to go for the fight. Blank is caught out, having to use the flash, but the flashes and the mobility are ready from the side of Venomcrest as well. They had this cover, they had this prepare, and Synapse once again is going to go down to every single member in Venomcrest because he might have 2 dashes, but in total Venomcrest has like 8. So they completely outnumber the LeBlanc in terms of mobility here.
And again, Blank just stepping that little bit too far forward. We've seen this time and time again. Arcadia, they're stepping a little bit too far forward. They're not showing respect, and they're getting punished for it really, really hard. Brixton is able to find one on the backside there, but their base is being broken open, and a beautiful...
Oh, here we go! The ultimate! The Orianna ultimate to end the game, because everybody from the side of Arcadia has been absolutely deleted. And Venomcrest 0-2, but now they will get their first victory. And unfortunately for Arcadia, this will mean another loss for them, so still looking winless. But congratulations to Venomcrest. A great game.
And that was a really slow game for the most part. Venomcrest picked it up at the mid game and really ran with it. They knew they were on a timer and they took it and sprinted. Very well done to them, punishing Arcadia for their missteps. Hopefully, we'll see Arcadia with their full squad again on Thursday. But yeah, I mean, just a very well played game from Venomcrest.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that, like, well played from Venomcrest, and I really hope Arcadia doesn't, like, take this too hard, because, once again, playing with subs really difficult. And for the early mid-game part, I thought they played really well, and that one team fight where they really took the opportunity and went, boom, aggressively, showed great synergy. So, hoping for a lot of great things for Arcadia, but we will be back after break. So, guys, I'll see you guys then. Zone.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
And we are back after game number 1. Arcadeia still struggling to find the win. Venomcrest Serpents find their first of the split. And it was not easy, it was not clean, but a win is a win. Now, we saw another LeBlanc top. Rail, I know you'll be chuffed to bits, we saw it lose again. So, is the question, is LeBlanc losing enough to outweigh the continued Renekton's coming over and over again? Is this worth it if LeBlanc gets to lose?
Oh yeah, I'll take Renekton every day over this LeBlanc. The LeBlanc stocks have fallen.
Yes, they're crashing.
2 for 2, where it's lost, even though it's played into the Renekton lane it's meant to do well into. But so far has been solo killed in that lane both times. It's just really not going well for them. They have to sort of fall back to basics at this point and just refigure a way of how they want to play, because there was some good spots. Blank getting the kills, looking like he could actually start changing things for his team. But at the end of the day, they weren't able to put enough for him. LeBlanc tried being a distraction, but the LeBlanc doesn't have enough stocks to even cause a distraction at that point.
No, it became a bit unfortunate in those side lanes. Temporal, how do you feel about Synapse going back to this LeBlanc twice and how he's played it out? Do you think this is just a bit of user error coming through here, or would you like to see them just pick up something different, something simpler maybe, to give Arcadeia some more options, or do you think the LeBlanc top still has a place to come through for Synapse?
Potentially. I think if you've seen it 3 times now and it's not worked out yet, it's probably time to move on and just, save that for game 3 or scrims. It was like good in the early game. That's like the hard bit was done. The easy bit was rotating to the Herald, which didn't go so well. And sort of the lane setup, that's meant to be the easy bit. LeBlanc cheats so much of the difficulty of that. And the setup not there across the map to allow that one single unit to do well on our own.
Yeah, there was some of the fancy feet in the lane, some of that tower pressure across the map we saw in those early and mid stages, but yeah, it really fell apart later on. Inno managing to get multiple solo kills on the LeBlanc, really having a bit of a glow up here today in that Renekton, so definitely a different story for him. And we'd love to see that after he was released from Cassante jail and is now thriving and surviving on his own on the Renekton. So good for him. But one of the other players we want to look at from the side of the Serpents is their jungler. Rael, I know you were very impressed with what Bartholdi showed us on the Viego in this game.
Yeah, despite the dive attempt on top not going the way he wanted, overall he had a very strong game. Bullied Sedge away. Every time Sedge went towards a lane, he was there to bully her away and say, you can't do this, but I'm going to do it, you can't stop me. And it got to a point, as soon as he hit Trinity Force, Sejuani couldn't do anything about it, and Viego just started taking over the game. And the combination of him and Dandy together in this game was just really well done. Really good 2v2, really good just playing off each other. And just basing off who's going to go in first sort of thing. Silas found a lot of options this game.
Yeah, he certainly did. Let's move forward, actually look at his stats as well. Let's get the Silas stats up on here. A lot of great ultimates stolen, and that late last pick, Temporal, this Silas mid in for Dandy. It wasn't the Lissandra pairing with the Viego, the mid jungle that we saw. We still saw the support link up with them, but give us your report on the Silas performance instead being slotted into that duo.
I always favored the Orianna side of this matchup, just because I think Silas ends up spacing himself. But Dandy made it really effective. He was the difference, and time again he was there to pick off Blank before a fight really got started, before he was able to make it really snappy. And the ultimates look fluid. That's a really important part of Silas at this level. You don't want to steal an ultimate, think about how to use it, miss your chances. It's absolutely straight in and straight out, and it was really, really impressive from Dandy today.
It certainly was, cycling through those ults, always finding value. I know another player, to stick with you, Temporal, quickly, that you were really enjoying later on was KZ on the Kai'Sa. Always able to find those methods in, right?
It's like, this champion is so obscene. This is absolutely nothing for like 20 minutes. Still here? And it's so just like, a Void Seeker has been hit from halfway across the map. It's done, some tickle damage. He zoomed in on it. It pushed Q, W, and again, and got an empowered auto. And the champion is gone. And it's any of them. There were no big tanks in this game, so we saw the Drakthor build come through. The Q sort of reprocs every time, so it really does double, triple, quadruple down on those rocket damage. And with the Plasma and the second W, it's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it was crazy later on. Let's get the post-game stats up. Let's see the scoreboard as a whole, and we can see when that comes up that, as you'd alluded to, Rail, Blank did have himself a pretty decent game a lot of the time, had some triple kills, had some big plays on the Zeri, got out of the lane doing alright, but generally wasn't able to be the 1v9 influence, didn't have enough pieces around him perhaps. Do you think that Blank, you think there was a room for him, I guess, to solo carry this game, or was it just a bit unplayable for the AD carry in this game for Arcadeia?
It was kind of a bit unplayable. Like, there was times where it looked like Blank could open up, but there was too many people threatening Blank at the too many different directions. You had Silas coming from the side. If he wasn't coming from the side, Viego was coming from the side. They always coordinated that. One came from one way, one came from the other. And then you also had to worry about the Lissandra trying to dive, which the Orianna did well in keeping the Lissandra away, but the Lissandra's not the main threat of this team, so you've kept her away, congratulations. But Viego and Silas are just going to dive onto your Zeri at that point.
Yeah, we had that catch in the mid lane that Blank got caught down that led to a bit of trouble for them, led to a ban, led to a bit of a disaster, but ultimately it is still, we did see some flashes of brilliance there. Unfortunately, just to clarify, because of the emergency sub nature, the graphic still says Galaxy, but of course it was Monge down in the bot lane. Didn't have a very impressive game on the Nautilus, the sub coming in. It's hard to expect a huge amount out of players in that position, so Blank didn't have the best, maybe most experienced partner going up against KZ and Fastlane. As we had said, very experienced duo down there. They've both got a lot of years in the scene, and they definitely showed it here in this game. So congratulations to the Venomcrest Serpents getting their win under the belt. Arcadeia still struggling with the roster issues and trying to find their first win of the season. We'll see if they can do so on Thursday, but for now, lads, let's move forward for game number 2, and we've got one of our killers here, the Ruddy Painkillers, in fact, 2-0 after week 1, going up against Verzik, that team that we touched on early on in the pre-show. So let's focus a little bit more on Ruddy. Let's talk about this team that is taking the region by storm on the LAN and the online stage now. Temporal, when it comes to Ruddy, Tyron has been a massive factor we've seen so far. We saw the Karthus come out. Talk to me a little bit about Tyron's gameplay, Tyron's week 1, and what do you think he does so well for Ruddy?
An immeasurable amount of damage in the Karthus game. It's like a different style of play, right? Everyone else is like, oh, what's the enemy jungle going to pick? Like Jarvan, Sejuani, and it's like, oh, it's kind of linear engage. It does a bit of damage. It's this, it's that. I think with the flexibility to move those pieces into top and support, and then play around them more specifically with the Karthus, the Morgana as well, we have yet to see, I believe, but offers a similar level of sort of supportive damage and setup, rather than actual engage. You know, it isn't going to be a glacial prison across the front. Instead, someone's just going to get a black shield in a 2v2 at a really inconvenient time. It's that different style of play, I think, that's going to twist and keep them having a great time in the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. They're certainly on a bit of a roll right here, and he's already pulling the Evelyn bans as well. We've probably got to add Karthus to that, and the Morgana you've mentioned, another pocket that could come through and earn itself some pressure later on.
Banning Eve is almost like... You know, it's a huge 50-50 this stage. You think he's going to play it? But if he does play it, he probably should have banned it. But is he actually going to play it?
Yeah. Would he pull it out? Surely not. Surely not on officials, right? Surely he wouldn't do that before you know it.
It's a risk you got to take.
Yeah, those pocket picks are deadly for the Painkillers for sure, and I don't doubt they have another couple ones hiding over in other lanes as well. But to put it in the context of Verzik, Rail, we talked about them already and what kind of strengths that they do have. We have seen some good things out of them, especially up in that top lane. How do you feel about Lars going into Akkers, though? Akkers has been a menace up there. Multiple off-meta picks himself as well, playing out things like the Alawi. You know, assuming the Fiora maybe gets banned, is there room for Lars to still try and go bruiser for bruiser with Akkers, or would you like to see him maybe take a bit of a backseat?
I mean, it's currently Verzik's best win condition, but then you're also going against probably one of the best, if not the best, top laner in this league, and it's mainly just that versatility what Akkers has. He will play anything and everything for his team. It doesn't matter. He'll sit on tank duty if he has to sit on tank duty. He'll play Gnar if he has to play Gnar. He'll play Renekton every single game if you keep giving it him. Like, he does not care. And that sort of strength to a team is always very useful. And it also comes back to what you just mentioned about Tyron. Him drawing potentially 2 bans a game is going to open up these stronger picks to play whatever you want.
Yeah, those ban phases are getting pretty tricky to navigate, honestly, for most of our teams. When there is so many strong picks still, these Rels and Kaisers and Renekton's and Maokai's and things that need to potentially get taken away, but there's also just so many pockets these players can dip into. And I guess we'll see if Verzik do have more answers there, right? Because when the Fiora came through, as I'd said, some people knew in the Twitch chat. Now everyone knows about the Fiora. But that's kind of the advantage that Verzik has a little bit due to that lack of knowledge. There could be another kind of landmines waiting in the rest of the draft as we head towards that draft before too long. But for Ruddy Painkillers, to swing it back to that side, we talked about Tyrant in the jungle. We talked a little bit about Akkers in the top lane. As we get, I believe this is us getting into the draft. Oh, this is just showing the roster here. It says Governor.
Ooh.
And I assume that potentially is a sub here, but one that Temporal you definitely recognize. Jamsu had a great week 1, but the Governor is a bit of a veteran in the scene, is he not?
Alt hat, mostly in top lane. We'll check official channels for some confirmation of that. Yeah, the Governor has been around a long time, and clearly just filling in for this week. And Verzik, their new roster, Jolly Boy of NLC 3 fame last split. And not a huge amount of history behind Verzik, but that's sort of the comparison. That's where the Governor is steeped in lore from the first time there was a Four Nations tournament. Verzik are here to show what the new kids on the block have got.
I think he's been on the casting desk as well, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I've casted some UKL games with Governor at some point, so he's been on both sides of the camera, as it were. And now he can show us that he's not a washed-up caster.
He was a caster before he was a player. It was
he's going the wrong way, I guess. He's doing the reverse cage roll to see if he can show us if he is better on the stage than off it. But I mean, that is big shoes to fill in that bot lane, right? Jamsu was having a blinder of a week 1 on the Nautilus, the Engagers. He's someone that I think for me was one of, if not the most impressive player. Tyrant had a stellar week 1 as well, but Jamsu I think really stood out to me with those incredibly suspicious Nautilus hitboxes on the support. Set up that bot lane so well for success. Knows how to use the game and break it to its best ability. But Rail, in terms of Governor coming in how to support with Sin, we've seen one sub support already here today, and it didn't go super duper well. That was on the Nautilus. Do you like them just going for these kind of simple engager picks when you have like a sub support in? Maybe you don't have the synergy. Do you think engage is the way to go, or as maybe Temporal had alluded to before, maybe there's room for an enchanter down there?
Honestly, when you're playing with Sin in his current form, just put any tank in front of him. Sin is playing actually just insane at the moment and just putting out insane damage. And he's been very, very reliable. His position has been very good. On the Xayah, he was completely untouchable. And even when they got close to him, they were never a threat of killing him. So I think you just put anything simple in front of it. You put a Rel, or you even early pick the Rel if you're blue side, and just have that flexible pick in there.
All right, we have official confirmation. Jamsu is supporting today.
It is Jamsu. Okay. Governor just snuck. He didn't go from the desk into the rift. He went from the desk into the graphic. He has just like transported himself into the Digimon world and become a graphic and not a player. So maybe we'll see Governor come through. Maybe I assume he is like listed on the sub list for them and might have to come through at some point. But it is going to be Jamsu, so still going to be that tank engager threat that Rail had mentioned that can set Sin up to do so well. And then Sin being such a strong supporting ADC, I know you guys on the desk spoke about it last time with Middlecott about these snowballing AD carries being super, super impactful on the side of Verzik. I guess we haven't really seen too much out of the bot lane, generally speaking. We don't really know if Gino is going to be able to step up to that, but we'll see if he wants to pick in that way at least. I think he was one of the only ones playing Aphelios, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just quickly double-checking that on the stat side. To see if that is actually the case, if I can remember what their logo looks like. Yeah, he was. Okay,
game
so
on Aphelios as well. So we've had two.
They did an Aphelios Thresh. So I guess my question to Paul, in terms of Aphelios, we've seen like the Zeri come out. The Kai'Sa, of course, is very disgusting. Aphelios, I think, was it you who mentioned it, that you want to see players going back to that a bit
really
more,
good at this level of play. Really good.
Yeah.
You know, it's very simple to play around, long range, high utility. And most of all, scales excellently to 35 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does get rather large the further the game goes on. I think he played it Oh, he had a Kai'Sa game as well, so he definitely knows what's good on this patch. And we'll see if he wants to pick that up today. I think the draft is going to come at some point. I think what we'll probably do is throw to a break just for now and come back when the draft is ready. Obviously, with all the emergency subs coming in and out, we aren't really sure what the time is going to be. So I've been told by production I've actually forced draft to happen by suggesting we throw to a break. So I've scared the draft. Game. Yeah, I have scared the draft into occurring, and I've started the game for you. So you know, I'll take my thanks in the Twitch chat, everybody. But as we get into this game, we are of course expecting Ruddy to most likely come out ahead early on. The 2-0 week was very good, but in terms of a Verzik comeback here coming through, I wonder what the best place is to attack for Verzik. Which lane, if any of them, is easy to assault? Rail, if you have any ideas as to maybe if they're not expecting to win, but is there like a lane that you think you can draft your way into a good spot at least to give yourself the best chance?
I mean, honestly, like I said, top side for Verzik is strong. That's where they won their game alone. Hollow had a decent performance on that win as well, so he's also a player to keep an eye on, but
yeah.
It's all about what champions you get, because there's still a Carthus open right now. We knew top lane bans were coming through. That's practically 3 top lane bans. We know that's all at Lars. Yeah. Just trying to isolate them as much as possible. Yeah. And even the Rel is a really smart ban. Like I mentioned, one of the strongest first picks here. And if we get this locked in, it'll be a Jamsu Rakan, not just any other Rakan. So quite happy with that.
Master of the team fight. If we are going to attack something, Verzik, the last minute advice is kill the jungler. Magic damage junglers do not deal well with being interfered with. They do like full clearing, they like loads of money, and then their items are really broken. If they don't get there, especially if they don't get any XP, they don't get that gold, they really do struggle.
That's quite brave, hovering the Jarvan into Ruddy after they last time just slapped out the Carthus. So interesting to see where they go with this.
Just only the Evelyn still earning itself the perma first ban. The Akker's Renekton has been denied, so as Rail had said, he will just take it if you give it to him, so they're not going to give it to him. Good solution. And then the lock-in for Sin is the Zeri with the Udyr now for Tyrant.
I'm sure that's just Crisis being Crisis.
There we go. Just hovering it. Yeah, it's going to give us the old specialty of his, and it is the Sejuani instead. So he had the opportunity to go into the Cardinals, but he's going to go for the bog standard Sejuani. Going to give them a chance to maybe have an even second phase of the draft, and we'll see what Verzik wants to lock in here. Do we just go for a support now, even though the Rakan is denied, or is there anything else higher priority we can take?
I think you just go towards support.
With the Sejuani coming in, you're likely going to support. That's another thing, so it looks like already you're trying to overload Xayah. You know, you can either pick things that don't interact with their ultimate, or you can pick too many, and one of them will stick eventually, because every time one is thrown, you need to burn the feathers fly. The Nautilus coming across, you know, it will reach this area, the depth charge. Really good team fighting sort of prowess coming out from the top lane in the second round of bans, you know, getting the equalizer. It's odd. I think Ruddy would have banned that Rumble if it was left up, because getting that onto this area is really tough. And that is 5 bans.
Liga top lane.
To the top side.
It is, bro. It's Liga top lane right there. Silas, the last one from Verzik, but Akker's, or not Akker's, I should say, Lars, feeling the pinch in this draft, is going to likely be given the final counter pick, as we can see, and I think that's the least you can do for him after he's been this badly bullied in the draft phase. As it looks like the Orianna was locked in for Hollow. So we do have a really strong front-to-back team fighting comp build, and we'll see what the last piece of that is going to be as Ruddy takes over.
My only question is, I would have liked the Jace there for Verzik, because it keeps the enemy guessing, because Jace is still a flex here. And Jace mid is really, really popular right now. Very strong as well on top of it. Great dueling power as well. Very hard to pick into. So I feel like you should have kept him guessing and just saved the counter for mid here.
I think it's reasonably well thought out. The Jace as well pairs nicely with the Jarvan. Gragas Yasuo is a thing.
Yeah. I thought we were going to get the early Gnar.
I think that is such a concession in top lane, and this Kayle really capitalizing on how that Gragas will not be a champion post 20 minutes.
Who said that Gragas
Now remember, from that graphic that I mentioned on the first day when we knew nothing about Verzik, and I said they have Kassadin as Lars's announcement graphic. And here it is. Kassadin top. Wow. I was kidding, I'll be honest, guys. But they weren't, evidently. So
I used to play this back in the Frozen Heart meta top, and occasionally you'd play against like a mage and switch it up and sort of be more that standard mid laner. It's a lot of fun. I expect this top lane to be a complete island. It's really tough from Akka's position because the Gragas wants to, you know, be that neutralizing force and then go forwards. And when you go forwards, you got to fully farm Kassadin here unless your jungler comes top, and you don't want to do that either. So Akka's in the struggle of top lane this game. That's a difficult position to be in. Great use of R5s of Verzik. Really nice.
Yeah, we've seen some suspect R5s already so far.
You put Renix in an R5, the next person to do it will catch flame from me. That is abominable.
Yeah.
This is really good.
They will catch on fire live. That's what will happen. It will be willed into happening by Temporal's pure rage at it happening. But so, this Gragas Kassadin matchup, just to get your take on it as well, Rail. If the early state, you know, you really want to be, as Temporal said, neutralizing, but obviously the Kassadin scaling up becomes very hard to deal with either way. Is it just going to be, are we expecting Gragas to at least be able to control Kassadin early on? Is he going to be happily sitting back, or can Kassadin actually trade decently well given the kind of anti-AP skills that he has?
Kassadin can trade well, but it all depends on timing, of course, because you can be a complete cook with Gragas. You can just throw the barrel and just hold it there, and then just leave him guessing. You can completely just bait out the shield, and then just play off that alone. So there is outplayability, obviously, of course. In terms of poke, you will be able to poke a lot more frequently than the Kassadin will. So you'll be able to whip them down a little bit for a potential dive, but do you want to throw all your eggs towards the top lane when right now Sin has been one of the big carries for your team? So it's a bit of a gamble.
It's a tough position as well, because as you highlight, controlling the wave is the main thing, and that means Gragas will push. You know, if you cast your barrel and it catches a single minion into Kassadin, you will push. There's no way around it. That's, you know, if you're not going to get that wave in, that's a good time for Kassadin.
Yeah, that is tough, right? Having this ticking time bomb in topside in the Kassadin, so you want to try and defuse it, but you also have like your own win condition down in bot lane that you could be building, and you could be speeding the timer up. So I guess we'll see what Tyron wants to do. A bit of a catch-22 in front of him here in the jungle on the Sejuani. At least he has a very bog standard pick to do it with. He doesn't have to do any crazy adaptations there. We'll see what the entire strategic call is from the Ruddy jungle. I like that Verzik are testing them properly here. We'll see if they can actually stand up in the lanes to give them a proper run for their money. In terms of a Kassadin, slotting into what was before a very standard comp, right? Xayah, Orianna, J4, Nautilus, right? How do we feel, Rail, I'll come to you first, about just putting like an AP kind of assassin next to these 4 team fighting members? So we love this as just a split push threat, or would you have liked to see something that synergizes more with the other 4 champions?
It can honestly do a bit of both. So I would have liked the Jace still. I still would have been like 100% on the Jace with this one. But the Kassadin can work here. I see the potential, but the only thing what's sitting in the back of my mind is I think Ruddy have one of the shortest games in the split. They're not going to give you a chance to get to level 16 very easily, so it's going to have to be really worked by your team to get this Kassadin relevant.
Yes, I believe it was the... quickly checking as well, the first or second fastest game of the split. I think that the second fastest average game time in their wins. Tempest, I think, might barely edge them out, but that game versus Lionscreed was a clappening, to be sure. We know that Ruddy can turn it on when they get that lead. That was, ironically, the Garthus game that ended very, very quickly. But Temporal, just to get your final take as well, just to round out this Kassadin derby that we have here.
If
not sure about it?
Ruddy are going to swap their solo lanes. That would simplify a lot of things.
Yeah, so they throw the Gragas mid, and then... Who's their mid laner they throw top lane?
Yasuo.
Which,
actually, very true.
That rather simplifies things. Yasuo, good at putting Kassadin in a blender, and really destroying him. It's going to be an interesting one. Curious game.
Absolutely curious game. We will still get more valuable data here. Verzik keeping us guessing, Ruddy. See if they can keep the winning streak going. As for now, we'll pass it over to the casters. Ejin and Zika, take it away.
Oh. And we are back, everybody. We had a really interesting and fun game 1, and now we are here with a game 2 with another really fun and interesting draft. Verzik Esports versus Ruddy. Ruddy on the blue side, Verzik's on red. I'm your caster Ejin, and once again joined by Zika. Zika, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. Lars on that signature Kassadin, as Trajan so rightly mentioned. And Ruddy, I mean, they've kind of been rolling the competition, right? It was mentioned they have the first or the second fastest average game time. They're kind of just rolling over the competition, and this is definitely a comp where they can do that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it feels like a bit of a David versus Goliath situation where Ruddy Esports has been just dominating. But to be fair, they've been going against teams that have been struggling a bit, and Verzik Esports on the other side, they have been one of those teams that have you know, we're struggling, but they did get their victory, and like it seems like this team is ramping up a bit more, and Lars on Castan is going to be so important, I feel like, because of course Lars. Ooh, wait. Oh. Okay, potentially a little bit of a cheese there, but Lars on Fiora was absolutely amazing. So I'm just super excited to see this player's performance.
Yeah, Lars, the big PowerPoint for Verzik on that Fiora last game, on the Khazad in this game. Oh. They have switched their solo lanes, as was mentioned, but it was read very nicely by Verzik. They've switched them in return.
That's super good. Like, so now they got their intended matchup that they want to go to all those times. So we do have Yasuo. It's a bit weird, right? So we have Yasuo and Orianna all the way to the top lane side in their little island over there. So it's like this, like the skirmishes are going to be interesting. The early game jungle mid skirmishes.
Yeah, because you're suddenly switching your mid-jungle 2v2 up entirely for both teams. You've got Jarvan Cassidy versus Sedge Gragas instead of Jarvan Orianna versus Sedge and Yasuo. Be interesting to see if that has any impact and how it plays out. Now we're going to be on the slower side of things as we start to get into the early game. Junglers matching each other's pathing, both looking to make things happen on this bot side, largely saying, okay, top lane, you're on your own, have fun. And looking to gain priority in this bottom lane, shut down either of these AD carries, and it's going to make life a lot easier, especially when you consider the fact that we have been looking at the AD carries be the big carry points for teams so far throughout AL formation.
Yeah, and I mean, Sin especially has been playing, like the desk mentioned, just absolutely out of his mind. So definitely going to be interesting how things work out there. Otherwise, on the top side over here, another thing that's interesting with this lane swap, of course, is it's not just lanes that are swapping. Top lane is a long lane and mid lane is a short lane. So I wonder how the dynamics will work out. Yasuo versus Orianna when the lane becomes like way longer.
Yeah, you want a longer lane as a Yasuo, so being in this top side isn't a bad thing for you. The problem is you're into an Orianna and you can't really stop her from doing anything because the ball can go around the wall relatively easily.
That's true. Wait, so the ball doesn't really count as a projectile, right?
It does. It can be blocked if you send it head first into it, but you can angle it around it, how low the cooldown the ball command.
Oh, I see. That is interesting tech over there. I wonder if I mean for sure these players are aware of the tech. But, yeah. Otherwise, on the jungle, Tyrant does get that Herald over there on the bot side. And the top side, so double Herald for the Sejuani. Or not, my bad, not Herald. I meant the crabs. yeah, it'd be weird if you got the Herald at this point of the game.
Yeah, I'd call hacks. I'd call major hacks, as there is a bit of an exchange going on in this top side.
Yeah, Brexit trying to run away from this gank. Does miss the QE, so is able to run away, but has to back off, going into about half HP. Good attempt there from the side of Verzik's.
Yeah, Crisis just able to run away from that situation perfectly fine. The joys of Yasuo, relatively fast, so trying to land the EQ on him without shoes is going to be a little bit painful, but didn't prove to be a massive problem. Tyron got a back off before Goldie, so he's sitting on that Giant's belt. Isn't going to make a huge difference as fights happen, I wouldn't imagine, but could. It looks like we have a DC coming through from Akkers. I would expect a pause to hit relatively soon.
Ooh, or maybe the UI deceives us. No
UI
pause at all. Apparently it's fine.
The UI has lied to me once again, friends. As I can see, Acker's moving around in that mid lane there. Didn't get the early Gnarl and Gnar, as the desk mentioned. Would have been very nice, would have been very cool, very interesting. But Gragas is just as good. And arguably is going to do this team much, much better when you look at the number of knockups they can layer.
Yeah. The dragon is up, of course, and now Ruddy Esports with a nice bit of pry over here, going to get the advantage and probably, I mean, most surely take this dragon. So far, the game's pace is pretty, like, it's pretty gentle, it's pretty calm, and I feel like, I mean, I might be wrong here, but that definitely feels like Verzik wants the game to be calm and slow.
Oh, absolutely. You're sitting on a Xayah, an Orianna, and Kassadin. You want this game to go to like 35-40 minutes before you really start to do anything. The problem is, you've drafted 3 relatively slow lanes with a Jarvan who wants to be active in this early game.
Ooh. Like, we do have Akkers going a little bit low. Maybe potentially trying to be like, hey, you can jump in on me, Casting. You can potentially kill me, no problem. But of course, he did have the rest of his team supporting him, and Loris figuring that out. Ooh, nice ultimate from Hollow, getting the turret to hit him as well because of the, wow, the pull. Oh, that was almost a kill, just straight up to Crisis.
A very, very good shockwave there from Hollow, showing that Crisis has to show some respect towards the enemy tower in this game. It went on. It was largely for naught. You can get pressure in this mid lane, but Crisis does have that teleport up, can just TP immediately back to lane. Going to be a huge difference maker. First Dragon did, of course, go over to Ruddy. Tyrant picked that up while there was some trading going on mid lane.
Ruddy currently having about a 500 gold lead. It seems like most of that comes from that top lane over here. Grag is about 15 CS up against Kassadin, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expect. I mean, Gragas 3-6 can trade really effectively onto this Kassadin, so you're not super worried about, you know, Kassadin has to give health to get the wave in and be able to get this CS. As we do go into a pause, there is what we expected to happen a little bit earlier. But generally speaking, like post 6, Kassadin can play a lot safer, can catch these waves a lot easier because you have that Rift Walk available to you. You can largely dodge out on most of the Gragas' trade pattern.
At what point do you feel like the Kassadin Gragas matchup, like the dynamic completely shifts with casting being super much in the advantage? And of course, everybody in the chat, please don't worry, this normal. It's part of League of Legends where the client consistently freezes for a bit once you've like repaused the game.
Only happens on live. Do we know why? No, not a clue. But hey ho, here we are. Live servers just don't like us. Yeah, this is standard. It's we like to call it the spectator pause because the game itself has had its pause. They're already playing. We now have to pause because screw the casters. Yeah, I mean, Kassadin's really going to start to come online at this 2-item point, right? Rod of Ages plus Seraph's Embrace. Once you hit that point, you're really going to start to come online in some of these fights. You have to get there. It was like that was being said on the desk. The 80 carries we're looking at come online at 25, 30, 35 minutes. I would say that Kassadin and Orianna also fill that role. They also come online at about 25, 35 minutes. So you've got consistent spikes across the board for Verzik, whereas you've got scattered spikes for Ruddy, which could pose real problems for Verzik.
We'll have to see if Ruddy truly is one of the best teams in UKE, if they can handle this different spikes and like coordinate that together. We do have Brexit being, or Crisis being pressured a bit here in the top lane. Another thing I want to mention, yes, it's the mid lane matchup, but now they're in top lane, is Hollow is quite a bit of CS behind the Yasuo, so the Yasuo, like Crisis, feeling really good about himself currently.
Yep. So as a Yasuo, you can pressure mages off the wave relatively easily because you've got the safety in win wall. You know, you can dash through the minions, get a trade in, dash back again. You kind of force your lane opponent to play a little bit slower than they would like, and therefore they lose out on a lot more CS. So that 20 odd CS advantage that we see in that mid, or rather top lane in this situation, is standard. It's the kind of thing we've come to expect, and it is, you know, across the board we're looking at about a 600 gold lead when you think of the first dragon CS leads, and in what will be this Herald, we've already bumped it up to about 8,000 gold lead. But it's nothing monumental, right? It is something you can easily come to.
And as expected, because of course Ruddy has a better early game draft, they do take the Herald over here. So, like, little small leads, 500 gold lead and the Herald as well, first Dragon as well. So they are accumulating a bit, but I wonder if this pacing is fast enough, or is it a bit too slow where they're giving Verzik a lot of room to potentially kind of get all their power spikes, like you mentioned, in that 25-30 minute window.
It's going to take a little longer, but it looks like there's a fight.
Yeah, no, ooh my god, Sin and Jams have these. Oh wow, that was crazy aggressive from the side of Verzik, and that's just 2 kills going straight to both the jungler and Small Critter, the AD carry. So Verzik Esports getting a nice lead over here in bot lane, and that's so big, that's so huge, because we talked about Sin and Jams, so how well they were playing and how they're such a big component for Ruddy, but my god, what a play.
And this is really the only lane you can play around as Goldie. You've got setup from the Nautilus, you've got good damage from the Xayah, and evidently it works. I mean, we see it there. Decent feather damage, good damage coming out of Jarvan, good CC coming out of Jolly Boy. So while you wait for your mid and top laners to just scale into this game, you can really try and make an impact in that bot lane, and that was the first couple of kills from this game. So Goldie, very happy with that situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it seems like Ruddy maybe, like, they definitely have to show a lot more respect to Verzik. And, like, when I say respect, I mean they need to try to find more ways to, like, close out this game. Because, like, now with bot lane ahead and stuff like that, that puts so much pressure away from Goldie having to, like, constantly babysit bot lane. And he can really focus on making sure that his 2 carries, his 2 solo laners can, like, be as strong as they can. And just kind of healthily survive through this early mid-game part of, like, yeah, no, that's crazy. Oh, but
now,
we do have, yeah. Oh, this is so many people. I mean, for sure, this is Hollow going down. Nice ultimate, at least, to get away. A nice flash, too, but in the end, Verzik gets the kill. Oh, that is the kill to Sin, and they're all underneath the tower, so this is just so much aggression. Going for, oh, nice ultimate from Volleyboy to stop the advances, but in the end, Small Critter does die. Verzik, oh, wow, Verzik just completely getting triple. He's going to get a quarter kill at this rate. Wow, that's Crisis there, just going absolutely bananas over here. And now we were talking about how good things were going for Verzik, but now things going super well for Ruddy as well, or Ruddy, my bad.
Crisis throwing Verzik completely into a Crisis. A quadra kill off the back of that play puts this Yasuo so far ahead of his competition. It was a good dive, and they traded it back very nicely. The play could have ended there, it could have been done, it could have been over. They carried on playing it, and Crisis just showing that you cannot leave a Yasuo unchecked at any point in this game.
Yeah, no, the hands from the side of Ruddy Esports is truly showing up here, and Crisis now with 4 kills. My god, look at the item he's accumulated. He already has like a Kraken Slayer, so he's absolutely slaying everybody in the team. Tyrant does go down, he did get caught out, so there's a little bit of reprieve for the side of Verzik Esports, but so far Ruddy Esports 1k gold lead, and I feel like a lot of that gold, a lot of it is accumulated right into their member Crisis.
Yeah, I mean the chem plants have bloomed, and honestly, you don't want to be giving this over to either side. Rakan gives everybody shield, therefore, you know, the shields are therefore stronger. Jarvan, Orianna, Kassadin, Nautilus all have shields of their own. You don't want to give it to them. So this soul is really impactful in this game. And again, we're seeing the first 2 dragons be Cloud and Infernal, both going over to Ruddy this game. So Ruddy in a very, very comfortable position where they stand so far. It is only a 500 gold difference, and that gold difference largely does sit in this mid lane, sitting at about an 1800 gold lead there. There is a 500 gold lead bot lane, 600 gold lead in the jungle to balance that out a little bit.
Yeah. The good news for Verzik is definitely the fact that Lars is having a nice game. He is not stopped at all, so he's already got his mythic. The ooh, wait, Goldie versus Tyrant. Nah, not too much going on there. Goldie secures his red, but nonetheless, Lars getting that mythic over there is the Rod of Ages, and like being close to level 11. Now he's truly kind of coming into a champion, at least like a basic champion that's actually pretty strong.
See, trading up against Akers here is starting to hurt a little bit more, winning out on these shorter trades, and I'm sure would have been out on the extended ones as well. So for the next 10 minutes, my eyes, at the very least in terms of Verzik, are going to be on how they play around this Xayah. can they use Jarvan Zaya to snowball something more, or are they just going to wait for that 25-30-minute mark?
Ooh, the ultimate going in. That's 2 knockouts in a row, and Hollow trying to use the ultimate here, but now, like, Crisis is unstoppable. That's 5 kills on Crisis. They are putting all of their eggs on the Yasuo basket, and so far, it's working out pretty well. They are getting pushed here in mid, but of course, gonna be stopped by Sin. And, like, from Verzik's point of view, like, Crisis is kind of becoming this unstoppable beast that needs to be slowed down in some way.
That was absolutely beautiful from Crisis to land that tornado to start that playoff, proving that this Yasuo is something you have to be scared of, and we'll have to see if Verzik can do something to match this, or if they are just going to keep throwing, if Ruddy are just going to keep throwing them into turmoil.
Yeah, but despite all of those things said and done, oh, I guess I can't speak too soon because currently the overlay is paused, so I don't know exactly how much of a lead Ruddy have, but Verzik isn't behind too much. The game definitely isn't like anywhere close to done. I mean, because of course, you do have the story of this Kassadin, and I think it's a really nice story, like Lars last game just completely carrying Verzik's to victory, and potentially this game having a similar role over here, being that late game assurance. At least the Herald gonna go to Ruddy's.
It is 5 kills to 5. That's about the best I can give you at the moment, just, you know, reading off of the scoreboard at the bottom. Find out the gold lead ever so shortly. As the second Herald of the game goes over to Ruddy as well. They are perfect gaming the objectives this game. They've got both the dragons, both the heralds. They have the first tower. Things are going very, very well for them.
And despite that, not too much of a gold lead. Like, so for Verzik's Esports, I do feel weirdly optimistic about them too. It really does feel like if they can kind of hold it together, like stem the bleeding from happening, like they definitely have a nice chance of having a potential late game comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, it's only about a 1700, 1800 gold lead at this point. So there is by no means whatsoever like a point where you can say, yeah, this is just over. Sure, the Yasuo is 5-0, but gold across the rest of the map is largely being neutralized. So unless this Yasuo can do everything himself, it's going to be very, very hard to win these fights, especially when this Kassadin starts to come online. I'm not too sure how far stacked that Rod of Ages is. I'm not sure if we're able to check that.
Currently is 4 stacks, but Smoke Critter is called out, a bit more important. Ooh, nice Q from Volley Boy. That hook, I think that hook potentially saved Smoke Critter because it stopped him getting charmed.
It's a good flash as well. Get out of the fray when the chance was there. Very well played from the Verzik bot line.
Ooh, wait, they are going in on Volley Boy, and unfortunately Volley Boy just being a little support, can't really survive these scenarios, does go down. And the Herald, nice timing too. They will get this mid tower here.
Poor Jolly Boy. Gets his AD carry out, has to like stand the line so the AD carry can back, and just gets completely ruined for it. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, a truly thankless job, and with this dragon, with that Herald, that gave so much prio, so they will get this third dragon. So just 16 minutes, and like 16 and a half minutes in, they are going to get soul points. So this is a monstrously fast soul point for the side of Ruddy Esports. So it's interesting, right? Because Ruddy Esports are playing with really nice pace, but it's also kind of a nervous pace. Ooh. I was gonna say nervous, but oh my god, no! As much as we praise Lars, now he lost the 1v1 into Crisis. So Crisis 6-0. He's so fed. He's so ahead.
Very, very strong indeed. Crisis proving that it just takes one man with the power of the wind at his back. Cut down Void corrupted monster. And now the question has to come, when is Lars going to be online? Because if Lars can't match Crisis, who can?
I think the answer needs to be in the next 4 minutes, essentially, right? Because that's when the Dragon Soul point happens. I mean, potentially even sooner if Ruddy just decides. Of course, they're a very fast-paced team to just go Baron, which they of course can. Look how fed this Yasuo is. He has 2 core items, of course, the Infinity Edge, one of them, and he even has that like chain vest over there to make sure that he's extra protected against the AD threats.
And then look at his lane opponent. Not even got an item finished yet.
Yeah,
Crisis is so far ahead of the curve at this point in the game that this Baron will just melt if they decide to go for it, and it is on the cards. Ruddy, a very fast-paced team, like the Des mentioned, like you've mentioned. They want to end their games quickly because that's how they play best. And I mean, this allows them to
Goldie! Why? Oh, Oh, he stayed there a bit too curious, but curiosity killed the cat, and it also killed Goldie as well here. So he just goes down, and that's just a jungler dead. That means like they're not going to be able to establish a lot of priority for this Baron, which potentially Ruddy will just take the moment it spawns.
The even worse part about this for Verzik is they're into 4 melee champions with a Sejuani. So, like, it's just going to take one of them auto-attacking, all of them auto-attacking at the same time, and you can immediately like, permafrost someone. You can put them on ice, and then Glacial Prison them to put them on ice again. So your pick potential with this composition is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and just look how well Ruddy plays as a unit. The moment they see this potential 1v1, they just immediately go into... oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, as I mentioned, but a nice retaliation from the side of Verzik. This is a nice fight they need, but Brexton is not going down. He's not even dead, and he's absolutely showing off. 1,000 gold shutdown going to Goldie, but maybe not the best target ever to go to. Oh, Hollow just going down, and Sin is now going super low. Sin is dead, so in the end, it is going to be a little bit of a team fight victory for Ruddy, but weirdly enough for Verzik, it's not the worst fight ever? Question mark?
It's a 1,000 gold shutdown going onto your Java. Not really the person you want it to go on, but it's not the worst person in the world either. 2 items now completed for Goldie. Price is able to take another 2 or 3 with him there though, and Sin just free firing onto the back line of Verzik because the rest of the team was so preoccupied.
Yeah, oh my god. Like, it really, I feel like this match really comes down to Lars versus Crisis, and so far Crisis has been getting the upper hand over here, just leveraging his advantage so well, and Lars really needs to show up because the Baron is up, the Dragon will potentially be up in like 2 or 3 minutes, so like, we're gonna see some action, and this Castle needs to grow fast. He needs to grow rapidly.
And it's just not going to happen. The only way you can get this castle online faster is by getting more kills, more skirmishes, more fights, where you can start to pick up some kills, and it's just not happening. Is at that 2 item point now, so is at the point where you are quote-unquote online. That 3rd item is where you really spike. Much like this Xayah, you want to be at that 3rd item point before you really start to mow down fights.
Yeah, and unfortunately, EXP-wise as well, I mean, Lars is quite behind level 14 just now when, like, basically Crisis and Acker have been level 14 for quite a while. So, like, that level 16 point where casting becomes, like, literally God mode, like Earth mode, it's still quite a bit of time left. And so Ruddy has quite a bit of a time window to play around here, and so far they've been showing no signs of stopping. They've been playing with this time very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. The big reason that Lars is struggling with XP at this point is because he can't walk up too far with these waves. Normally you'd be catching 4, 5, 6 waves back to back to back, but you can only catch 1 or 2 because you don't have the safety, you don't have the vision, you don't have the cover. You can't walk past a certain point of the lane without just fear of being jumped on immediately, so you have to take waves carefully, which really hinders your XP gain. Has just being level 15 is 1 level away at this point.
Yeah, that 1 level away, and my god, that's such a timing that they're gonna have to hit. It's such a delicate timing because, like, I don't think the game is going to be completely over. Yeah, we don't see anything currently so far, but I think, like, I don't think the game will be over if they get the Dragon Soul like Ruddy Esports. Like, it's not over at all, but like, they need to get some timing. Ooh, and maybe potentially they get it with a pick over here, but that's just so much use on Acker, and now everybody else is kind of getting shredded down from Sin, and we do have Crisis over here just waiting for his moment, and Sin is just chopping down the rest of the team. Ooh, nice hook attempt, but Sin able to dash out like the 80 carry he is. His reaction speed is faster than mine for sure by at least tenfold.
And we see it, the lack of vision, they get caught out, and the fight doesn't go their way again. Verzik struggling so hard in this game to make anything happen, and that is Soul for Ruddy, and that makes this team so hard to kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not over. I don't think so, because of course Verzik does have that crazy outscaling potential, but now the timer has gone from like you mentioned 25-30 to, in my opinion, like 35-40 at this point. They need to survive for so long, and I don't think Ruddy's the type of
a Herald
team.
flip.
Yeah, and I don't.
Flip even.
Yeah, and I don't think that Ruddy's the type of team that wants to give them that chance. From what we've seen, they see this window, they're gonna close it like that, you know, just in a snap of an instance.
Second they see the angle for Baron, they're going to take it. And their siege this game isn't amazing, because again, they've got a lot of melee champions, but it isn't awful either. So it's going to be very difficult
to really stop them once they get this Nash as Verzik. So you need to make sure you keep vision control. You need to make sure you know what they're doing. You need to make sure you're ready to contest this, and you are the ones dictating the fight.
We do have to take a close look at Lars' timing, of course, here, because he is like farming up this wave over here. I don't know how close he is to level 16, but his teleport is up as well very soon, so he could potentially commit more to just getting that level 16 as soon as possible. Boom, there it is. That is the level 16 timing. Lars is absolutely online. This next fight is potentially going to be the most important in the game, and I am super excited, Zika.
Yeah, and just as importantly, Eternity is fully stacked, 10 stacks on that Rod of Ages, and the Seraphs. The next fight could genuinely be broken open if Lars can play it. Question is, are Ruddy going to give him the chance?
Yeah, so far Ruddy is absolutely suffocating with the vision, so now Verzik just kind of has to go in quite blind. They do see the Baron going down. Now they see a little bit more information, but they're not very well prepared. Ooh, the Hex Flash is used already from the side. Oh my god, and that's just an engage immediately going in from the side of Ruddy Esports. That's just everybody going schlong down because the trap is set. There's just too many people trapped everywhere. And yes, Lars is here. You are level 16, but if you don't have your teammate with you, you can do nothing against Ruddy Esports. And their absolutely relentless stomp and taking the control now with this Baron as well. My god, Ruddy are so decisive. Huge commendation for Brexit or Crisis.
And a beautiful tornado from Crisis to catch both Jolly Boy and Small Critter out of position by a mile. They both get blown up. You can't do anything against that as Verzik. Sure, Jarvan can lock them in a cage, but he's on top of your AD carry. You're locking the AD carry in the cage with him.
My god, yeah, the Ruddy played that fight like so well. Once you had the Yasuo in together with the Rakan, it just, like, what could you do as Jarvan? You trap them all in, but that cage wasn't for them, it was for your teammates, and they all fell one by one.
Lock your AD carry in the cage, and there's nothing they can do because the Feather Storm's on cooldown. It's a dangerous situation to be in. It's a very hard situation to play as something like a Jarvan, where you basically have to choose, do I kill my AD carry to try and win the fight, or do I let the AD carry die and we just take the loss of life?
We see some desperation play over here. Yeah, Jolly Boy just going down. I was going to mention that Lars is just pushing top lane just to get a little bit of extra gold from the objective bounty, but their base is entirely crumbling from the side of Verzik's Eastward, and they need to group up, but with Jolly Boy down, how do they engage? How do they go in? There's only Jarvan left, so Jarvan and Orianna have to coordinate so well.
We are at that point now where the siege is so difficult to deal with. You've got to commit so many resources. One inhibitor is down already, a second soon to follow, I'm sure. As soon as this mid lane wave crashes in, you really just have to hope and pray for a miracle. If you are Verzik at this point, you have to hope that you can find the miracle way in.
Oh my god. Oh, absolutely disgusting engage over there from the side of Ruddy. And yes, there are a nice amount of damage coming out from Small Critter, but it's way too little, way too late. Jolly Boy and Small Critter going down. Sin is absolutely unstoppable, and together, Sin and Ruddy looking crazy unstoppable, looking crazy legendary. An ace, a clean game for Ruddy Esports. They had a little bit of issues here and there, but they were just so small issues compared to how much they were gaining overall that in the end, Ruddy Esports, I feel like another masterclass of a performance from this team.
Absolutely masterclass. Ruddy Painkillers showing that they can take Insomnia by storm, they can take lands by storm, they can also take UKL4 nations by storm. They've got a carry in Crisis, they've got a carry in Sin, they've got a carry in Tyrant, and it wouldn't shock me if Jamsu and Akers could carry a game as well.
I mean, what like you mentioned, it's this lineup is crazy, and what impresses me the most is how, like, even the members who aren't like in the spotlight, the highlight players, they support their teammates so well in whatever way that's needed. Like, you saw, like, Akers was having quite a bit of a quiet game, and then his Gragas, his barrels came so huge in those fights because it gave that ability for Crisis to just go in as that Yasuo and just huzzah, 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 and kill everybody. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's all about buying that time and making sure that you've got the chance to come online. Verzik didn't have that. Ruddy did a very good job of catching and giving Crisis this massive lead to start an early quadra kill into an absolute domination of a game.
Yes, and with that domination of a game, next game's going to be a absolute banger as well. I'm sure Belfast versus Tempest, and we'll be back after a break. So everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be with you in a sec.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 down.
get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest.
Welcome back, everybody. After game number 2, Ruddy Painkillers still on a bit of a streak, and Verzik could not find the win. But they had some plans. They had some tech up their sleeves. They had some schemes to come through with. The Kassadin top lane, and they really tried to make it work in the early stage. They tried to put it in a good position, but Ruddy just would not let them be Temporal.
No, that lane swap, I think I clocked it just as we started loading into the game, and I was just like, that'd be really good if Yasuo could just use that long lane and really abuse Kassadin. It goes even harder when the Kassadin's in top. And they did. Ruddy were belligerent. They swapped that back quite a few times. They got the tempo nicely, and just kept their lanes, kept the pressure on.
Yeah, they certainly did. And yeah, it was belligerent, it was tough for the Kassadin. They did okay in the lanes still kind of just dealing with the worst matchup, but still scaling, still with the win condition in mind, until a certain event on the bot side rail, a certain dive that went very awry. Yeah, a little bit of an incident happened in the bot side. We've got a replay for it, and Rail, just walk us through the event down here.
So the original plan was just get the dive, get out. But then Jarvan shows up. Jarvan's pretty strong at this point. Doesn't actually get the EQ he wants, which kind of is a big factor in this, because it's the difference between Crisis living and dying. Gets a Rakan, but it doesn't mean enough in the end. Crisis just isn't able to be killed at this point between Jarvan and Nautilus. And pretty much Sejuani being able to instantly proc any stun she wants off the Yasuo as well on top of that. That just set up the game for success at that point. And it just meant Kassadin would need to be mega fed to stop this. And it just continued to be that big snowball rolling and rolling. It just never stopped.
Yeah, from a pretty quiet, generally Verzik favored early game, that four kills into the Yasuo's pocket just broke it wide open, and Crisis had a massive game on the Yasuo there. This roll swap into the mid lane really paying off for him. As you can see his stats here right in front of you, 17 KDA, just a bunch of gold and damage, and all the gold funneled into him. And he's had such a massive impact on that game. We'll take a look at everyone's stats all together, but we just wanted to highlight how well Crisis played in this mid lane and how well he played with a lead, right? You give a Yasuo gold, you want them to be able to carry it through, and we could see the aggressive plays coming from him from the rest of the game. So we can see the rest of the stats right here. But Temporal for the side of Ruddy here. We know that Crisis had a banger. Him and Tyron were doing a lot of good work here. But the rest of the map, was it really important? Did they have a big role to play in that victory? Or was it really just that mid-jungle combination pushing it through?
I think that was like a big part of it. It was also just the ability to keep moving around the map. Like with the jungle freeing up Crisis in the mid lane. That was like really pivotal, and I don't think Verzik were ready to respond to like the most likely response, which to me would have probably been like using Kassadin TP pre-10 in like a prehensile way to try and get an extra wave out, try and evade jungle attention, or indeed attack their jungle if you can send them through a wave. And I just don't think they were quite ready to take that extra step.
Yeah, sadly, the game ended up wrapping up before the Kassadin got online. I saw the lonely 0-stack Medjai's in his inventory right as the Nexus exploded. Just barely hit level 16, and
taking Dog Seal on Kassadin in current year.
It was very rough for him. So, sadly, the extra Lars tech did not work out in this instance. Ruddy had the answer for it, but Verzik generally seemed to have a pretty good plan early on rail. They had that early game mapped out, and they managed to execute on it pretty well.
Yeah, they did pretty well early. Goldie actually had a very decent game till that pre-dive, was actually doing really good work around the map. And they were just trying to They wanted to get the Kassadin into the lane they wanted it into. They wanted it into the Gragas, but unfortunately wasn't allowed to have their way. Ruddy had a game plan from the get-go, but Verzik, they showed a bit of depth, which is very good going forward. And it shows that they have more in their locker than just pulling out a split pusher for Lars, putting them on Fiora or something like that. Because we already know by now, Fiora's gone. Like, you're not going to see that champion again at this point.
Yeah, she's out of there. And there might be a chance still to bring out that custom tech once again. So just another consideration for teams to have going up against Verzik later on into the playoffs. If they manage to make it that far, they'll have to be aware of the adaptations that this team has. And you're absolutely right, a bit of depth, a bit of complexity to this new Verzik roster that people have to be aware of. Maybe teams that aren't ready with such a heads-up lane swap into kind of adjusting the game plan that Ruddy Painkillers had to neutralize it could have had a much bigger impact. But for now, we have to move forward, gents, to our current match. Game number 3, arguably, I'd say, match of the day. Belfast Storm versus Tempest Gaming. Massive matchup in front of us, both 2-0. And Temporal, I know you must have been super happy with how Belfast came out in week 1. And you, the way that you would phrase it to us in the green room is it's much the same team, right? They're winning in very much the same way.
Yeah, it's Arctipple at this stage. Chaos till 25 minutes. A shockingly vulnerable 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because come 25 minutes, like 5 thresh hooks will be chained together, and you're just like, where did that come from? And then the game's over.
Yeah.
That's it. That 25-minute crush can be delayed to 40 minutes, you know, if we're out for a longer run on the day. But very archetypal, very straightforward. We'll have to see whether Tempest can sort of show the extra steps in attacking that style, rather than just being strong themselves, because I'd argue most of their wins so far have just been like, we're good, we're doing the good, game over.
Yeah, I mean, that bot lane from Tempest has been insane, Rail. I know that we've been, watching closely onto Scream and Buzzy down there, and even on an Ezreal Brom game, they were popping off, right? They were getting massive amounts of early kills and really showing that they are a potential premier bot lane and could maybe look to exploit the Belfast Storm duo if they are going to have that shaky laning phase. You don't want to give that advantage over, but let's get into this pick and ban nice and swift here. And the Xin Zhao has been denied, so Delossi is not going to play every single game of regular season, as he would theorize in the green room Temporal. He's going to have to pick us something else.
Shock. Vayne's banned. Who's seen that coming?
Not
not Twitch chat.
In the time we've been live, a Spear of Shojin Randuin's Vayne build has been posted, and it's like 0.3 seconds from after you tumble auto to you can tumble again. The Impale is on like 6 seconds. I'm gonna go play that when we're done here.
Oh goodness, you're gonna play in top lane. You're gonna bring it out in the range top lane.
Oh no, I need the money. You always need the money. We're looking to the Kaiser and Jinx here for Belfast. That's going to be their fallbacks. The Vayne, much similar to Evelyn for Tyron. Are we still playing it? Don't know, because if you give them the chance, you might really regret it.
Yeah, we don't want to risk that one necessarily. The Nico Rakan bounds on one side, the Blanc connects on the other, and a Maokai slammed in for Wilhelm here. Some of them are picking it, some of them are banning it, and we'll see if Beartree wants to actually bring the Alawi back.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that is for Wilhelm? I think we're getting a quick preview of Worlds here, where Maokai B1 will no doubt be back after last year, because I think it is a 3-way, potentially 4-way flex again. It can do pretty much everything but marksman really effectively. With the sort of threat, Lilia should dominate in the jungle. Now, questions about where you want to go there, maybe push it into a lane where it's a bit safer.
Yeah. So, if this does go into top lane, Rail, this top lane Maokai, which I have seen, a couple times this split already.
53% in Master Plus, by the way. Very good champion.
Disgusting.
Also, very low pick rate, though. So it's like...
So if you... So Rael, you're up against the Maokai top right now. You've seen your opponent's picking. What are you picking to try and dump to this Maokai, to ruin his day for daring to break the meta?
I mean... There's a couple cheesy options. Do you want the more realistic? Do you want cheesy? Depending where we want to go.
I want your special sauce.
We want cheese. We want the sauce. Yeah.
I mean,
Pizza Aurelia, by the way.
If you got no hands, yeah, of course.
that's every Aurelia matchup though. Every Aurelia matchup is, if my hands are better than yours, I win anyway. I don't care.
But yeah, you can pull out some cheesy stuff. You can pull out stuff like the Cho'Gath and go toe to toe, throw it back to season 3. Or you can play something like the Zac or the Olaf. Zac, very niche, obviously. You don't see it very often. And if you sort of want more presence, you can opt towards the Ornn Maokai matchup. You're not able to get as much kill pressure onto him, but you can match his teamfight pressure. and that's sort of where you'd trade off. But I mean, I don't think the Maokai. I mean, it's kind of locked towards it now. I didn't see the Jace actually. I was gonna say I don't think it'll go top, but Alawi has to be banned with that.
Because Alawi Jace is weird. But Ilaoi absolutely destroys Maokai. Not fair. I'd also have lent towards the Yone lock-in, great into Maokai and Jace, but you do open yourself up to a Maokai just sucking it up against Lilia. Like the Gangplank ban as well. That's telling me maybe Maokai top, maybe. Tempest set themselves up with the Syndra instead of that Yone. They flipped away at the last second to play a more defensive setup. So if they were hovering that Aphelios there and Kaiser into the top lane, or maybe the mid lane, and then more mages in top, because the UK is clearly developing a meta, that would have been really interesting. They're going for a defensive setup. We'll see what else they bring through on R5, but they have a lot of creative freedom here.
Zerg did have a very, very strong game on that Bard as well last.
Oh, we love the Bard.
We spoke about, and there was a chance for Lilia to go top. I was leaning towards that angle, but I mean, we still have many other split pushes or bruisers available.
Lilia's really good into Ornn, and Tryndamere is not. So good into Ornn.
Not
so a bit of a matchup statement from the players saying that they want to do that. Set a bit more reasonable, very heavily nerfed, but good into these high HP targets in general. This is a really cool draft from Tempest. They're playing very defensively, and with a magic damage core mid. So there are item options against them, but they have like move speed and timings to make it nice. So I think Tempest are probably gonna have a good 2v2 around mid. I think the Lilia is going to get away with a lot. Absolutely crushes the Maokai if they're ever to meet. Maokai ult has to be used super early. Otherwise your teammates go to sleep, you go to sleep. It all gets broken up. Like Lilia doesn't have to do a lot here. And there's still Bard ults. Like anything I say, there's just a chance it all goes so horribly wrong.
Yeah, that is the effect Bard has on League of Legends. So anything you plan could just be like, actually, I've ruined it. So unfortunate for you. But I do like the Dunlosi. As soon as the Xin Zhao just insta banned away, it's like, oh fine, I'm gonna go back to Lilia Graves then. You can't stop me. I tried to play a normal champion, but like whatever. If you're gonna ban it, we'll go back to Lilia. So we're just gonna pick that one up.
These are our two-time champions under different names, but this is the core of Nuclear Storm Gaming and Hive/Loose into the future as Belfast Storm. Limsey, the new mid laner. I don't know who Zeems is. We got Zerg on support, and the new challengers in Tempest Gaming.
We say new challengers, you know, like new challengers like Bear Tree, a new challenger.
All right, new friends. New
Not
friends.
familiar with Bear Tree myself, never heard of him, but he is coming up in that top lane.
Previously on different teams.
Yeah, this man's been picking sets. I feel like longer than I've been alive. Like I've been seeing some Bear Tree set games for a long time. So we are gonna see, and these are as we've set up. This is our kind of title, our top of the card match today. We're expecting one of these two teams, probably both of them, to make deep runs into the group stage, potentially into playoffs as well. And this is going to give us a first little taste as to how they match up against each other early on. Where Tempest Gaming, they have, as Temporal you've alluded to, there are a lot of different pieces being brought together to create a kind of super team-esque, lots of veterancy, lots of potential there, but we don't know how well it would work in the long run, versus Belfast Storm, which is a tried and tested recipe that has won in the past, has been brought back. Now my question to you, Rail, is do you think that Belfast Storm will last? Because this is a question that we've been kind of talking about earlier today, is do you think this is a team that can get solved by the UKL, or does this recipe, is it just too strong and it's just going to be solid again for another split?
I mean, it's been strong for them in the past, but players have developed and improved a lot more. So there's a lot of differences with how these teams have been playing, especially these high tempo games. And all it takes is that direct focus towards that bot lane. Isolate Vanguard. Don't let Vanguard or Zerg do what they want to do. Zerg's a very good roamer when he gets a chance. If he doesn't get to roam, he's not going to be able to impact anyone else. If Vanguard doesn't get to farm, he's not going to be having the same impact he usually will. And I mean, this, like you said, is going to be their best test. There's solid players across the board. Kusai, very, very strong mid lane. Scream had an insane game last game. So, I mean, Dunlosi actually is one of the biggest highlights I want to point out with this team. I feel like he's much more improved and upgraded his game in so many ways, looking stronger and stronger. So there's a lot to see. I don't have any prediction for this game. I have no clue.
Yeah, there's a lot of chaos in the draft that we've flagged up already, and we know the players are all very, very skilled in this UKAL, so in the Four Nations. So we'll see what they can do for us. But one random question I wanted to just pass to you, Temporal, we are going to get to the game very soon, is the Bard came out blind, I believe, and we saw last game the Thresh from Zerg. It was absolutely insane. Zerg's Thresh is absolutely through the roof. We know he loves the Bard as well. What is as someone who has coached this team before, what is a circumstance where you'd think, okay, I go Bard here and not Thresh? You know, what's like the blind Bard reasoning?
I was never a fan of the Bard. Zerg has improved at his Bard because it never went well in scrims. We played it in a few officials. I think once it like ended the game on its own, just because of how good it was, and then in others not super impactful. So in times where the Lantern is not necessary and the engage must be long range, it's time.
Let's see. We'll see if this is the time for Zerg to show us why the Bard should have made it to stage under Temporal's watchful eye, but let's see if Belfast Storm and Tempest Gaming can give us the banger that we so deserve and so want in game number 3. Casters, Ijun, Sheikah, let's get it.
Yes, this is going to be an amazing game. I can already feel it in my bones. It is Belfast Storm versus Tempest Gaming, and oh my god, I am so excited. These are one of the top 2 teams at the moment in UKEL, and we will see who among them will join Ruddy as an undefeated team. Sheikah, how exciting is this game?
I mean, the drafts alone are giving us a lot to think about. Set coming back into drafting. Haven't seen this champion in a while. Dunlosi's Lilia, something that has been feared for so damn long.
Oh, Vanguard is surrounded by 5 players. Can he get out in time? Yep. Yeah, he will be able to. Oh, okay, little cute Nautilus hook there.
But back to what the desk was saying, Zerg on this Bard, as far as I'm aware, it's a pick that he absolutely adores. So I'm excited to see if this is something that can make the difference. Is this something that Zerg can pilot well enough to bridge this team's early game to the mid game and really make Tempest's life a living hell?
I mean, I feel like there's strength in 2 parts here, right? I mean, first, the fact that Bard, of course, a very unpredictable champion. Like, you're not entirely... Like, most teams probably don't have enough time to scrim against a good enough Bard. And secondly, just that X factor coming in from Bard's... Ooh, wait. A late invade over here attempt coming in from Tempest Gaming. Nice stun over here for Zerg. So, but Dunlosi will start in the enemy side of the red.
Going for that Chicken's invade. Maokai starting on the Wolves. We'll see this happening. Dunlosi was caught on a ward. Dunlosi could just do the full quadrant and split map towards this bot side.
Yeah, ooh, the Maokai is running very quickly. And I'm not sure if Dunlosi knows. It seems like he doesn't. At the advance comes in, the ignite is done, and that's just first blood. Ooh, that's not the start we wanted at all from Tempest Gaming. And that's just super nice for Belfast Storm.
Yeah, Dunlosi just getting that a little bit too greedy, staying in the jungle that little bit too long, getting caught by both Zerg and Wilhelm. Blood going over to Belfast Storm. It's the earliest first blood I think we've had in the game so far today, at the very least, possibly all since the start of the split. But now,
and I mean,
Tempest just slow the game down.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like this is like. It's just so weird now. Like, from Tempest Gaming, you probably came into this game with a game plan. Now it's kind of like, what now? Because it felt like Dunlosi could have just, like, taken that chick and been very happy and gone back to, like, his own blue. But, no, he just kind of stayed there too long.
Tried to force the split map, disrespected the fact that Maokai Bard level 1-2 is very scary, and got himself caught. Now, paying the price of losing his entire bot side, this blue buff vanishing. Now, Bard having 2 stacks that caretaker shrine that goes down and make Wilhelm's life a bit easier. Ozzy is going to see them a little bit, but knows the blue buff is gone. You can see already on the cross map Dunlosi in this top side taking away the blue buff from him.
Okay, so good answer back at least from Dunlosi, not going down, not getting too like demotivated by that play, because at least if it was me, I'd feel like super unmotivated. I'm like, no, I went in with a game plan, it didn't work out. He will get the blue at least and get out of this situation. Ooh, wait, but staying over here, potentially surrounded again. They know he's here. Oh, wow. Okay, this is just another just another invade potentially going wrong because Willem is here, and yeah, that's just so much support. And that's going to be Rengier with another kill. So Dunlosy so far giving up 2 kills to Belfast Storm without much resistance.
Dunlosy's just disrespecting Wilhelm and these side laners a huge amount. I mean, Rengis picking up that kill, Wilhelm picking up the first kill. This is something that I was worried we would see from Dunlosy as we got into the higher end of the table. Is Dunlosy just going to try and skill check the enemy? The answer in this game seems to be yes, and it's just not working because neither time have his lanes been in a position to be able to rotate.
Yeah, my god, and I mean, just look at Belfast Storm right now. We do have that Maokai with a nice advantage, of course, and now with Rengier as well, that's just so much pressure alleviated from the top side of the map, and they can focus way more on mid and bot side, I feel like, which is just going to make Limsey and Vanguard just have a potentially better game.
And I mean, Limsey and Vanguard have been the big carries for this team, right? They've been the 2 players that have really made Belfast stand out. So if you can get them an easier game, things just get so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, and if at the moment it feels like they are going to need a little bit of pressure alleviation from their side, because in bot lane, of course, we do have Killua with a nice gold lead at the moment. And my like, I keep going back to like Dunlosy because he just went for like another like steal attempt there, like an invade attempt, and it just didn't really work out fully. So like, he's just super behind in resources. Like, you're looking at Lilia, who is supposed to be a farming champ, and super behind against the Maokai.
Yeah, it's really going to be rough for Dunlosy as this game goes on. You're not going to reach your item breakpoints quick enough. You're not going to reach your smite anywhere near as fast as this Maokai is. So really need to try and tighten this game up a little bit. You need to try and find your way back and find some sense of normalcy. So honestly, the single best thing you can do at this point is slow. Let your solo laners be helpful to you and play for them instead of playing to shut Wilhelm down, because it's a Maokai, he's always going to have you.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Dunlosy thinks the same way as well. At least it seems like he's calmed down a bit. He is going more gank oriented, maybe potentially looking for something top. Buzzy is here to help out as well, so that's kind of a nice coordination, but it is pushing passively in towards the side of Belfast. So Rengier feels very safe here. Plus it's an Ornn. I mean, you're never gonna dive an Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn just is one of those champions, and Rengis is one of these more tank players, so he's more than happy to just sit here and exist, right?
Oh, and he even knows that this back is here, and Rengier, if he wants, he can just stop it to be extra mean, of course.
Yeah, you gotta try and walk past the set for it, though. Rengis just gonna take a step back. Meanwhile, Wilhelm and Zerg taking the first dragon of the game.
Yes, very nice for them. It is a Cloud Drake.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more like, okay, so indulge me for a second, right? If Rengier just used his ultimate there because he was level 6 just to stop the Dunlosy's stack, would it be good? Would it be worth it enough, or is it just a little bit of a nah?
Bit of an int. Bit of an int, honestly, if you're going to use ult for that, especially with being such an impactful ult. Wilhelm could opt to come up to the top side at any time, and that ult could be the difference maker. We start looking to go a bit more aggressive onto Zerg here. Nothing's going to come of it for now. If I could trouble production as to check what this next dragon is going to be for me, just very, very quickly. Because if it's another Infernal, I think I'm just going to go into fits of laughter.
The RNG would definitely be on someone's side. I don't know. It's not on our side for sure, but it's on someone's side. If it's on our side, it's for the sake of amusement, nothing else.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much entirely for the sake of amusement. The game does slow down a little bit now. Gold has been evened out, largely thanks to that CS lead down in the bottom lane.
Well, which team do you reckon like the game favors a bit more as we get to like the end game point or like late game point of the game?
I think Tempest, for the sole reason of Belfast, he can go for a more poke style, but Sivir's not going for the poke build. So you're kind of trying to have your cake and eat it with the Jace plus Sivir combo. You've got a very heavy teamfight team coming through, and Jace is maybe going to struggle if he can't get a few shock blasts in first. Whereas Tempest, very good teamfight comp, and they've got Scream going for this AD Kai'Sa build, so you're very heavily reliant on those team fights.
This is true. At least Tempest Gaming answering back here, having this Herald, because Belfast Storm for the moment aren't super interested in the Herald. It seems they're more interested in denying the Lilia resources, so kind of invading this site to get her Zerg and Wilhelm. So that will be first Herald going to the side of Tempest.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a small solace, right? Tempest finally able to find something in the jungle without Wilhelm just kind of being there to say, no. So,
I mean,
it does play into their favor a little bit, and they've stabilized, if not taken, the gold lead. So Dunlosi having such a rough early game isn't as impactful, but it's still not the best situation in the world, right?
This time Wilhelm is the one kind of aggressively invading quite a bit. I thought for a moment that the Nautilus and Scream might have wanted to go for Wilhelm, but nope, he's just backing off. They're safe for now. The game is calm, but calm games like this means that there will be a violent and dramatic middle point, potentially in one of these dragon fights as the dragon spawns. Or like spawns in a bit. Ooh,
Yep,
it
should
seems,
be spawning relatively soon. Dunlosi looking onto Rengis again.
Yeah, no, wait, this is, like, Rengis doesn't know. Oh, wait, the Q misses. He is going to pop the ult here, so now Ornn is going to be, but nice unstoppable to stop this from happening. Zerg coming in with the magical journey saying, I'm gonna help you out, bro. And the TP being like, I got you too, bro. But another TP coming in, like, Beartree's like, it's actually us who's got you all the time. The ambush after the ambush after the ambush. Rengear getting kind of low, has to use the flash, and a nice help from Zerg will make sure that in the end, nobody dies from this whole exchange.
Everything's all over the place. Everything is everywhere all of the time.
Oh my god, wow.
Wow, wait,
nice
what?
Flash
Wow.
from Kusei. Yeah, wow. That's just Rengis down.
That was not what I was expecting, and now Wilhelm's looking to go on the aggressive.
Yeah. Okay, so they aren't done yet. This fight is still going on. Beartree with a nice bit of shield from the W, but like in the end, a lot of members going low, but it's just a lot of dealing, a lot of poking, is a lot of like, this is the game we kind of want to see, right? A lot of back and forth action.
I don't know if I agree with that decision by Belfast Storm. I don't think they really had the damage to look for something there, but who am I to judge? Well, actually, no, that's kind of my job as the color caster, is to judge, but that's not the point. Come back.
Otherwise, you have been very accurate for sure, so I think your words definitely do have some merit, of course. Vayne God versus Scream. This is going to be another interesting matchup. Like, it's like, I wonder, like, the Silver pick, like, against the Kai'Sa, I just feel like Kai'Sa just does so much more, right, in team fights. Oh! Whoa!
But if you would like to repeat the question, I can give you a much more in-depth answer, because we're in a pause.
Yeah, no, so I just feel like Vayne God versus Scream, the Sivir into the Kai'Sa, I feel like Sivir would have such a harder time outputting DPS in team fights. It feels like her role is way more of just the ultimate and just making everybody super fast so they can like catch up to their enemies or run away quicker.
The thing with Sivir is it's going to be a question of, can you force people to stand close together? If you're fighting in choke points, which, you know, you don't want to be doing into this team anyway. You don't want to be fighting into choke points in this team comp anyway, right? You're into Ornn, you're into sorry.
Oh.
I heard something in my ear and it caught me off guard.
I heard it too.
You're into Ornn, Maokai, just Sivir, Bard. You don't want to be fighting in these choke points. But if you are fighting in these choke points, Sivir can output this damage really, really easily, because you're going to be hitting multi-man boomerang blades. The ricochet is going to be hitting everybody. It's going to be really easy. But in a scattered team fight, you're really only going to be dealing damage to one, maybe two people with those ricochets, and that is where a lot of Sivir's damage comes from. So I'm not entirely sure.
Do you suspect that a lot of the team fights would be going a lot more scattered or a lot more coordinated, like with everybody clumped up? I mean, either way, it's going to be explosive, but that's going to be the big difference maker then, right?
Tempest wants scattered, right? You're looking at Lilia, Set, Nautilus, I think, with Kai'Sa Syndra. you're going to be looking to scatter throughout their team with Syndra right at the back. At the most, you're going to be hitting 2 people with those ricochets, and it's going to be the 2 frontliners. So I think Scream has a much easier time just getting the damage down onto a target because of the nature of Kai'Sa's kit in comparison to the Sivir, who does need people to be that little bit closer together, a little bit more clumped to really have the value in her kit and to really have the value in her damage. Not to say her autos don't hurt, especially once you get to these later stages. She is one of these hyper-scaling AD carries. When you get to that point, her autos are going to hit you like a mini truck, but you're still only going to be able to kill 1, maybe 2 targets at a time, and that's not what Sivir really excels at. So I absolutely agree with you that Vanguard is going to have a much harder time getting the damage out, but I don't think it's going to be impossible.
Yeah, and it seems like we are back, and it looks like that hook didn't lead to anything super significant. They both just kind of backed off, shook hands. It's like, okay, guys, you know, good little trade over there. Well, we'll see you guys some other time. And we are back into the Rift, of course. So far, the crazy amount of early action with Dunlosi kind of dropping the ball a bit, but now things have stabilized in the gold lead a little bit towards Tempest Gaming, but still nothing significant.
Yeah. Excuse me, choking on air. Yeah, it's only about an 800 gold lead in favor of Tempest. Ironically, as Dunlosi.
Very aggressive here, but no follow-up, so it's just going to be a 1v1 into Dunlosi Willem, and I feel like Willem wins that very well. Oh, there was a fight here in the bot lane, and it seems like Tempest Gaming got the better off, killing off Zerg. Rengus is caught out a bit here. Beartree is just pummeling him away because the dragon is up and they want to get the fight. Buzzy going for a flash play. Oh, 2 ults together is too much for the Ornn to survive, and that looked so cool. Like the set just jumping in, and the not the Orianna, but the Syndra ult just tracking it all down. Wow.
Lindsay may just be dead here.
Yeah, no, that's another kill. Wow, Tempest Gaming, really nice fighting. Even getting the Dragon and the Herald push here for the... Okay, yeah, nice from Zerg.
Okay, Zerg. Right. I'm going to take a step back, because a lot just happened there. Zerg died bot lane in isolation. Yes. That was a 2v2. He died. Then, Rengus died in the jungle. Then they got the Dragon. Then Limsey died in mid. And the Herald got dropped. So much just happened in such a small window there. Such a small window.
It definitely made my job very difficult at that moment. But thankfully, we are not in the teamfight situation anymore, so I can go back to just talking casually.
That was insane, honestly. I mean, this is why Tempest are a team to be feared, right? They have such a good idea of how they want to play the game as a team that when these team fights come around, they just start to rail into the enemy time after time after time. We saw the start, like the beginnings of it there. That was the first team fight we saw all game. Beartree is now 3-0-0.
Yes. My god, and like the gold lead too, about 3,000 gold, so that's 2 threes going in the side of Tempest Gaming as well. I mean, just things going really well for them. The Kai'Sa's healthy, the Syndra's very healthy, and obviously the set is absolutely out of control now.
Set is gorging himself tonight, and honestly, given the start for Tempest, I was worried. I thought, you know, okay, well, we've seen Belfast get a lead before, and it doesn't normally end well, but Tempest are biting back hard. I'm pleasantly surprised about how Tempest have been able to turn this early game around.
Yeah. However, this has been speculated, of course. We have known that Tempest is a very strong early mid-game team. Now, Belfast, like Temporal says, is much more focused on, like, once we get to the mid-late game parts, like, they just kind of turn on their switch. So we'll see if that switch is still on tonight. Of course, like, about 10 minutes left until we get to that sort of a game state.
So the onus really is on Tempest to put them in a position where they can't just turn on at 25 minutes. 10 minutes left, you've got to start finding things, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do in this top line onto Rengus.
Yeah, no, Rengus unfortunately getting the short end of the stick here with the deal. Nice flash to get away from multiple CCs over there, but that's just another flash use. That's just him going more and more behind into Beartree, and Beartree just feeling like an absolute god amongst men in here in the top lane peninsula.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Beartree play these more bruisery picks before, right? We saw the Alawi on day 1. We're seeing the set now. I mean, this man is just a font of off-meta picks.
Yeah, no, I mean, kudos to him and his champion pool for sure. Like, Like, it just shows so much flexibility that a team can have, and we do see here this flexibility, like, paying off. They do get the second Herald, so I wonder where they want to use this. Potentially mid lane, we see a lot of movement here. Bear Tree just getting another pick onto Rengis. Boom, using the ult to get back. Rengis is CC, and oh my god, that's just so much damage! I forget that he's a tank! He's a tank and he's supposed to be surviving all kinds of damage, but this he cannot survive, and the mid tower cannot survive either.
Absolutely insane damage coming onto Rengis. Her Scream does die, but honestly, it's another kill onto Bear Tree. Like, you're not gonna complain at that. Now, if we could get a stack check on Syndra observers, that would be amazing. Figure out just how close to her breakpoint she is. She is at 84, so she has the first 3 evolves, both QW and E all done. You are 16 off of that execute on the ultimate, and 36 off of the mini Rabadon. So Kusai only going to get stronger as this game goes on.
Oh my god, I mean, like, Tempest Gaming's team comp is looking scarier and scarier as the minute goes on. The Dragon up in, like, less than a minute. And, like, it's one piece of togethers. And Belfast Storm, I feel like they might have to start conceding some of these, like, more neutral objectives one by one to, like, get somewhere. Oh no, the Observer seems a bit stuck. There is a fight going on, so we're not really able to see what's happening here. But there's a lot of TPs happening. There's a lot of fights. I'll try to commentate the best I can from a mini-map. Some engages, that's the Ornn. Yeah, that's the Ornn ultimate coming out. So far, it's a good start for Tempest Gaming. They do get 1 kill. They get a turret as well. I don't know if that's related to the fight. It's probably not. A kill back. Buzzy has gone down. Oh my god, this is unfortunate. Okay, a shutdown. A shutdown into... Oh no! Wait, Observer, you were so close. Hold on a second, Observer. We're here with you. Please. Okay, but it did end like that. It seems like it was a 2-for-2. But a shutdown going open to Belfast Storm with the Sivir getting the shutdown. So overall, that's kind of a win for Belfast, right?
Yeah, that's their way back into this game. Frankly, they've just found everything they needed.
Yeah, something's going on here, but don't worry. We'll still try to commentate the game. Okay, there is a kill onto Sengir. So as quick as we praised Belfast Storm, things are not looking super good either because Rengis unfortunately goes down again. Like, Rengis has not had a good day with Syndra. At this point, he's going to have nightmares about Syndra.
Yeah, balls flying at his face.
Yeah, it seems like the fiesta is continuing here on this Dragon side. Killua getting a kill on Vayne God. So that's the carry down. So a lot of DPS now down. Limsy getting a kill on Buzzy. So it is back and forth again. And I'm so... Yeah, I am so sad that we're not able to see this fight fully off because, man, it would be so exciting to see all of this happen, but so far, the Observer's not able to show it. He's showing instead the top side of the Summoner's Rift. It's nice to see the spawn point. That's where we all began our journey as League players, of course, so it's very, very appreciated. But what would be more appreciative is to see the action going, oh my god, the camera's having a spasm.
I'm going to take this as an opportunity to say we love our producers. Shout out to our producers.
No, I mean, they are doing a great job. This is definitely a technical difficulty, an unexpected one that I am confident dealing with right now. I'm just still going to try our best. Dragon is being taken.
So I've just noticed that it wasn't an Infernal Dragon second. We've actually got an Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. I could cry.
Woo! There we go. And that's the Infernal Dragon. Second Dragon for Tempest Gaming. They're also 5k ahead. So they're in a really nice position. This is exactly what we wanted. And just as much as I wanted to look at the stat. Oh my god, we're going all the way to space!
This isn't a bad shout. If things are breaking, we just go as far out. We can see everything that way.
Yeah. This works. This works weirdly enough. My god, the atmosphere here is so thin at this Wajika. I'm having trouble breathing. But Wilhelm is also having trouble surviving. Oh, but a nice ensnare. Oh my god, what's going on? I can't really see what's going on. I'm sorry. This is a shutdown. The Zerg gets the shutdown on the... Okay. Now we're seeing a bit more action over here.
Scream, no, what have you done?
The stun! Scream just goes down, the crazy stun from Zerg. That was actually amazing. I'm so glad we caught that on camera.
And that's the kind of thing you need to expect from a bard. You cannot follow him through the magical journey. It's not magical for you, it's magical for him. You're gonna end up with a headache and probably a death to your name as Scream finds out.
I feel like the headache is coming towards us, though. The death, for sure, is going towards Scream. We like trying to commentate while the map was going absolutely haywire. It was truly a very entertaining experience that I did not expect that I would have to commentate. Man, what else to be said? Like,
it's a slow game from now.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what the gold lead is because the timer has stopped as well. So currently we are seeing that at the moment it was 1959. Tempest Gaming was up 5k or like 4k. But I wonder, I feel like it must have increased a bit, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I couldn't tell you really off the top of my head without looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would certainly imagine so.
One thing to note definitely for sure, throughout all that chaos and turmoil, is that a lot of the carries are starting to come online. Especially I want to look at Beartree here, who does have now the Hull Breaker. So now he is an absolute side lane menace that Belfast Storm is going to have to deal with one way or another.
I'm going to have nightmares of Beartree. I don't know about Belfast Storm.
I'm going to have nightmares about Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's very fair. Bashing your head into a wall over and over again isn't definitely is something to be scared of.
Yeah, the Baron is up though. I wonder. So like Tempest Gaming, kind of like Ruddy Esports, is a very fast-paced team, especially when they start getting the lead. So I wonder if they take this as an opportunity to truly strike in and try to like pressure this Baron. So far, it seems like they're more content with taking it slow.
Sitting on 2 items on everybody. If you wanted to go for this Baron, you definitely could. You would melt through it with Kai'Sa Syndra. But a little bit after.
Yeah.
A little bit. Doesn't look like there's going to be a pick anytime soon. Although, knowing this game, that could be a very wrong statement. So I'm going to put a disclaimer on that and say that call is not predictionary.
Well, you know, actually, I thought the goldie would have grown, but it's actually shrunk over here. It's about 4k, so Belfast Storm not out of the picture at all, and we are getting towards that fame, that mythical timing that Temporal talked about, the 25-minute timing where Belfast Storm completely, like, boom, you know, it turns on. And I mean, now the Ornn being level 13 as well, he's going to start, like, distributing his upgrades sooner than later, and, like, that's going to be another aspect that Tempest Gaming is going to have to play against.
Yep. Yeah, definitely going to be concerning. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to get another Syndra stack check anytime soon. I'm going to hope. I'm going to
it's
hold
very
up.
tense. It's been so much action happening. Like, it was kind of like 2 minutes of non-stop action, Jikia, and then now it's kind of like calmed down because of this Baron, because the stakes are getting
quiet.
Yeah.
They knew. They wanted to do everything while we were busy.
Yep, exactly. They really want to make our jobs as difficult as possible, and you know, thank you for that. But still, please, you know, we got a game to cast here.
It does look like it's just going to be a slow and steady ascent.
Look at this though. Belfast Storm, they're trying to take this opportunity and maybe look for a Baron play. Trying to bait them out at least.
Dragon is up though. You have to be careful. Giving Soul Point over when you're this far behind is very dangerous, but they are just going to make the call. They say you're probably on the Dragon. We're going to go for the Baron, but they have been seen.
Oh, they have been seen. Tempest Gaming not going for the bait at all. They're saying, you want to dance Dragon or you want to dance Baron? Let's dance Baron. And Baron is here to dance, but the Baron is slowly chipping away at Belfast Storm's like HP. Wilhelm about 75%, 3/4 left. Syndra, nice scatter of the week, trying to get. Oh, that's the Vayne! The Vayne gets caught, has to flash out, but now, oh, and the sleep comes into 2 members from the side. Like, oh my god, this is now an absolute massacre. That was just way too much CC, way too much damage, and way too much of their carries getting called out. And that's Tempest Gaming decisively winning another fight over here. Wilhelm caught out. Bear Tree is an absolute bear. He's growling and crazy like that. And Wilhelm's like, get away from me. But of course, he cannot get away. Bear Tree has slain Wilhelm, and Tempest Gaming take control of the game.
Insert Wilhelm scream here. How did Scream get out of that alive? He was
No
like
idea.
1 hit away from death, and Limsey flashed over and couldn't get the kill. They've abandoned the Baron, they're going for the soul point. What a beautiful fight from Tempest. Such a good lilting lullaby into the killer instinct from Scream to finish off Vayne God. And the 25-minute mark has passed. Your go button is now Belfast Storm. Where is it? Because you need to show it, otherwise you are going to continue to bleed through this game.
Yeah, it seems like as we were unable to see Summoner's Rift for a while, they are unable to find this go button at the moment. Because that fight was a little bit of a desperation attempt. It felt like, oh, wait, yeah, that's a nice shutdown. Really nice shutdown from Limsey. So well played from him. But like, as I was saying, like, it really kind of felt like, oh, wait. Oh my god, I kind of want to talk more about the game, but it feels like there's always some action about to happen. It's making me like lose my focus. My gosh, what a game.
And this is what we call good League of Legends, right? There's always something happening, there's always something to talk about. You've even got the downtime to really get into the nitty-gritty of things.
Yeah, oh my god, it's just super tense because, ooh, wait, Kusei caught out over here, just goes down so quickly. Well played from Rengis, and that's just going to be a team fight victory for Belfast Storm, and that was such a huge impact that the game crashed for a little while, and that's Belfast Storm with a decisive team fight victory. You were asking, Zika, where is the go button? They found it, and they are now going to take the Baron 27 minutes in.
The go button has been found, and it's called Rengis. A beautiful Call of the Forge God to catch Kusai well out of position there. Just forcing you to step closer to the team to dodge it and still taking it to the face. There's no way out. That's all she wrote. Bertree having to give up his life as well.
What a banger! What a banger! We're getting so many bangers today. At this point, I'm gonna lose out of water. I'm gonna, like, my water bottle is almost empty over here, Zika. I need to go back to the kitchen after this game is done.
We're not done yet. We've got a little bit of time before the game's close to being over. Gonna be a bit of a longer one, I think. We are hitting that 30-minute mark, and honestly, the game stays like still in Tempest's favor, and we're just waiting for them to find their angle. They are on Soul Point. They have 4 towers to 2. They're on a 3,000 gold lead, but the Baron could change that entirely. Depends on how well Belfast Storm can siege.
Yeah, they are aggressively posturing here in the mid lane, and like, I'm just thinking in terms of momentum, like, this is such a nice momentum shift for Belfast Storm, and if you're Tempest Gaming, maybe feel a bit of like vulnerability. You're like, uh-oh, things aren't working out. And like, what separates a good team from great is how do you play from behind? You know, can you play under pressure? Kusei caught out over here, gets the Q stun as well. I mean, that's just Kusei down again. They're finding the answer. They're just completely, Syndra's such a long-range champion, and they're outranging her with their engages. The Zerg, the clutch coming out from here with the Bard.
And I mean, I said it on day one, my biggest concern about Kusai is his style may be a little bit too fast and loose, and we're seeing it in this game. He's being punished left, right, and center. But my big concern is these side waves are not synced up for Belfast Storm. If they want to siege, they can only do it in one lane, which means you've got all members of Tempest ready and waiting to clear that wave. So it's really hard to get anything meaningful done with this Baron outside of just getting a little bit of pressure.
And like, I mentioned it before when Belfast Gaming first played against I think it was DMG, but like, it feels like teams, they or when maybe it wasn't DMG, my bad, I'm confusing that, but still, when they were playing their first game with Zerg on Bard, it felt like the enemy team just wasn't ready at all for what Zerg could do on the Bard, and it feels like the same for Kusei over here. His flash, he didn't use it to get away from that situation, clearly not really expecting such a retaliation from Belfast Storm.
The Tempered Fate is a very easy ability to forget about, but it is a very long-range stasis that 9 times out of 10 you'll be able to avoid just fine. There are some situations where that just isn't the case, and this is one of them. Very, very, very hard for Kusai to find the way out without expending that flash, and if you're not ready for it, you can't react to it quick enough, especially if Zerg is just over a wall.
No, yeah. Oh,
Tempered Fate will land depending on how far it's had to travel.
Yeah, but so far Zerg has been absolutely a sniper on these. Like, his Bard is so scary. Like, it's such an X factor. It's such an intangible skill shot. Like, you can't it's so hard to evaluate its worth exactly. Another engage coming out, a call of the Forge God. This engage once again coming out, and now it's Dunlosey caught out, but the fight is in the middle over here. It's getting a bit scattered. Dunlosey's trying to get the ultimate now. They are asleep, but there is no follow-up for the sleep. So oh my god, it's a shutdown. And yeah, it's going 1-2-1, but now it feels like everything's collapsing. Oh, a crazy scatter the week coming up from the side of Kusei, and Scream with the triple kill. I'm screaming off the top of my lung because of how crazy this guy is playing. An absolutely crazy game, and is only Zerg alive. And I think maybe, just maybe, Tempest Gaming might win this game.
Tempest refused to go down, and it's off the back of Scream. This superstar Tunisian AD carry coming in clutch in that team fight. Just Kusai dead. Kusai's not dead, sorry. Dunlosey and Bertree just dead immediately before the fight has started, and Scream is positioning so goddamn well. They're looking to end the game, and the death timers may just be long enough for them to do it.
Yeah, oh, they are lacking a little bit of minions here, but no, the tank from Buzzy is going to be enough. And just like that, I think they might have done it. I think Tempest Gaming off a single team fight might have won against Belfast Storm. They joined Ruddy as one of the top teams in UKEL. My god, Tempest Gaming, welcome to the top of the league.
What?
Oh my god, what a game.
I mean, that game was all about Dunlosey and Kusai and Bertree for so damn long, but you cannot escape the scaling AD carries in this league. Scream coming online beautifully to just completely annihilate that team fight and end them the game. I was not ready for that to just be the end of the game. That was what?
No.
30, 35 minutes at most?
No, that was absolutely insane. And I mean, I have to commend Kusei as well in that fight. I don't know if you were able to notice, but like, Kusei got 3 people with the Scatter of the Week, which gave Scream that window to boom, come in and absolutely annihilate everybody on that Kaiser. I'm going absolutely wild. My hands are out of control.
It was a 3-man lilting lullaby as well from Dunlosey.
Yeah.
The CC was layered so well that Scream was only really fighting one person at a time. It absolutely insane. Just so well played from Tempest to come back from what looked like a really bad fight that gave away Baron. They just collected themselves and just annihilated the game from then on. It was a very, very well played game from Tempest.
And of course, huge commendation to Belfast Storm. They really show that they're such a resilient team that we cannot look down on. But we still have one more game left to play tonight. So everybody, after a break, we'll be right back on that. So don't go anywhere.
My drink, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you know what it's like when it's push comes to shove. Showtime. For some reason, I'm back.
Here he is.
Craig,
We
bully
found
him
him.
for me. Keep him in line. He's getting cocky.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to be doing
I
that.
don't
We're going to
know.
do plenty of
Not
that.
even in the UK. Not even in the UK. What's going
Couldn't
on?
even show up. Couldn't even show up to the UK for this one. That's just...
Couldn't do it on a rainy night in Leicester, could you?
I have done multiple times.
Yeah, that's a claim to fame that only the best of us have is the Leicester Rainy Night battle. But for now,
the better one.
For now, we have pulled in Alex Lamira Hapgood here. When the gravity of this matchup just warped space and time, sent the cameras spinning into the void, our analyst struck down by spontaneous injury, and a wormhole opened up and dropped Nymera onto our cast.
That last team fight knocked me into a different dimension. Jeez, it's not okay.
Yes.
It's not alright.
I do feel like I've time traveled a little bit because it feels like only yesterday when there was one of the various UK finals, which of course many of those players were in those finals. Rengis, Vanguard, Wilhelm, they of course won the last finals, which I casted them. They went on to UKLC. Yeah. A year or two later, we're back and a lot of the same names still floating around and showing their stuff.
Are you going to tell him, or am I going to tell him?
Listen,
it's not
okay,
1 year. It's not even close. It's coming up on 3.
Oh, don't. I didn't want to hear that even.
I said a couple of years. Just for like everything, like in its context there. I thought, wow, I'm old. I feel old.
Don't worry, Temporal and I have already been through this with Sheikah on the desk. We are dust, and we will hopefully be able to hold it together long enough to break down this match. Okay, so speaking of things that are old, we got back one of the old memes from the UKEL to start us off. We got some Dunlosey pathing from the vault straight to open up this game. Back on the Lilia, banned off the Xin Zhao. Temporal, tell us about what Dunlosey did with his time early in this
You just
game.
can't solo invade on Lilia anymore. That's just... like, just walks in and Zerg and Wilhelm were just like, oh, you're in my jungle. What are you doing it? 2 swift deaths. The Lilia definitely delayed in her acceleration this game.
Yeah. But, I mean, coming out of laning phase, Tempest still up comfortably in gold, so I guess it's all part of the plan in some sense, and Dunlosey didn't end up too far behind, but yeah, definitely not the start we would have hoped for him. Someone who had a bit more of a success in this game for Tempest was up in the top lane, and Nymeria, you've seen some of Beartree's games in the UKL already. This guy is on a bit of a tear up there.
Yeah, it wasn't the allow it was the set. Again, another classic from him. He's between multiple lanes over his career. I remember when he was a mid laner. I remember when he was a top laner before that. The thing about Beartree is that he has, and a lot of the players actually on both sides of this matchup, they just have really solid laning fundamentals. I think Kusai is also in that basket. I remember Limsey as well, pulling up some great numbers back in the day. Beartree, though, particularly in this game, just got so much work done.
Yeah, he certainly did. Absolutely massive on the set. The R5 Beartree counter slot is certainly very, very powerful. And we'll need to keep an eye on him in this future performance. I must say, Rangis on the Ornn did a decent job. A lot of pressure on this man's head. We'll have to give him some credit where it's due. But ultimately, Beartree on the set was just too good. Now, if we turn our eyes down to the bot lane specifically, this is a lane that we had gassed up a lot coming into this matchup, both Vanguard on one side and Scream on the other, both having a great start to this split, and both kept very much pace with each other through most of this game. But Temporal, as you kind of alluded to there, it was really Scream that came up as the difference maker at the end.
I mean, both of these characters nearly ended the game in their favor with like less than a second in it in that last fight. You know, the Lilia Sleep not followed up on, then Sivir just chewed through 4 people, taking out 2 solo, taking 2 below like a third, and then Kaiser like Scream with an absolute screamer. There's no other way to it. From across, out of sight, out of mind, dashes in, absolutely obliterates what was left of Belfast.
I think the wording was, when we were in the green room, we were watching this, and a Temporal just says, oh, that was the most won fight, until Scream just decided they weren't going to lose.
Yeah,
that feels like it feels like the Kaiser identity right now, where they have just this unparalleled ability to reposition themselves in the fight, particularly late game. Getting that even just a single auto or 2 can change a fight. In this case, it was an awful lot more than that. And when we got to that late game, despite the fact that there was some messing around with a bit of the Baron and a couple of the macro plays that were being made, having that Kaiser clutch playmaking in the endgame just makes up for it.
Yeah, it certainly does. Scream showing us why he got picked up here, certainly making a splash in the UKL, and Vanguard will have to go back and lick his wounds, sadly. Belfast Storm dropping to 2-1. Tempest now in sole control, well, not sole control, I should say. Ruddy also hanging out up there. Dual controller first, we can say. We're thinning out the pack at the top there, but I dare say we'll see both of these teams back later on in the season for deep runs into playoffs with how well they are playing so far. So, our marquee matchup ends with Tempest taking the win over Belfast, but certainly a close run thing. Definitely we can't count Belfast out, but let's move on to our next game. DMG United versus Lionscreed UK. DMG United Kingdom, I should say. Now, these are teams, once again, that are struggling a little bit more, okay? We talked about DMG a lot in the pre-show. We tried to just suss out what's going on there, what strengths they can use, what they can do for us here. But Temporal, let's talk a little bit more about Lionscreed, okay? They had a tough week 1, Ruddy and Tempest, the toughest week 1 you could have, judging by the scoreline and the standings right now. What is working with this team, right? What are strengths that they can pull off that you've seen so far?
Craney's control mages in both games had like flash in the pan brilliance. That's something that sort of has to come together, I think, and they have to sort of time their plays. The critique was sort of leveled at both of these teams by myself earlier that, you know, they just need to execute some basic plays together, you know, generate some numbers advantage and actually push forwards. I'm hoping, especially from Lionscreed, that comes in the mid lane to capitalize on a strength they already have.
Yeah, for sure. Craney representing Scotland very well. I am very proud of the boy right now. So many of our
How long did it take?
Listen, I mean, I got it in,
He's allowed.
in day one pre-show, so it didn't take me very long to pull it out. But you know, I've had like big Scottish players to froth over in the past, like Techie Fiend. Sadly, only Craney now left among us until I can convince the Challenger Zillion player to join comp. Then we'll be ready. Then Scotland will take the world by storm.
Challenger Zillion, just keep him where he is.
Zillion top player, to be clear. Zillion top mid lane. Yeah. So. Right, let's take a look at DMG a little bit closer right here. Pighead, Shroudy Rowdy, Jinyu, Yang, and Steven down in the bot lane.
Steve, where have you gone, Steve?
Can't believe the easiest name to remember didn't make it on there, sadly. Steven just broken some ankles right there. But so for DMG, I don't know how much you've seen, obviously, Alex falling out of a wormhole into your seat right there, but for DMG as a very young team of mechanically skilled...
He's back! Steve's falling out of the wormhole too! Oh my god. The thing about this, okay, we'll get into this later. There was also a player, I believe they played for Rocket back in EU LCS days, called Steve as well. Yep. Anyway, great times. But the thing about a team like DMG, it reminds me of, remember Orgless back when we used to do UKL back all those years ago? Yeah. Reminds me a little bit of that when, like, you can see the flashes of individual talent about the place from this DMG Esports roster. And, I think it's fair to say that not many people had a lot of information on this team. There's a lot of fairly young players coming into this tournament. What you're really looking for is one or two players to step up in a way that they haven't so far and be solid both in pick and ban and saying, look, I can blind pick this and I can do something which the rest of the team kind of know how it's going to function. Like, say, for a while this has been on the support role saying that everyone's going to play Leona Nautilus. Everyone knows what Leona Nautilus does. I think a bit of that stability and a bit of that easy access kind of playstyle kind of needs to come through to stabilize this team. Because the first couple of games, you can see again, those individual moments of playmaking brilliance, but they're not necessarily on the same page when they make them.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is it's something that Temporal you kind of alluded to as well. Just keep it simple, right? Slow it down a little bit. Go for some simple flanks, some simple engages. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit more out of them. But as we take a quick look once again at the Lionscreed Academy roster, we've already spoken about Cranny a little bit, but this bot lane, Kuma and Heathen, who do have experience up in the UKLC, in the UKL as well. Alex, will you just talk to us a little bit about what you remember from these players from your time in the UKL and what you expect they can bring to this roster to try and get the win here?
I mean, Kum is a player which I have a lot of memories of. I believe they might have even been playing in the very first game which I cast in UKLC as well. But the thing about someone like Kum was they were not necessarily a laning specialist, and you could really see that when it got up to about the UKSC level, when it kind of felt like they could never get the golden pocket to kind of become the late game and teamfight carry that they were. But when it came down to like the UKL level, because that was less on focus, you kind of knew at some point in the game Kum was going to cause some pretty huge issues. I seem to remember a lot of like a lot of their Ezreal games being like that. Now, I'm just kind of waiting to see if someone is going to challenge Kum in lane like that. And of course, the Heathen as well. Yeah, I remember them being about the place as well. They had themselves a pretty fun Thresh from back in the day, if I remember that as well. But I'm really waiting to see if Kum is going to be challenged in lane, or whether they're just going to smoothly slide into the items to become super-powered AD carry, which we know, of course, the meta supports right now.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does feel like maybe that is kind of... It shows us almost a little bit of the evolution of the UKL, where it's no longer as easy for a player like Kum to sit back and scale up, and he is certainly getting pushed a little harder, as we maybe saw instead at the UKLC level. So I'm going to take that as a compliment to the UK strength of scene, and that we're all so much better now.
Oh, you're so positive today, Trajan.
We're all
when everything's looking at its darkest.
Yeah, we're coming back in. We do have the draft coming up very, very shortly, and we'll see what the focus there is going to be. We have had Kum blind picking the Ezreal, I believe, on those previous games, but I would maybe like to see him go back to something a little bit more of the scaling. If you can get the Kai'Sa on hand, maybe the Aphelios as well that you've alluded to, Temporal, as a kind of maybe underutilized scaler for Lionscreed, as we are into the pick and ban. So something else, just to keep everyone aware of what we're expecting, we want to see again, because, I mean, we don't know if Saber Avalon is actually Belfast. Feels like he maybe is.
Alright, I am getting caught up with you all, I think.
Yeah.
Same. I just thought that was always like
yes. That's alright, we're back, we're live. No Fizzban so far. How do you feel about that, Trajan? I'm the host now.
I'm waiting with bated breath for the potential Fizzban. You know, we actually
Scotland's
saw the
finest salmon.
Yeah. We saw the Kassadin up in top lane for Lars before we saw it for Cranny. I thought he would be the first one to bring it out, but who knows? Of course, we should have expected it, of course, but we do have the Ziggs and the Tristanas, a lot of pushing power banned away from the side of Lionscreed, and it is a lot of kind of range safety potentially as well to be used there. And, yeah.
And the thing with monster on the patch as well. It's you know, we will see this at World. Ziggs Maokai pretty much every game.
We've been seeing a lot of we have been seeing a lot of like the Ziggs Tristana comps as well throughout the entirety of the EX. It's a very easy comp to play. Has a lot of range. If you win a Herald fight, effectively the game's over because they both just destroy towers so quickly. The amount of golden pocket becomes really, really hard to deal with. Normally you're looking to pair that up with something like a Renekton, but now with these two range carries kind of off the board, we're probably heading back towards something maybe like the Kai'Sa Zeri trade-off that we've seen for most of the game so far.
Yeah. I believe Yang down in the bot lane has had a pretty serviceable time, once again also going for these scalers, and then I like to see that they have denied pick at the Rumble as well. That was a big part of their late game win over Venomcrest. He then picked the Cannon, so he definitely has a style developing up there, a lot of team fight AP carries up there with mixed success, and we'll see what the priority for DMG is going to be. I don't imagine it's going to actually be the Ashe, but we'll see if they want to actually just go for this utility down there instead of a scaler. And it actually is locked in, so...
Okay, that's the first pick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, right, if you're looking towards, like... I mean, what we were saying on paper is, like, okay, Kumakum, really good once he gets that mid-game kind of spike and you can kind of get out of the laning phase, at least from my memories of them as well. Something like an Ashe is very good at denying having any presence in lane. I'm wondering how they can kind of capitalize on this, though, because now you've locked in that Jarvan. How the heck do you escape if Ashe is ever out of position?
So the Jarvan's not quite in. There we go. It'll be Nocturne instead. Oh, yeah. But the Kai'Sa normally suffers the Ashe the most. How confident from Lionscreed to pick the Kai'Sa regardless into a pick designed to shut it down.
Yeah, as a player who doesn't necessarily have the best time in lane, as we have touched on, if there is a place to exploit Kumakum, it might be the lane in the matchup. We'll need to see if they can cover that one effectively. Heathen are usually going on to the engagers, the melee champions that can be abused from range as well. And the Tahm Kench returning, potentially from Steven. The Elder Drake stealing Tahm Kench for Steven. Maybe coming back on here, just to remind everyone from the Greatest Play of Week 1. The Kindred locked in for jungle, and please do it.
Defend it.
I don't want to
lock it in. No, we're talking about it. Playing Assassin Craney, something spicy. Let's be having it. If you're going to pick it into Tahm Kench, then pick whatever you want, because, you know, you're going to take that disadvantage. And then you're going to choose to do it anyway. Craney's Azir has been really good. We're going to see it. Not today. No. We're going to see it. It's going to happen.
I will be in his DMs tonight going, why did you do this? Why did you assault me on the desk like this by hovering this? But they've gone for the Azir.
Beifong's gone.
Beifong is gone. They have denied Beifong. But so they've got tight scaling carries on the other side. Kai'Sa, Azir, decent engage with the shuffle with the Kai'Sa and the Nocturne as well. But looking for maybe some more peel, some CC, some more kind of follow-up frontline there. And for DMG, we're not going to get Beifong anymore. So in the mid lane, are we expecting... I'm waiting to see if he just picks like a mage. If he's actually just got a mage in there, or if it is going to be some sort of continued push towards this assassin bent or the melee bent, at least.
Well, I think the problem you've got now, right, is like you're sitting here with two ranged backliners here from DMG Esports, which now have a lot of backline access onto them. One of the big things which I'm worried about is if you ever get hit by a Bard ult or you're ever out of position, Nocturne, Kai'Sa, Bard pull the trigger so quickly, Tahm Kench cannot save everyone.
Yeah.
And if there was going to be a Zed game with the current iteration of Zed, like, it's like, oh, but Zed into Kindred ult, and Tahm Kench is like, no, because you can do it again in 3 seconds.
Yes.
This is like completely a great Zed game.
Yeah, we saw Hovered. You know, we just need to see it come through. As the Heathen did end up going to the Alistar.
That's a good pick.
Very common. Another Sylas coming through here.
We've had one insane Sylas tonight.
But now you think about this now, and suddenly this Sylas might actually be the backbone of this composition which they need, right? Because if you're looking to save your Ashe and your Kindred, suddenly Sylas, with either Azir ult to disengage or the Alistar ult to become just an unbreakable frontline, like churning through Ws, can buy enough space and disrupt enough that when you're diving in with the Nocturne, maybe you just die for free because the Sylas is so much of an issue. That Sylas pick for me turns around this draft a lot.
Yeah, So sticking with the melee focus for Saber in there, and certainly something that can carry the game to be a team fight influence. Pighead going away from the carries, going towards the Ornn instead. I like this for their composition. I love the front line they have. It's certainly simpler, right? Ornn is the simplest champion to play in the game almost, you know, from that.
But you could give that, yeah, the problem is, when you're looking at that last pick there, with that set, you're kind of sitting there going, which ult do I not want to give that Silas? You've got to have something which is good against that Ornn, because you're going there like, oh rats, they have a really simple top laner to play on the other side, which is something that we'd asked for. We did say, okay, DMG, let's get you something that's easy to play, good engages. Now they have multiple sources of it. Now you need to counter that Ornn and get a lead against it, much like we saw from Bear Tree with that set, but you can't give Silas a good enough ult. I think they've just about managed it, but now it's going to be a bit of a rough draft.
I was almost gonna say, like, yeah, the Volibear, it's a great cannon. I was like, but then Silas
have you seen the AP ratio on that?
Yeah, like, that's a one-shot machine.
Actual tactical nuke.
Absolutely brutal.
Silas. If you give him the Volibear ultimate, you cannot do that to him. So it's another set Ornn matchup in the top lane here, and it does really flesh out that front line again. So some two great front to back, just standard team fighting, plenty of damage, plenty of CC, plenty of mixed AP and AD on both sides. This, I think, is both these teams trying to go, alright, we just want to get a win, okay? I just want to play simple team comp. We're just going to have to be better. We're going to try and outlane them and out-team fight them, and we should simply be better. And that can hopefully help us sift out this middle of the pack, because I think it is too early to say that Lionscreed are necessarily like a bad team or a lower team when they had such a tough week one. We just can't really say for sure where they land among these other inconsistent teams like DMG, like Venomcrest and the like. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top. If we had to guess who's going to try and get that early advantage, looking to maybe the junglers who have been incredibly impactful so far, Nightmare, from either of these drafts, do you expect either of them to get that advantage?
So solo lanes are likely going to be pushing for red side here. Azir does get early prior over Silas. Silas needs a couple of levels in queue to really contest that. You can occasionally take a good trade, but you're not getting pushed there. Set obviously getting pushed over the Ornn as well whenever he wants that. And so that means that Nocturne is going to have farm secured and likely going to be getting topside scuttle if that's going to be the case. I think the most important for the Kindred is knowing when not to fight the Nocturne. You win on a 1v1 level, just don't get baited in with that if you have losing lanes. I think they might have a point of power. Is this Ashe early, which can push sometimes in that bot lane? We'll see how the 2v2 ends up working out, because of course you do have the time Kenshin down to Alistar, which can get a bit weird. A lot of this is, the Kindred has a winning individual matchup, the lanes will flip it.
Yeah,
that's tough. I think both teams have gone the way I want them to, whether it's like simple times, you know, just get some sort of execution, playing forwards with an Ashe. You know, it was kind of how DMG almost won a game. The Nocturne, higher burden of execution later on. We're gonna have to see like decent vision, pushing forwards, like knowing when to shadow, knowing when not to shadow, move away, not giving things over to Silas, which could really cause issues, and then like cause reversals as well, like quite high risk stakes. So.
I'm sorry, if we have Nocturne and Set, do we have Shadow and Knuckles? Where's Sonic?
I guess Kai'Sa, because the hyperdrive, and she just kind of zips around.
That's it. That's the analysis I've been brought in for, folks. That's what I mean.
There we go. We got it there. And I think, so we do have, as you mentioned, like the Kindred was picked quite early, right? And then we have losing top lane and losing mid lane and kind of winning bot lane, probably, right? At least pushing bot lane, I would expect, with the Ashe. So maybe a little tougher for Ruddy to play, and he has been a pretty solid member of DMG so far. So I want to see how DMG will rotate and try and help him. They're going to try and help him with the camps, or if it's going to be well, we can't help you, sorry, we're getting pummeled for the first 50 minutes. So and it might end up delaying that win condition a little bit, but it is at least good to see the jungler from DMG taking instead of just Maokai every single game. So there is a bit of depth potentially to see from DMG as we are getting into game very shortly. But I'm going to get a super quick prediction from you specifically, Nightmare, because you have very little context about anything.
Oh, thanks. That's great. That's so wonderful.
I've been bullying Rail all day, and you've dropped into Rail's seat, so now you're getting bullied.
Yeah, well, Sam did ask for it. Well, as much as I'm a believer in the Kindred in the jungle, I do think that there's so many ways it can go wrong. If you last into mid-game with the Kindred, the Ornn, and everything else, that's great. You have so many ways to engage, and you have an awful lot of damage, and the Silas is great. I just think they're going to flip too many early advantages, and in the UKL, if you give up early advantages, typically that loses you the game. So for me, I'm going for red side.
Go for Lionscreed. Temporal, do you concur with the analysis here? Do you think Lionscreed will get their first win today?
It would be slanderous of me to vote against huge team fight pieces from DMG.
But you want to, Temporal. You want to. You want to.
We have Nocturne on Shojin patch.
Yeah.
Like, this is so close to me. Like, I think it is straight 50-50. With Ornn, he does not get smashed by Set. It's absolute obliteration. It's really hard. You can see me wiggling in my chair. There is almost no way to cut this.
Coin Flipper on Google and just I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open Coin
You're
Flipper
gonna open it right now. I'm gonna go for DMG. I'm gonna go for DMG because they've already shown
I like that.
The Ashe is like very mechanical if it goes later. I think if they've practiced that much Ashe, we're actually gonna see a Kaiser counter for once. Like Incredible Thoughts, maybe.
But it's also but it's a counter in the composition as well, right? Because Sylas is going to have like so many ways to outplay in a side lane. You're not killing the Sylas in a side lane. Ornn is Ornn. You're not killing Ornn. And then of course you got that Ashe Tahm Kench in the mid lane. This is really difficult if it hits mid game. They just need to survive early.
Yeah, just need to survive early. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they will survive early or if Lionscreed can fight back and get that first win. Over now to the casters for our last game of the day. Yijun and Sheikah. Let's take it away. Let's make it a good one. Last game. Over to you.
Yes, and thank you very much. And we are going to indeed have the last game. It's been 3 good games so far, 2 absolute bangers, and I'm hoping that this last one is going to be a banger as well. DMG versus Lionscreed. Sheikah, my God, I feel like one of these teams for sure, like they're like, I mean, or for both of them, they want to like get to a better position than they are in currently.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, the desk mentioned we've got Sonic, we've got Shadow, we've got Knuckles. You've also got Tails in that mid lane. Scotland special Sparrow coming forwards. This is gonna be something to fear, I think. But there's a couple of things I wanted to touch on with this game because it's a bit different from DMG, right? You've got Pighead on a tank. That's not something we've really seen so far. You've got Cormac on another bruiser that isn't Darius. We've seen it before, but not with the set. And you've got another Sylas. We've not seen this pick before today, and it's now just come in twice. And the value of it, like the desk mentioned in this game, absolutely insane. The Emperor's Divide, really, really good.
Yeah. Honestly, today has been just a great day for like just a lot of really interesting drafts. I mean, DMG interesting in the sense that they are actually going for a more conventional, normal draft that you might see like other UKL teams do with a tank top laner and a more, you know, less bombastic mid lane, but of course Sylas can be as bombastic as the Qiyana, if not more. A lot of good ults to steal from.
Yeah, again, like you're looking at Emperor's Divide, you're looking at Paranoia, you're looking at Showstopper, you're looking at Unbreakable Will. Hell, even the Killer Instinct could help you in the right situations. So definitely going to be a scary game to play for Lionscreed Academy, but I have no doubt that they can do something with it. Kumakum, and of course have Heathen in now instead of Wolf. Heathen is back. We've not seen Heathen play yet, but hopefully now that Kumakum is back with Heathen, we can see this bot lane really start to come on.
Yeah, that's true, because to be honest, Lionscreed, they were 0-2, but like honestly they weren't playing with their main matchup, so this could really be the beginning of their comeback. But currently in bot lane, struggling quite a bit because it's a really nice pressure coming out from Yang and Steven at the moment. Like that Ashe is so deadly in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe Tahm Kench, it's something we've seen them do before. It's something that they're evidently comfortable doing. My only real concern for Yang and Steven in this lane is if Nocturne shows up, it's going to be very hard pre-6 to stop anything from happening. Especially if Heathen can find a way on top of Yang. Jinyu kind of has to come down and be ready for it, as does Ruddy, to be able to stop something from happening in the bot side. And like the desk mentioned, it's very unlikely that Jinyu gets push in this lane. Sylas can't really push into the zero. So my biggest concern is that Lionscreed Academy identify their point of pressure and opt to apply it tenfold.
Well, at least they won't have to worry about that pressure for like the immediate future at the moment, because both Obsidian and Rowdy are more pathing towards like the top side of the map here. Obsidian now full cleared and taking this Scuttle as well.
Rowdy lost the coin flip.
Yeah.
Smart's on the bot side Scuttle.
Yeah, for sure, and like they're both running towards it, but I feel like Obsidian definitely has a better advantage in claiming this nice juicy prize over here for a double Scuttle. Oh, we do have potentially Saber Avalon trying to help out as well. It could be an early mid-jungle skirmish at the moment, but it seems like from the side of Lionscreed, they're like, yeah, whatever, well, we don't need it right now. Let's just give it over to Shroudy Rowdy.
I like this from Lionscreed Academy. You're saying, okay, here's your first one. Bring it on the house. Problem is, that now can't spawn on scuttles if another camp is up and available in the enemy jungle. So it can now spawn on Gromp, wolves, chickens, crows. You have to be able to get into the enemy jungle for that, and the chances of that happening are extremely low, because you cannot fight Obsidian 3-6. So, they're saying, okay, take this.
Oh,
you're not getting another one
think
from
about
us.
that as an angle.
It's a very underused one, but it's very good when you have a good early game jungler that Kindred can't bot. If you've got like a Sejuani or a Maokai, it's a bit harder, right? They don't necessarily have the damage to fight a Kindred in the early game. But for something like a Nocturne where you are going to have that damage to match a Kindred, you can definitely say, okay, take first mark, you won't get another one for 25.
I mean, a lot of pressure coming here from bot side. Heathen trying to retaliate a little bit, but Yang standing strong. Nocturne is close to bot lane now here, so if they want to relieve a bit of this pressure, now would be the time to do so. Mio on the top lane, we do have Cormac versus Piggott. It's really interesting. Both of these players playing champions that, you know, neither really are used to playing, so, or like, maybe they are used to playing, but we haven't seen too much of it so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes through. Is this our second like Set versus Ornn matchup we're seeing? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I probably think that is the case. Otherwise here, mid lane seems to be pretty even so far. And yeah. Oh wait, but the ultimate coming out. This is just such an early. Ooh, but Cormac gets his level 6 too. Piggott has to flash out knowing that he was in imminent danger there.
It's good respect. It's very good respect, especially since we saw how this matchup goes last game. You just have to show respect.
Yeah, Obsidian taking advantage of this. He is just kind of starting to invade this this top side of the jungle. But in response, Shroudy Ruddy does take the first dragon, so that is dragon number 1 going to DMG.
Yep, that is an ocean dragon. That's new. Not a first dragon, ocean dragon, right?
Yeah, the RNG truly is quite random indeed. But otherwise, I mean, no, yeah, the wave like advantage, or like the minion advantage, the creep score advantage on the side of bot lane here has equalized a bit. I'm sorry, everybody in the chat. My brain is getting a little bit mushy. I think like 4 games in a row.
After the last game, I think we're allowed a bit of a break for a slower early game. But no, this is just gonna be a slower game. You don't really have a way to start anything pre-6. Because level 6 is now hit for Obsidian, it's hit for Cormac, it's hit for Craney, it's hit for Jinyu, it's hit for Pighead. The bot lanes are almost there, Shroudy's almost there. You're gonna get to a point where fights are just gonna start to break out through no means other than getting a lead. But we are another minute or 2 away from that at the very least. So for now, wave states are just even. We're not going to see anything major other than a little bit of trading in the lanes themselves. And we're just kind of waiting for the action to kick up, really. First Herald is spawning here in a second, so I think that's the first big fight we're going to see.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a really nice fight there, of course. But speaking of fights and stuff like that, what team do you suspect would have like a much better mid-late game team comp? Again, you know, DMG versus Lionscreed.
Hard to say. You've got good scaling on both sides. Again, I think it's an execution situation. Kind of like
the Kindred for sure, right?
Yeah, I think it definitely comes down to very similar to our first game today in Arcadeia versus Venomcrest, right? Where it is just execution based. Can you execute a fight effectively enough to where you win it or not? That's largely how this game is going to play out, because you have a lot of like matched scaling on both sides.
And like kind of previous to the first game, Jinyu does have quite a bit of nice options for the Sylas also. Like, he can definitely get out of control. The X factor for sure is there for the Sylas. The Herald is now up, and it seems like Kindred is the first one to kind of be around that area. Like, Kindred could just immediately start going forward, because currently Obsidian is somewhere else here, just kind of invading this bottom side of the jungle, but not really too much to invade at the moment. Maybe bot lane pressure, at least, is what he's looking for.
Not been caught on vision just yet, but this Herald is going to go down slowly but surely. Is now on vision, so the bot lane knows.
Yeah.
And you can see they've immediately backed to their tower. They're playing it safe. If they can cancel this back, they can guarantee at least top side for Shroudy. And there you go. There's the back cancelled. Shroudy can now invade this top side, knowing that Obsidian's down bot. That was a very smart move from Steven.
Oh, and he's just backing again.
Come on, Obsidian.
Obsidian, what are you doing, my brother? You gotta get out of that situation. Get out of there.
So
oh wait, a dive coming in. Cormac, Shroudy, Rowdy, Pighead. That's the first blood. Pighead is tanky enough to get away with his life, and that's just super nice. I mean, so far things are going really nice for DMG. They're getting a lot of small wins here there.
Yeah, just very, very well played from the side of DMG. They found their angle, they took it, and they're running with it, and that is another stack for Shroudy. That is, I believe, 2, but if we can get a check on that production, that would be handy.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't break the game like when we want to check on Syndra.
No, that is the third stack.
That way. Yeah. Oh, nice. Really nice.
So
this is
one
really
stack
good pace.
one stack off that first big break point. So for those who don't know, Kindred's first 4 marks is your first break point. You first get your buff. Then it's every 3 marks after that. So very, very close to this first big break point. And sadly, it seems Obsidian's idea of just giving over this first scuttle has actually become a hindrance rather than a help.
Yeah, like it's a bit weird from Obsidian. I think his pathing, like his idea is kind of nice. Like he wants to stop Kindred's growth, but so far it's really not doing anything to hinder her growth at all. Like Kindred already in a pretty nice, healthy situation, getting the Herald there as well, and already 3 stacks up. Gotta feel definitely very good for him and his team.
Yeah, absolutely would. And of course, we have Dragon coming up in the next minute or so towards that bot side. We'll find out what that Dragon is shortly. If we can check it, that would be great. If not, we'll find out when it spawns.
And man, Ornn just being a really, really safe just top laner here. He's just able to exert a lot of pressure. I didn't expect Set to be behind in this match, I'm not gonna lie.
I think that like the Kindred has helped a little bit, and like there's the Bramble Vest and there's the chain Vest now. That's an Infernal Dragon, so we are going into Mountain Soul, another new one.
Ooh,
that could be good for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean the Bramble Vest plus the Chain Vest plus the Barmies means Ornn can get that pressure a little bit easier now. You're naturally pushing the wave. Set can't really trade with you, which is kind of like how he would normally get the wave in. Is he'd just push you off. Can't really do that as effectively anymore. So just going to be a bit of a concede pressure situation for Cormac until you can get to that first item point.
Yep. I mean, this game really has been a calm start so far, and even the Herald wasn't much of a fight. Yeah, it is a nice welcome change of pace. But of course, I do want the fight situations to happen when they happen, and boom, Asking You shall receive a flash. Q like stun trying to come out from the side of the Alistar, but like Jinyu able to escape that no problem. Ooh, the ultimate is used from Nocturne. There is this top lane. Oh wait, yeah, Pagan was just completely in the tower, so he just goes absolutely down. Wow.
And of course, Shroudy Rowdy, too scared to fight Kumakum, had no idea where that Nocturne was going.
But
now
at least
Heathen and
Kumakum be released here. Ooh, they want to stop this. Ooh, Shroudy Rowdy having to use ult. Both of them having to use ult actually. So that's a lot of resource just kind of used to stop Shroudy Rowdy from dying. Oh wait, and now they're just going in. Oh, they really want to go in. Yeah, because Craney has used his TP. He is in here. Yang having to use the flash to get out. Yes, everybody in DMG gets out, but they all had to use basically everything. Only Steven got out without having to use anything because he's just a big giant toad. And last time I checked, Lionscreed doesn't care about toads. They care about wins.
Well, they've been catfished a little bit in that bot lane, but I think Shroudy got catfished there as well. Ulted out of the Lamb's respite. The lack of communication there showing in droves. Very unfortunate situation to be in.
Yeah, ooh, we do have potentially Jinyu caught out here. He is getting circled by both Obsidian and Cormac. Both of these players are like, alright, you got you here. Ooh, but then the Alistar ult coming out, and now he's so tanky. He's the tankiest man in the entire Rift, and Pig is like, oh, bong. Uses the damn Ornn ult over here to call the Forge God a nice damage, and that's just going to be Cormac going down. Really nice response from Pighead to help out his fellow mid laner.
A beautiful layering of CC coming through there between Pighead and Jinyu. Just very well played from the DMG top mid.
Yeah, I mean, and we had, of course, the analysts talking about their excellence in terms of macro, or no, not macro, but micro, and their hand stiff and stuff like that. But really showing a nice bit of synergy kind of developing within the players as well, understanding cooldowns. I mean, of course, there's the counter example here in bot lane, but still, like, it's some nice growth we're seeing here from DMG in this game, I feel like.
Well, guys, gals, and other pals, Kindred has reached her first breakpoint.
Hey yo.
4 marks deep and first tower going top lane to Pighead. Things are looking dire for Lionscreed Academy. They had a good start. They need to start to find a way in. If they can't find a way in for Craney and Kumakum, they're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the gold lead here, GQ. Like 4K for DMG. I didn't even know the game was going that well for them because there's only been 3 kills. You wouldn't really expect such a big lead, but so far, just out of somewhere, this gold lead is just popping out.
I think it was 5 plates into Pighead, 3 or 4 into Yang and Steven, I think 2 into Jinyu, plus the 3 kills, plus the 2 Herald? No, 1 Herald, plus the Dragon. It's a lot of things.
They are being patient here,
up.
trying to set up something. Yeah.
It's like we could see the first big team fight of the game. No, they're just going to give it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're DMG, why not? You're not really super well situated at the moment. You're getting the ball power anyways.
Their troubles.
Yeah. I think they're completely happy with just giving this. I mean, DMG, like, smart play. I'm actually really impressed with DMG's decision making so far this game. Oh, whoa, Coom, you cannot be that close to the entire enemy roster.
That's the cleanse down really bad, and Kumakum opting for the static build, arguably one of the more outdated builds for the Kai'Sa on this match. Especially when you've already got like an artillery mage / control mage type champion mid lane, you don't really have the ability to just stand and poke. Definitely looking to go more for these brawling fights, something like the Duskblade build, arguably been just as good if not better here. But
yeah, the dragon is up soon.
For now, we just have to, or if you are a fan of Lionscreed Academy, you just have to hope that they can find an angle in. Cormac is the only person that's died. That's a saving grace.
That's true, that's true. Everybody else so far has been playing pretty solid, but now with this dragon fight emerging, DMG at the moment, they have like a nice chunk of a size of Goldie, so their wallets are extra thicker. And last time I checked, wallets hurt when there's a lot of money in them. So, ooh, here, Jinyu just looking very aggressively in. He does have the Alistar ultimate. The dragon is about a 3rd HP now, so actions need to be taken. Everybody's blind. Ah, I can't see anything. I'm legally blind. Okay, so Lionscreed Academy does get the kill, but Hedon is just completely alone by himself. A sacrificial lamb to make sure that the other members of Lionscreed can run away. So they get the dragon, but they lose their support, and they are also going to lose the mid tower, therefore.
DMG eating gourmet beef burgers tonight. It was a very good play from Lionscreed. They say, okay, we'll give Heathen up, get the dragon.
Yeah, they'll also get Kumakum as well, just for free.
Kumakum gets caught in the mid lane, and they lose 2 towers, potentially, mid lane. But it was a very good use of the paranoia from Obsidian to make sure they couldn't get into that objective, and that's kind of where this Nocturne's going to shine, is these objective fights.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just seems like the rest of the team wasn't like communicating on like exactly when they want to go in and back off. I mean, the Hedon sacrifice made sense, but Kumakum's there was completely unforced.
I think Kumakum tried to path a little bit greedily and just got caught out. Yeah. I don't think that was a team communication thing. I think it was just Kumakum took a greedy path and therefore paid the price.
Yeah. With that price he paid, it's a 7k gold lead. You know, we don't really see gold leads like this unless it's like one of those top dogs like Tempest, Ruddy Esports, or even Belfast Storm. But yes, they did lose, but they're still looking like a really good team. Like, it's one of those teams, like that's when they get the gold lead. But this is a super powerful gold lead for the side of DMG so far. I wonder if they can leverage this properly.
The interesting thing is, like, it's almost as if it came out of nowhere, right? The game's been in a relatively even game state. They're now 3 towers up. They're 7,000 gold up. They're only 3 kills up. They're not like massive CS leads up anywhere. I'm curious. Production, can we check the gold difference between players? I'm really curious as to where this gold lead is coming from.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly like perplexing. I mean, like, as we mentioned, some of it coming, like, it could really just be an accumulation of just little goldies happening everywhere, because there is a CS advantage happening across the board, of course, but all those plates together, like, I could believe it like reaching up to 7,000. I'm still just so surprised that it reached all the way to 7,000, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. Absolutely insane so far, and this game...
I'm genuinely sat here trying to figure out where this gold lead has come from, and I don't know. I can't tell you, because I'm clueless.
I mean, this Herald is spawned trying to get a little bit of gold lead back, but it's just not going to help. And if anything, they're going to lose a tower for this. Eden going a bit low, so he has to back off. Like, there's some damage coming out, but good thing with Alistar, he is very, very tanky. He's in well done mode. He's not in medium rare mode, so he's much more tougher.
Unbreakable Will really showing the unbreakability there. Because, I mean, DMG just run the map now.
Yeah.
All outers are down, mid-inner is down. You have nothing to fear by walking into... Like, you own the entirety of jungle at this point. It's going to be really hard for Lionscreed Academy to find a way back in. Nearly 10,000 gold behind. And 10,000 is that point where we kind of say, yeah, okay, you probably can't come back from this. It's been done, but it's not easy. So, very close to DMD just kind of saying, okay, this game's ours. Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, they're in such a control. With 10,000 gold, they probably have more money than I have in my bank account at the moment. So that's really good on them financially. And like they're going to have an opportunity to like extend this because the Baron is up. All of their members, we look at it across the board. 2 items for the side of Saber. We have one item completed for the Ashe, 1 item completed for the Kaiser. They have kind of hit their timing to start becoming productive members of this team. And with this Baron up, they can definitely go for a fight or try to bait something.
Yeah.
Wait, was that the ultimate used by Saber Avalon, the Nocturne ult? Maybe trying to look for an engage, but
just trying to get rid of it.
Anything.
I think.
Yeah.
Just trying to get rid of it so that you can go and take someone else's ult. Put your ult back on cooldown so you can steal another.
That's such resourcefulness over here coming out from the side of Saber. See, this is why these guys are like super high elo, and I'm more like, you know, an Emerald player. I can never think of things such as that.
It's just a case of how useful is Paranoia going to be in a given situation? The answer is probably not a huge amount, especially given the situation you find yourself in. So you just cycle it. You put it back on cooldown. You can go and steal something like the Unbreakable Will, or the Emperor's Divide, or the Showstopper ready for the next fight.
Man, that is some next level stuff. But DMG, Obsidian, he's just called out. He has to use the he has to use the spell shield and has to use his ultimate as well as his smite just to get away from this situation. And of course, DMG, like, once again, really commend their decision making, noticing that once they didn't have vision, they didn't know who else could come in and to help out, so they just back off, noticing that they won everything they needed to in that situation and being happy with it because the dragon's up now and they have all the advantage they need.
Yeah, and this is the 4th dragon of the game, but it's the 2nd dragon for DMG. And again, like, you don't really want either team to have this soul. Mountain Soul is a lot of resistances, it's a lot of just innate damage reduction, plus the shielding if you get soul, so...
No, yeah,
I'm not sure what Lionscreed Academy can really do to come back here. I mean, yeah, you've got the option of scaling, right? It's always going to be an option. You've got Azir Kai'Sa, you're going to scale relatively well anyway. But it's like I was saying earlier, you don't necessarily outscale. You're just going to have to hands check the enemy in team fights and communication check the enemy in team fights. And, I mean, with what DMG have been showing us, that may just not be an option.
Yeah, I like kind of following up your point about you're not really sure what Lionscreed can do to get out of this situation. I'm not really sure what they have done to get into this situation. It almost felt like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like they've done.
We knew how they were in this
I almost feel like
situation.
the fact that they did nothing was the problem. They were just way too inactive across the map and way too inactive in trying to get a lead. And now they just find themselves 7k behind in 23 minutes.
Yeah, but arguably DMG weren't doing a huge amount either. Again, it's like it's 4-1. Now we can, you know, you can kind of understand that some of the gold's come from towers, some of it's come from the extra 3 kills, but realistically, just kind of looking at it, shouldn't be a gold lead based on my own. There's enough of a gold lead to allow objective bounties, for crying out loud, and the game is relatively slow in comparison to a lot of the games that
we haven't seen a single team fight yet. Still,
That's honestly what we're waiting for at this point, is the team fight, to see which of these
Yeah.
teams is like to take the game under their wing, in their hands.
I mean, but not for lack of trying. Jinyu has been very aggressive, just very confident. Once again, I do love the confidence of these players in DMG, and I once again want to commend how well they're playing together as a team at the moment. Cormac, I mean, yes, he used that flash, but you're just not going to get that kill, and that's just nothing. That's just completely him dead for absolutely nothing. And because of that, now they have such a nice advantage over here. The Alistar ult is taken, so, I mean, yeah, Saber Avalon. Oh, he does go very low. Oh, but then Call of the Forge Gods gets so many members, and Tom Kench comes in as well and gets the kill on Kumakum. Shroudy Rowdy gets low, but with Tom Kench around, none of these carries are going to die. A great knocker from the side of Pighead. And just like that, Craney is going to maybe die. Yes, he does die. Shroudy Rowdy is on a rampage from the burn of that red. And that's going to be the Baron taken for DMG, and DMG absolutely taking control of this game, proving that the 7k gold lead was not a myth, but was an absolute hard rock reality.
And that is a 9,000 gold lead. That was a very, very well played fight from the side of DMG.
Oh no, Cormac! No, not like this, Cormac! You can't keep doing this to yourself! No! Ah, that's so unfortunate for Cormac. He's not having a good game, unfortunately, and it's just going from bad to worse.
It looked good for Lionscreed Academy for a second, then Kumakum got caught.
Yeah.
And again. And again. And it was very hard for them to play the fight. They're trying to play into a choke point against Kindred, Ornn, Tom Kench, Ashe. It's very hard for you to play that fight forwards, especially when the Lamb's Respite is down, so just a very good fight to take from DMG. It gets them a Baron, it gets them another kill on Cormac from the over-aggression after the fact. So, I'm personally really interested to see if DMG can close the game out with this Baron.
I mean, they have all the resources, dude. They just have to kind of put their mind to it. But this game, unlike many of the other games they've been playing, with Zen-like patience. So, like, we're gonna have to see how they want to approach this, how they want to close out the game. Otherwise, for Lionscreed, things are looking so dire. I feel like no matter if this game is a win or a loss, they need to kind of go back to the drawing board and kind of figure out their identity. It's looking dire for this team at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm largely in agreement there. Lionscreed have tried 3 different things so far, and it largely isn't working as they look like they found Jinyu.
Ooh, wait, Jinyu. This could potentially be the pick they need to start off everything. Kumakum. Okay, Craney gets the kill. That's one of the carries getting a kill on Jinyu, and so that's a good start. But we do have everybody else coming in with their absolutely humongous wallets. Pighead with a nice ultimate to call up the Forge God. Yes, we do have, we have Cormac here on the side, but what is he really gonna do? And Pighead is such a huge front line that nobody else can do anything from the side of Lionscreed Academy, and their entire team is just collapsing. They're not a bunch of lions, they're a bunch of cubs, and they're all getting slaughtered out there in the wild savannas.
That's a 10,000 gold lead. That's a 1 fight for DMG. That's honestly could be the game for DMG if they wanted to try it hard enough. Craney is finally,
but it seems they want to be methodical.
Yeah, Craney is doing damage. Kumakum is starting to. And I mean, if you can dodge another Ashe arrow, you might be in a better position. But this is soul point for DMG. You get one more chance at this, Lionscreed. You get one more chance. If you can't make that chance worth, then you're going to go 0-3.
Yeah, and not only do they have one more chance, I mean, it's more like one more chance against this lineup that DMG have. That look at the items over here. Like, we have Pighead with 3 items, we have Shotty Roddy with 3 items, we have the Saber Avalon with 3 items, Yang is on 2.5 items. Everybody's absolutely loaded over here. They could definitely buy an apartment if they want to with all this money they've accumulated this game.
It's a bit of a wallet diff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Little
Absolute
secret.
wallet diff.
Little secret's a bit of a wallet diff. 10k gold in the lead. We have reached that point where we largely say this game is over. Again, I've seen people come back from bigger gold deficits, but at the same time, I don't know if they will. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm very happy to be proven wrong, in fact. But for now,
Oh my god! That's just so much CC! This is Dota level of CC! That man has been CC'd for like 5 whole seconds over there. Not a single thing he could have done. That, like, the cleanse is there, but you cannot cleanse Noxus because you're up in the air and you need gravity to put you back down onto the ground. And that's just gonna be, like, probably the nail on the coffin for the side of Lionscreed. Unfortunately, Kumakum this game wasn't able to recover from his, like, honestly, a bit of poor positioning, and, like, it's not improving too much currently because DMG are able to catch out with such long-range abilities.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations, sadly, where there's not really much you can really do until you find a good fight as Lionscreed Academy, and that fight is not presenting itself. This team is playing like a well-oiled machine. They're playing as a unit. You cannot use Paranoia to get a pick. You cannot afford to be on your own because you will be collapsed on, and it's being proven.
Oh, okay, this is an engage coming in, but I mean, where's the follow-up? Obsidian, he uses his ultimate, but he's too scared to go in because there's no chance to go in. And the CC, like, oh my god, DMG are playing absolutely cracked at the moment. As much as the loss on Lionscreed will be tragic, the win on DMG is an absolute triumph for this team because they have not only been playing well, Micro, I am genuinely extremely impressed with their macro, their patience, their synergy that they have grown in just a single week, and I feel like this is definitely a team that should be reckoned with, Jika.
I'm largely in agreement as they look to take the game to its logical conclusion. A beautiful blind Ash Arrow through the Paranoia as we just see constant battering in the base of Lionscreed Academy as their final member falls and their base is soon to follow. DMG have just been in control start to finish from this game, and the gold lead reflect a very, very well-deserved win, all things considered.
And this actually puts DMG in one of the upper echelons of teams in the league, 2-1. So just like that, DMG wins against Lionscreed Academy. They aren't a flawless team, but they are a team with soul. They are a team with heart. And now they are 2-1. They are definitely looking like one of the stronger teams in UKEL. Congratulations to DMG.
I mean, this is a team that we largely had underestimated coming into this week, right? Their game against Venomcrest looked shaky. And I forget who it was that they played on Thursday last week.
I think it was Tempest, if I remember.
Yes, possibly. And, you know, it's Tempest. You know, it was one of the higher-up teams anyway. So we weren't expecting them to really come away from that winning. This is a good statement as to what this team can do. You're up against Lionscreed Academy, and it's cool, it's calm, it's collected. And frankly, it's just theirs from start to finish. Lionscreed Academy really couldn't do anything, and honestly, I don't think we could have asked for a better game to end the day on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and for Lionscreed, it's super tragic. They are 0-3. There are 2 teams that are 0-3 at the moment. It's Lionscreed, and if I'm not mistaken, is it Venomcrest that is also 0-3 currently? Or no, it's Arcadeia. It's Arcadeia, yeah. And despite both teams being 0-3, I feel like, at least with Arcadeia, I see signs where, like, they can improve and they can really come together. But Lionscreed, I really feel like, oh, they really need to, like, kind of really huddle up, really figure something out, because this did not look, unfortunately, it didn't look good. Like, they need to go back to the drawing board, Shika, I feel like.
Something has to change, and I'm not sure what that is. I'm sure they'll have it sorted for Thursday. I'm not entirely sure on what their matchup is on Thursday off the top of my head, but I'm sure they'll give us a better showing on Thursday than they did today, and hopefully they'll get their first win on the board. Who knows?
Yes.
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell indeed, and that concludes the matches of the game. But of course, we still have the post-game analysis and the final overview, like of the entire day so far. So everybody, please don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. As we can see, we've all taken some mental damage from these
Show me the baby.
Show
me
I would like to see the baby.
I would like to see the baby.
The comfort animal required after seeing that game. Lionscreed especially, I think, needs some comforting after that one. DMG put it together.
A bit more of a kitty cat, really.
yeah. DMG put together a pretty tasty win there, taking themselves to 2-1. Lionscreed still searching for that first win, but you know, we had our questions and we liked what they'd done in the draft. We had our questions about maybe the answers that Lionscreed had, but overall DMG just looked fully in control there. Great lead built early on through those mid and bot matchups, and it all worked to support their jungler. Shroudy, Rowdy on the Kindred, not the Maokai anymore. Massive play for him. Nymera, talk to us about Shroudy Rowdy on this Kindred. He had a very stellar performance.
I think the big takeaway from the first games that we saw from this team was maybe go something simple, easier to play around, and try and just get everyone on the same page. They did exactly the opposite. Kindred is not an easy champion to play around, and yet it did not matter one bit. 908, huge amounts of damage, active early into the game. Shroudy Rowdy picked up a champion which was against, I suppose, one of the easier ways to get yourself up and rolling in a split like this with a very young team, and he made it really, really work.
Yeah, he certainly did. Very quick lead, 3 quick stacks in succession, and really pushed it through well. The Nocturne not ending up having too much of an impression against it. But Temporal, in terms of Shroudy Rowdy on this Kindred, do you think that there was just like maybe a stylistic issue with him? Do you think that the Maokai in that style of jungle doesn't speak to him, or was it just a good day to be Rowdy here?
I did criticize the Maokai Kiana sort of duo. I think Silas Kindred is much more straightforward. There is no, like, maybe about Silas Kindred.
I get it from that point,
yeah. It's a finite yes and no. And they took a lot of yeses in this game. That was a good thing. And particularly the beneficiaries being a hypercarry Ashe, which we'd seen highlighted as an avenue they could play through. And clearly Shroudy enjoyed himself cutting trees down rather than planting them.
He did have a very destructive game, that's for sure, but I love that you mentioned Yang on the Ashe, another standout in this game, and they have dropped the Kiana by the wayside, but they've kept the Ashe around, this blind-picked Ashe as the Kai'Sa counter that still managed to show the proof of concept here, but Nymera, we wanted it to dominate the lane, we wanted it to do more later on, and that's kind of exactly what it did.
It became just such an unkillable Ashe as well. You know, Temporal was calling out in the draft, like, we know how, like, mechanical this Ashe looks in late game from Yang. Like, they will be in position to do damage. They will be in a position to have agency despite the losses which they had. That wasn't necessarily the problem. And coming into this game, I think they've been really rewarded for sticking by this pick and this player, playing this kind of style. Ashe Tahm Kench, once it hits mid-game, is very, very hard to get on top of. And even if you have an Azir DPSing them, there's a chance that Ashe and the Tahm Kench just outvalue you at that point. And that's exactly what happened. We had some worries about Kumakum in laning phase, which we thought, okay, you know, UKLC, when we'd seen them in the past, maybe their laning phase was one of their weakest points. Coming back into the UKL now, we were wondering, okay, how does it benchmark now with this current crop of UKL players? Yang on this Ashe really did shut down their laning phase well, and it then transferred into the first few skirmishes, and then the mid-game. It was a very comprehensive, holistic performance.
Yeah, certainly was, and it all fed into DMG's game plan here that I know that Adrian agrees with me as well. We both just really love watching DMG play the game. It's just very exciting. It's very fun to watch. And Temporal, do you think that now they've got this very decisive win, they've had the messy win, they've had the hard loss, and the massive victory over Lionscreed, do you think we're able to discern more of the style here and what the strength of DMG is? I know that, you know, the fact that Adrian and I like watching them maybe speaks to the kind of style that they're bringing to the table.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of chaos.
Play-by-plays like it.
I'd agree, you know.
Heresy! Blam! For the Emperor!
How dare you not use the forbidden script of macro? No, it's alright, it's alright. Fast fingers, enjoyable to watch. And even when, I think Cormac pulled off some great moves on the set and really disrupted team fights, and you know, Yang had the fast fingers, had the answers. It was very respectful, and I think they might be a team that need to sort of set their energy and think about the way they're thinking about the game. But not too much, because it's clear they're reactive, and they want these exciting things. So as they warm up, that might scale up, and they might continue to be excited by that. And that's a real ethic to sort of work to and enjoy. And I think we're going to see more of this as the split goes on. More Kindred, more Ashe, more hypercarries.
Can't wait to see it for DMG. Let's get the post-game stats up. Let's take a look at the landscape as a whole here and talk
Do we
a
have
little bit
16,000 CS again? No, we don't.
Not
Okay.
quite.
No, we got Tristana. That's not there.
Let's talk a little bit more about Lionscreed now that we've sung the praises of DMG, and we are still obviously on the struggle bus here for this Lionscreed UK team. Temporal, do you think that we are seeing just a problem of not being able to find the right picks, are we putting ourselves in holes in the draft and not being able to fight our way out of them, or is it really just more on the execution side, on the synergy side, and we can try and work on it from a gameplay perspective?
So with some experience of coaching a team that loses its first few games, really likes team fighting, keeps jamming this Kaiser in bot lane for no good reason, plays weird jungle stuff. It is a matter of you guys need to win a game now. There is some sort of issue, be that comms, the way the team is meshing together, trust. You gotta go back to scrims, and you gotta play the most brain off, simple, win lane, win game rubbish, and actually win the game. That's got to be step one. We gotta build on brick one first, because at the moment we've fallen off. And I think that's got to be the way back for Lionscreed. You know, I really enjoyed the Azir and sort of this high execution stuff. I think Craney's had some great games, but it's really got to be done with all 5 players pulling the weight. I think Kumikuma and Heathen need to just play a lot of Kaiser Nautilus, or even peel it back further.
Yeah, time slipped in there, late to the party, but still arrived. We'll still let him in. But yeah, I mean that's I've had
even if it's Orianna Maokai, every game, it needs to be something like that.
Do what must be done.
I think
exactly.
I think my read on the Lionscreed problem right now is I think it's quite clear that early game is not necessarily where they're firing on all cylinders. They had some options in this early game with their draft, but if it hits mid game and you're not ahead, it's very difficult for them, and that's what we saw. I think this team has a lot of team fighting potential with the players on the roster right now. I think they have to realize their own strengths. I think right now, with this kind of composition, it gives them too much of a time window. I think they just need to give themselves in draft a bit of an ability to just step back very confidently and to safely farm up, kind of what just happened to them, actually. Pick a more of a composition which DMG picked up here. Give yourself a bit more room for maneuver in mid and late game. Say, actually, it's not about crushing earlier, it's about making it through early game and then getting to the point where actually, you have players like Craney and Kumakum, and Heathen, of course, too, being able to start off and continue fights in the right way. I think this composition, it just put a little bit too much of a time limit on themselves, and I don't want to see that again.
We'll see if Lionscreed do want to adapt in that manner going forward. We'll see them back here on Thursday, as with the rest of them. But with that in mind, let's take a look at the standings as well. Let's take a look at how the landscape has evolved. We touched earlier on the fact that we do have Tempest and Ruddy now at the top there with 3 wins yet to find the loss. Belfast, Storm and DMG sitting on the top half. Venomcrest and Verzik have found 1 win, but Arcadeia and Lionscreed Academy still really struggling. And Nymera, from what you have seen briefly of the region here, I think that having this early defined set where we literally have 2-2, 2-2, do you think that this is like demonstrating, I guess, what is your read on the region, I guess, if you see a league like this? It's not super even, there's quite a defined stratus here, but do you think that we do still have quite an even playing field across from what you've seen, or is it very much like we know who the favorites are and that's where we're going to end up?
I mean, I think it's a Ruddy nation and we're just living in it. Ruddy up. Okay. Besides that, I mean, for me, in regards to, like, I guess the players on the rosters as well, when I was looking through UKL and thinking, okay, who do I recognize still, who's new still, it's good for me to kind of see the growth of some of the players who are already considering, or rather competing in the UKL towards the high levels, like Kusai is one of them, and you think of maybe Little Pants in there too, and of course a lot of the Ruddy team. The fact that they've developed from when I saw them last as well, and now playing at this level, and you can see that defined kind of group in the standings, like you're saying, that's kind of cool to see, because that helps me kind of solidify my opinion that it's not just like a team that's burst out of the gates quickly. This is a developed team that has built over years, which is leading to this gap in the standings, and that does mean some of the other teams below them do need to then find themselves some upsets in this round robin to get up into that qualification.
Yep. See if they can start to right that ship. One, I guess, as to wrap us up here, Temporal, Nightmare believes that we live in Ruddy's universe. Do you think that maybe instead we're in the eye of the storm and Tempest perhaps could be the one to take it all away in terms of just
I'm just saying, Kusai was showing me his ADRE the other day and I was mighty impressed, so I've got some plus points there.
There's too many AD mages floating around. We need to put a stop to this right now. Okay, it's getting out of hand, but
it's gonna be hard to know. They're definitely both in the top 3. I think Belfast is the most likely to join them there. They don't meet till the last week of our group stage. I believe, in the first round. So we're not going to get to know for a little while.
Yeah.
If I had to put one on top, like Ruddy plays such a beautiful game, but I think Tempest don't need to reach into like AP jungle. They don't need to think about those things. Whether they can actually overcome like the Ruddy game plan, difficult question. So for now, I think Ruddy probably have an advantage. Tempest can probably suss that out. We've seen veterancy from Battery, especially in just figuring out like how to push your game forwards, despite maybe like non-standard conditions. So I think if Tempest continue to not struggle throughout the round robin, they're going to be my favorites. Want to see a bit more for now though.
I think if I were to kind of like give that, it's not as simple as giving just one strength and one strength on the other side. I do that. Think that Tempest have some very good laning phase players, and they know how to win through a laning advantage. That's very scary at this level of play. You mess up once, and it's going to happen at this level of play. Someone like Battery or Kusai can just run away with the game. I think Ruddy have probably been the team who have been most on the same page, though, like you're saying, the Ruddy game plan. I'm interested in seeing whether those small mistakes, which always happen at this level of play, will decide the game before that game plan comes online, or whether you can weather the Tempest and then come out ahead there too. So looking into that thing later, that's something to look forward to in the future. I think that will be a very fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, certainly we will all be winners watching that matchup as it comes around. I think for me, if I think I'm a screamer after today. I have to be a screamer just seeing this guy play. He's too clutch, man. He's too clutch, and I will lead the fan club through in that matchup. But
so we've got the screamer, we have like the Ruddytron. What other like Decepticons can we fit in here?
I'm gonna just I have to close the stream now before we go down a rabbit hole of Transformers. So because everyone's had a long day, you can probably tell. But now we are gonna have to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, Nymera, for joining us and coming.
No worries, it's been a blast from the past.
Yeah. Giving your insight for us as well to Poral as well. Thank you so much. Between us, we will destroy all the other analysts in the league. Eventually, we'll take them one by one. And yeah, you shouldn't have come here, Hapgooder, because now you'll be cursed forever, apparently. But we are...
in 1 week, you will fall mysteriously ill after joining me on the desk again.
Yeah, exactly. So, thank you very much still for offering analysis as always, and Ijun again and Sheikah on the casting desk. Excellent job as always. Thank you so much to Project Gap behind the scenes on production, giving us all of the wondrous lights and sounds that you see before you, and to everyone for watching, of course, at home. Please feel free, and you're, if anything, encouraged to follow the UKL at Twitter, at the UKL on Twitter, at ukl.gg is the website, discord.gg/the UKL, and Instagram is at _UKL, because ew. So thank you very much for watching. We'll hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. We'll see you on Thursday. Have a good night.
Oh my